Story 1 of The Almighty Dollar. In Space. Ed Reed, Short Sci-Fi, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. $1,000 a plate? By Jack McKenty. Sunset on Mars is a pale, washed-out, watery sort of procedure that is hardly worth looking at. The shadows of the cactus lengthen. The sun goes down without the slightest hint of color or display, and everything is dark. About once a year there is one cloud that turns pink briefly, but even the travel books devote more space describing the new sign adorning the Canal Casino than they do on the sunset. The night sky is something else again. Each new crop of tourists goes to bed at sunrise the day after arrival, with stiff necks from looking up all night. The craters of the moons are visible to the naked eye, and even a cheap pair of opera glasses can pick out the buildings of the Deimos space station. A typical comment from a sightseer is, "Just think, Fred, we were way up there only 12 hours ago." At fairly frequent intervals, the moons eclipse. The local Chamber of Commerce joins with the gambling casinos to use these occasions as excuses for celebration. The Mardi Gras includes floats, costumes, liquor, women, gambling, and finishes off with a display of fireworks and a stiff note of protest from the nearby Mars Observatory. The day after a particularly noisy, glaring fireworks display, the top brass of the observatory called an emergency meeting. The topic was not a new one, but fresh evidence in the form of several still-wet photographic plates showing out-of-focus skyrocket trails and a galaxy of first-magnitude aerial cracker explosions was present. "I maintain they fired them in our direction on purpose," one scientist declared. This was considered to be correct because the other directions around town were oil refineries and the homes of the casino owners. "Why don't we just move the observatory way out into the desert?" the technician demanded. "It wouldn't be much of a job." "It would be a tremendous job," said Dr. Martin, the physicist. "If not for the glare of city lights on Earth, we wouldn't have had to move our telescopes to the moon. If not for the gravel falling out of the sky on the moon, making it necessary to resurface the reflectors every week, we wouldn't have had to move to Mars. Viewing conditions here are just about perfect, except for the immense cost of transporting the equipment, building materials, workmen, and paying us triple time for working so far from home. Why, did you ever figure the cost of a single photographic plate? What with salaries, freight to and from Earth, maintenance, and all the rest? It's enormous." "Then why don't we cut down the cost of ruined exposures?" asked the technician. "By moving the observatory away from town." "Because," Dr. Martin explained, "we'd have to bring in crews to tear the place down, other crews to move it, still more crews to rebuild it, not to mention unavoidable breakage and replacement, which involve more freight from Earth. At $7.97 per pound dead weight, well, you figure it out." "So we can't move and we can't afford ruined $1,000 plates," said the scientist, who had considered himself a target for the fireworks. "Then what's the answer?" The usual suggestion was proposed that a delegation approach the town council to follow up the letter of protest. A search through the past meeting's minutes showed that this had never accomplished anything up to date. A recent arrival to the observatory mentioned that their combined brain power should be enough to beat the games and thus force the casino owners, who are the real offenders, out of business. One of the scientists who had already tried that very scheme on a small scale reported his results. He proved with his tabulations that, in this instance, science, in the guise of law of averages, was unfortunately against them. Dr. Martin rose to his feet. The other men listened to his plan, at first with shocked horror, then with deep interest, and finally in wild exultation. The meeting broke up with most of the members grinning from ear to ear. "It's lucky Dr. Martin is a physicist," said one of the directors. "No astronomer would ever have thought of that." A few days later, a modest little ad appeared in the weekly publication What to Do in Marsport. It did not try to compete with any of the casino ads, all of which featured pretty girls, but it had a unique heading. "Free, for the first time ever, your horoscope, scientifically cast by the staff of the famous Mars Observatory. Learn your luck, your future. Write or call Mars Observatory. No charge, no obligation." Since the horoscopes being offered were about the only things on Mars that didn't cost the tourists any money, the response was great. The recipient of a horoscope found a mimeographed folder which contained 3 pages describing the present positions of the planets, where to look for Earth in the sky, and what science hoped to learn the next time Mercury was in transit. The 4th page held the kicker. It said that while the tourist's luck would be better than average at most of the gambling houses, he would lose consistently if he played at Harvey's club. Within 2 days, the only people playing at Harvey's were the shills. The following day, the visitors to the observatory included Harvey. The gambler was welcomed with mingled respect for his money and contempt for his occupation. He was taken immediately to see Dr. Morton, who greeted him with a sly smile. Harvey's conversation was brief and to the point. "How much?" he asked, waving a horoscope under Dr. Morton's nose. "Just a promise," said the scientist. Harvey said nothing but looked sullen. "You are on the town council," Morton continued. "Now, the next time the question of tourist entertainment is discussed, we want you to vote against a fireworks display." He then explained how important plates had been ruined by skyrocket trails. Harvey listened with great interest, especially when Dr. Morton flatly stated that each casino, in turn, would get the same publicity in the horoscopes. "The council members are all for the tourists," Harvey commented, "and you guys are supposed to be nuts like our scientists, but I'll do like you say." He reached into his pocket. "Here's $50. Use it for a full-page ad this time and do the Desert Sands Casino in your next horoscope, and say, before I go, can I look through the telescope? I never seem to have the time before." At weekly intervals, Dr. Morton did the Desert Sands, Franklin's Paradise, the Martian Gardens, and the Two Moons Club. From each owner he extracted the same promise, to vote against the fireworks at the council meetings. The technique was settling down to a routine. Each victim came, made the promise, paid for the following week's ad, named the next casino, and was taken on a tour of the observatory. Then, disaster struck. It took the form of an interplanetary telegram from Harvard Observatory, their parent organization. It read, "Earth newspapers carrying accounts of horoscopes published by your organization very unscientific. Must stop at once. Find other solution. L.K. Bell, Director." Dr. Morton was eating alone in the staff dining room when he noticed a familiar face beside him. "Harvey," he said, "guess you've come down to gloat over our misfortune." "No, Professor," said Harvey. "You've got my promise to help you boys, and I'll stick by you. It's a rotten shame, too. You just about made it. The rest of the club owners saw the writing on the wall and were going to cooperate with you when the telegram came. All of us got contacts in the telegraph office, so they heard about it as soon as it arrived and stayed away." Dr. Morton said, "Yes, I suppose they would. There's not much we can do now." "There are 13 members on the council," Harvey continued, "and you've got 5 of us. If that telegram had only come 1 day later, no more fireworks. But I got an idea." Dr. Morton pushed aside his empty coffee cup and stood up. "Let's get out in the fresh air." The town council was adding insult to injury by staging one of the biggest fireworks displays ever. It consisted of practically all skyrockets. Dr. Morton expressed wonder at their supply. Harvey explained that they were made right on Mars. He went on to tell his idea. "I was really interested in everything when you took me around the first time I was here," the gambler said. "The same goes for the other boys who saw the place. Most of us meant to come out here and look around sometime, but you people work nights, and us mostly working nights too. We never got around to it. How about arranging an exclusive tour sometime just for the club operators and their help? Then when they see everything, you could offer to name a star after them or something. If I hadn't already promised, I'd be willing to promise just to be able to point to the sky and say, 'That's Harvey's star.'" Dr. Morton smiled gently. "It's a wonderful idea," he said, "but I don't think it would work. Any stars worth looking at with the naked eye already have names. The only ones we could name after people are so far away that it would take an exposure of several hours just to see them on a photographic plate. You wouldn't be able to point yours out at all. Besides, Harvard Observatory wouldn't stand for this idea either. It would make as much sense to them as you naming a poker chip after me." He sighed. "But in any case, we would like to have all the owners over sometime. It might improve relations somewhat." The two of them watched a rocket wobble over the sky before exploding. "Let's go back inside," said the physicist. "Maybe we can arrange that tour for Sunday." Sunday afternoon, the visitors, presumably softened up by what one of the chemists thought were martinis, were seated in the lecture hall, listening to Dr. Morton's concluding remarks. One of the technicians is working on a gadget with a photocell that closes the shutter on the film when a rocket goes up, Dr. Morton was saying. It should cut down the exposure time a great deal. Right now, every night may be significant. If the plates from any one night are spoiled, we may not be able to duplicate them for a Martian year. Mankind is preparing the first trip to another star, and the work of Mars Observatory is necessary to ensure the success of that trip. You gentlemen are rightly the leaders of Mars, and so it is up to you to decide whether or not that success will be possible. He sat down to a smattering of applause. The visitors, except Harvey, then left. It didn't go over, Professor, said Harvey. I know, said Dr. Morton. That washes out that plan. He turned to the gambler. You're the only person who can trust with this, he said. How would you like to help me make some fireworks? 1 week later, the two men had everything ready. That night, as quietly as possible, they moved to a position behind a fence near the skyrocket launching racks. Dr. Morton was carrying a compass, a flashlight, and a small clinometer. Harvey was struggling with 2 large skyrockets. He whispered, What if we miss, or they go off too soon, or something? Nonsense, Harvey, said Dr. Morton. He busied himself with the flashlight and compass and carefully aimed one of the rockets. You forget, I'm a physicist. He then aimed the other rocket and checked elevation with the clinometer. The fuels are standard, and I worked out the trajectories on the computer. Ready with your match? These are going to explode in the canal and get everybody in the canal casino all wet. He peeked over the fence to see how the regular display was doing. Here comes the finale. Ready, set, light. Covered by the launching of the last of the official display, the 2 rockets arced up and away. One of them did explode in a canal, and most of the casino's patrons did get wet, but the other wobbled off to the right, landed on the roof of Harvey's bachelor home, and burned it to the ground. Dr. Morton sat numbly in front of his typewriter, starting at a letter. He couldn't seem to find the right words for what he wished to say. He tried to derive inspiration from a glossy photograph lying on the table beside him. It had what looked like another skyrocket trail on it. Before he could answer it, the door opened and Harvey walked in, accompanied by 2 men with muscles. I haven't seen you since the accident, Professor, he said. I've been trying to write you a letter, said Dr. Morton, to tell you how sorry I am about what happened. And I also have to thank you for getting that law against fireworks through the council. I'm extremely sorry it took your house burning down to convince them. I keep my promises, said Harvey. One of the men with muscles turned the radio on, loud. We're trying to get up a collection among the staff to help pay for your losses, said Dr. Morton, but the director suggested a more permanent kind of remembrance. He picked up the photograph. This will be one of the brightest objects in the sky in a few months. It won't be back again for thousands of years, but it will be around for a good while. We've just discovered it, and it's our privilege to call it Harvey's Comet. That's nice, said Harvey. The first of the 2 men went around pulling down blinds. The other one went into the bathroom and started filling the tub. Well, said the physicist, looking tired and old, I guess there's nothing more I can say. Oh, yes, there is, Professor, said Harvey with a sudden grin on his face. He turned to his muscle men. You 2 guys cut up the comedy and bring it in. Now. The 2 men followed his instructions. You see, Professor, the gambler continued, I took a beating on the house, but the other club boys chipped in and made up all my losses, so I don't need your money at all. Besides, I have 2 things to thank you for. First, I heard about the comet from one of your men, and it's the nicest thing everybody's ever done for me. One of his men came back with what looked like a round candy box. Second, that fire was the best publicity stunt I could get. It made the papers back on Earth, and all the new tourists are packing into the Harvey Club. Even the other operators are playing my tables. That's why I want you to have this. He handed Dr. Morton the box. It read Harvey's Club in the center and Dr. Morton's poker chip around the edge. Across the bottom it said, 5,000. That's dollars in it, Professor, said Harvey. Don't spend it all in one place. End of story 1. Story 2 of The Almighty Dollar in Space. Read Short Sci-Fi, Volume 6, This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Guaranteed Forever by Frank M. Robinson. Clark Street, just north of Chicago's Loop, was the symbol of a million things. All of them bad, Manning thought. Bumpy paving bricks, rutted with streetcar tracks and bordered on both sides by cheap saloons and quarter-a-night flophouses. Hot summer nights when the drunks clustered like flies on the sidewalks, and Newbury Park was crowded with cranks trying to save the world, and floozies just trying to make a living in it. Old magazine stores where a nickel bought a copy of an old comic magazine, and a 5-spot bought photographs guaranteed to make a high school kid's eyes pop out. Clark Street, where 1,001 manufacturing jip artists had office space. He slowed the car and went through the motions of parking. He jockeyed it in towards the curb. There was a scraping sound, and he cut the motor.
"You ought to watch it, Fred,"
Wheeler said.
"You scraped the paint."
"It's just a scratch," Manning said quietly. "Just a fender."
"You scrape a fender in these models," Wheeler said doggedly. "You have to get a whole new paint job. It costs money."
Manning looked coldly at the fat man sitting next to him. "The government's got money. It can afford it." The fat man shrugged and changed the subject.
"How did the biopsy come out?"
"I don't know." Somewhere deep inside Manning, a dozen tiny hands plucked a pain nerve. "The doctor will send me a report in a couple of days." The doctor had already told him that morning, but he didn't want Wheeler to know. "Let's forget it. Who's on the list this time?" Wheeler pulled a crumpled newspaper ad out of his pocket.
"The Forsyte Company. They make carburetors."
Manning leaned back in the seat and stared a long time at the faded storefronts that lined the street. He was only half listening to Wheeler. Malignancy, the doctor had said. He knew what that meant. Curtains. Humpty Dumpty was splashed all over the pavement, and all the high-voltage X-ray machines and all the little isotope capsules from the AEC weren't going to help a bit. He forced the thought into the back of his mind and locked and barred the mental door. "What's the sales pitch?"
100 miles to the gallon."
"That's rather high. Most of them are content with 50. Wheeler grunted.
"That's not all. This guy doesn't use gas. He gets 100 to a gallon of water."
"What's he pricing it at?"
"About the usual range, $3.49.
Manning frowned. "Let me see that." The fat man handed it over, and Manning ran his eyes down the ad. It was the usual ad, complete with the enthusiastic testimonials signed by A.Z. of Salt Lake City and Mrs. D.F. of Podunk Corners. After running end around all the glowing adjectives in the body of the ad, he got the idea he could get 100 miles from a gallon of ordinary tap water when he used the Forsyte carburetor. The trade name was bad, of course. Simply the Forsyte carburetor, not the Jiffy or the EZ or the Little Marvel. But the price was right in there, $3.49, with a double your money back guarantee if not absolutely satisfied. The typical Jip ad. Something that promised a hell of a lot in the way of savings and mileage with a low enough price so the suckers would be willing to risk it. "Let's go." Manning got out of the car on the street side because of the high curb and glanced at the numbers on the buildings, a few doors down on the other side. The building was a 3-story brick and old. The office of Forsyte Carburetor Company was one flight up at the end of a hallway where the wooden flooring creaked and groaned and threatened to give way at any moment. The lettering on the door was neat and precise. There was no buzzer. Manning knocked, an authoritative type of knock. The man who opened the door was in his early 60s, Manning judged. A big man with thick shoulders and a head of black hair that was just turning to white, and a friendly face with just enough lines in it to show it had been around. You got the idea that being a pitchman was second nature, that he'd been in a sales racket for a long time. "Mind if we go in?" The big man shrugged easily.
"Sure, come on in. Don't think any customers will call personally."
Once inside, Manning gave him a cold, official stare. "You Forsyte?" The man nodded, frowning.
"Something wrong?"
The innocent act, Manning thought. "There's nobody here but us chickens, boss." He flipped open his suit coat so the badge showed. "We're from the Federal Fraud Investigating Agency, Mr. Forsyte." He let it hang there. The usual response was a whitening of the face, a frightened look, and then a request for credentials. Wheeler was already reaching into his pocket for a sheaf of them. FFIA men had to carry enough credentials to sink a battleship, but Forsyte didn't whiten, didn't look frightened, and didn't ask for proof that they really represented the FFIA.
"I don't understand, Mr.
Manning." He made himself comfortable in a chair by the desk and glanced around. It wasn't an impressive layout, actually little more than a mailing room. Packages stacked up against the rear wall, ready for mailing, a wrapping table and a Pitney Bowes machine. Crude, almost too crude. "How long have you been in the racket, Forsyte?" Forsyte leaned back in his chair, his hands clasped behind his head.
You might say I've been a huckster all my life, Mr. Manning.
Lifelong pitchman, Manning figured coldly. Helped the medicine man when he was a youngster, and ran away with a carnival when he was in his teens. During the Depression, he probably had a setup on a street corner, selling spot remover, dealt in nylons during the war, and saved enough to branch out in a big way after the war was over. Look, Forsyte, I don't know who put you onto this racket or whether you're fronting for somebody else or not, but it's no go. Somebody complains and we have to crack down on you. We call it fraudulent use of the mails, con games, or what have you. And an incident under any of them will get you 10 to 20 at the local state penitentiary. Forsyte didn't look at all worried.
Have there been any complaints?
Wheeler was standing by the door, carefully snipping the end off of a cigar. He said,
Not yet, but we like to stop trouble before it starts, and it costs good money to investigate, to run tests. We do the public a favour by warning you off the market, and we do you a favour by saving you a stretch in the little brick house by the river. There won't be any trouble, Forsyte said with an earnestness that seemed oddly out of place. Actually, this carburetor will give you closer to 200 miles to the gallon.
On pure H2O, eh? Forsyte nodded cheerfully.
That's right. It's actually H1608, by the way.
Manning felt a vein throb over his right temple. He tried to do them a favour, and that's what you got. Wise guys. The whole world was full of wise guys. All of them wanted to make $1 million overnight, and they didn't care how they did it, and all of them thought they could get away with it. Okay, so Forsyte would have to learn the hard way. He stood up. You take cash or check, Forsyte.
What for?
For a carburetor. Manning paused. The government will test it, and the government will be the complainant. And I won't advise packing up and leaving if I were you. We've got ways of finding you. Forsyte pursed his lips.
What kind of car do you have? Ford,
Wheeler said slowly.
A 53 model.
Forsyte picked a package off the stack on the rear and made out a receipt for the check.
You won't complain? You'll get close to 195.
Wise, Manning thought again, bitterly. He picked up the package. See you around, Forsyte. Soon. Outside, Manning shot a glance back at the building and the neat lettering on the second-floor window. I think we ought to test that carburetor ourselves, and I think we ought to check up on our friend Forsyte. Wheeler looked surprised.
Why so eager? The Bureau will test it.
Manning started the car. It'll take 6 months for the Bureau to get around to it, and in the meantime our wise friend will be making hay while the sun shines. Wheeler laughed.
Hell, he'll be lucky if he makes his rent. Doesn't seem like a bad guy, though.
Manning's hands tightened on the wheel. He's a huckster, Ray, a cheap, grafting little huckster who's too damn big for his britches, and I'm going to see that he gets exactly what he deserves. Wheeler looked worried.
Don't ever get too personal about it, Fred. You gotta have an objective viewpoint all the time.
Maybe he was making too much of it, Manning thought coldly. But when everything else went to pot, you like to bury yourself in your work. More coffee, Fred? Yeah, cream and sugar at duty. He poked at the thing on the table with a pencil. What do you think of it, Ray? Wheeler nibbled at his sandwich, looking like a slightly overstuffed beaver.
They don't make a damn thing out of it. It doesn't look like anything I've ever seen before. What do you take it apart for?
See what makes it tick, if it does, and I wanted to know who made it. A lot of manufacturers stamp their parts either with a trademark or some other kind of identifying symbol. But the pieces that lay on the table before him didn't have identifying marks of any kind on them. They were beautifully machined, Manning thought. Nice machining and lots of chrome, and the tolerances must have been out of this world, and so what? His wife came back with a steaming cup of coffee, and Manning dangled a donut in it. The simple things, he thought abstractly. That was what made life worth living for. That was what he was going to miss.
You got any idea how it works?
Wheeler asked. Manning shook his head. I don't think it works at all. A convincing hunk of machinery, something that looks pretty but does nothing. Wheeler pointed a stubby forefinger at a small cube of metal, approximately 3 inches on the side. That was apparently the heart of the carburetor.
What do you think that's for?
I don't know. It's a sealed unit. Something like they have in refrigerators and washing machines. Exactly what it does, I couldn't tell you.
That doesn't look like the ordinary gadget racket to me,
Wheeler said uneasily.
I think we ought to call the Bureau in on it.
Manning shrugged. National will find out all about it when we submit our report.
You're going to open up the sealed unit?
Manning hesitated and shook his head. No, if we opened up before we test the whole thing, then Forsyte would say we tampered with the gadget and naturally wouldn't perform as he claimed. He reassembled it, then pushed it across the table to Wheeler. It's your baby, Ray. You test it. I've got something else to do. Wheeler carefully wrapped the gadget in a chamois and stuffed it back in the box. He cornered another donut and sloshed it around in the bottom of his cup.
What did you have in mind?
I'm curious about Forsyte, Manning said. I want to know more about him, who he is, where he comes from, that sort of thing. There might be more to this than just Forsyte, you know. He's just the sales front. I think there's an organization behind him."
"You want to be a hero, Fred?"
Manning smiled crookedly. "I couldn't think of a better time."
"You just never struck me as the type,"
Wheeler said quietly. Manning felt a little cheap. The private eye type of thing wasn't his line. He was pushing it only because win, lose, or draw, it would make damn little difference to him. The building agent was a small, balding man with a taste for $200 suits in a Michigan Boulevard office. He looked guilty when Manning showed his credentials.
"Anything I can do to help you, Mr. Manning? Anything at all? Just ask me."
His forehead looked a little shinier than when Manning had first come in. "I'd like to ask questions about one Harry Forsyte. He's running the Forsyte Cabaret Company in your building on North Clark Street." The building agent looked cautious.
"Is something wrong?"
"Could be," Manning said slowly. "We're investigating him."
"I'm not my brother's keeper, Mr. Manning." The agent laughed a little hollowly. "You know who it is. We'll rent to almost anybody who comes along. They don't always tell us full details of their business, although, believe me, we try to rent to only true Americans."
Manning felt tired. "We're not chasing commies. This is just a simple case of fraudulent use of the mails. Nothing that will involve you in any way." The man dabbed at his forehead with a light blue silk handkerchief. He looked a lot more cheerful.
"We'll be glad to cooperate in any way we can."
Manning helped himself to a cigar from the open box on the desk. "Thanks. You can begin right now. Did Forsyte present any credentials or references when he rented his office?"
The agent held up his hands. "We don't require references or credentials, Mr. Manning. They tell us what business they're in, and that's about all we ask them."
"And Forsyte said that he was in the manufacturing and sales business, right?"
"Actually, a little more than that. He mentioned something about being in the antique business, too."
Manning felt incredulous. "Didn't you think it strange that the whole manufacturing business could fit in an office that was no bigger than this one, let alone an antique business? His carburetor is made of metal. It requires stamping, machining, spraying. A whole factory full of machines would be required."
The agent started to sweat again. "I think I told you that we don't ask them detailed questions, Mr. Manning. In this case, it seems obvious that he's using the office only as a sales outlet. Somebody else supplies him with the carburetors."
Manning bit savagely into the end of his cigar. "I thought of that. I've had his office shadowed for the last week. He's had everything else delivered to him, refrigerators and typewriters and sofas and stoves, but no carburetors."
The agent looked a little smug. "It's a free country, Mr. Manning. He can order what he wants. And if your men didn't see any carburetors, then I would start to worry about the reliability. Forsyte must get his carburetors from somewhere, and he must have them delivered."
Manning flushed and stood up to leave. "And if I were you, I'd start to worry about whom I rented office space to. And I'd start to worry about the condition I kept my buildings in. I would have sworn that there were at least a dozen violations of the civic fire ordinance there."
"But really, Manning, I had no—"
Manning started for the door. "Thanks for all the information I didn't get, and thanks for the cigar." He stood on the street for a few minutes after leaving the building agent's office. It was a hot summer day, the only relief being the slight breeze that blew off the lake. The street was crowded with men in seersucker suits, sweltering in the heat and mopping their foreheads. Young girls in thin blouses and lightweight skirts, as young girls always seem to do, managed to look cool and fresh. His last summer, Manning thought slowly. Take a good look and enjoy it while you can. He walked slowly towards the loop, looking at the scenery along the way as if he'd never seen it before. It was a great world, he thought, but he didn't begin to appreciate it until he found out that one of these days you weren't going to be around anymore. He stopped in a cigar stove near Madison Street.
"Some fine Havanas just came in, Mr. Manning."
There was a time when he had thought about cutting down on smoking. It didn't make much difference now. "A half dozen should do it, Jeff." The clerk wrapped them up.
"Any razor blades or shaving cream? We got a new order of fountain pens, guaranteed to last a lifetime without refilling."
Manning stuffed the package of cigars into his pocket. "No, thanks. I don't care much for ballpoint pens anyway." The clerk looked a little disappointed.
"Pens are kind of hard to move during summer. Guess most people think of them as Christmas presents. That's what I tried to tell the man who sold them to me. They're not real ballpoints, though."
Guaranteed to last a lifetime, Manning thought suddenly. A lifetime. Not just for a year, for a solid mile of writing, but a lifetime. Let me see one. It looked like an ordinary pen, the style obviously patterned after a Parker. There was some engraving on the clip. Manning held it up to the light and read it, a Forsyte pen. "How much?"
$2.49. Good-looking pen for that price."
"And what did you get?" Manning thought. Outside of a stainless steel clip and a fancy plastic barrel, 10-to-1 had leaked all over you the first time you clipped it in your pocket. "Did you try them out before you bought them, Jeff?"
"Sure, worked pretty good, too."
For the first few days, Manning thought sourly, and then, like the one-horse shay, it probably fell apart all at once. Wrap one up and give me a copy of the newspaper. He took the paper to the reading room of the public library at Randolph in Michigan and thumbed through it. Wheeler had missed a lot, he thought. There were Forsyte carburetors, good for 100 miles to a gallon of water. Forsyte pens, good for a lifetime. Forsyte lipsticks that would last for years. Forsyte hairbrushes with bristles that never broke. All everyday items, all with impossible claims, and all attractively cheap. Forsyte wasn't doing things in a small way, Manning thought slowly. But where did he get the goods, and who made them? And if Forsyte was a front, who for? Clark Street in the late evening was a canyon of yellow streetlights, intermingled with the flicker of red neon. Manning stood in the shadow of a storefront, watching the building across the street. The lights were out in all the windows. The building was dead. He walked around the block and came up the alley and back. A cat leaped silently off a window ledge, and Manning smiled to himself. No watchdogs. The rear door was locked but not barred, and a thin sliver of strung steel inserted between the frame and the door sprung the lock with a small click. He closed it quietly behind him, listening for any sounds in the building. There were none. He picked the lock in the Forsyte office and eased himself in. The crates and the packages were in the back room, a small filing cabinet by the window. He opened the cabinet and rifled through the two top drawers. There was nothing but mail orders from all over the country, addressed to the Forsyte Company. A small but steady volume of business over a period of about 6 months. The bottom drawer was something else again. Invoices between the Forsyte Company and the Timely Trading Corporation of Oswego City, Nuamerica. Shipments and receipted bills. Manning looked at them blankly. There wasn't any Oswego City, Nuamerica. And Forsyte didn't pay off in money. He paid off in refrigerators, and electric stoves, and furniture, and sports cars. It didn't make sense, Manning thought, unless it was some kind of cover-up. There was a rattle at the closed door, and Manning ducked behind a crate. The door swung open, and Forsyte came in, followed by another man. Forsyte flicked on the light switch and made himself comfortable at the desk. The stranger, a younger, somewhat smaller man, glanced shrewdly around the office. "You don't have much of a layout here, Forsyte." Manning watched the stranger carefully. He had the same sort of detached attitude that Forsyte seemed to have. The attitude you had when you went to a museum, Manning thought suddenly. "We know all right," Forsyte said cheerfully. "Volume of $500,000 last year." "You trade right up to the limit, don't you?" the stranger asked casually. "Right to the limit. How about you?" "Not so good. I've got a poor territory. It seems capitalism went out of style 30 years ago." Forsyte chuckled. "That's the way it goes when the corporation hands out territories. You pays your money and you takes your choice." He paused. "What did you want to see me about?" The stranger suddenly stood up. Something cold and metallic glittered in his hand. "You got a good territory, Forsyte. Better than you deserve, and much better than mine." Forsyte paled. "What do you intend to do?" The stranger's voice was menacing. "This is a rough age, Forsyte, and one of a dozen things can happen to a huckster in an age like this." There was a faint click of metal against metal, and the stranger sighted down the weapon at Forsyte, pale and sweating in the chair. Manning stood up from behind the crate. "I wouldn't if I were you." The stranger whirled. "Who are you?" "Just an interested spectator." Manning started to walk forward. "I think you ought to put that gun down." The weapon lined up with Manning's chest. "No further, please." It was quiet in the room. Forsyte was pale, his eyes darting from one to the other. The stranger's thin face was grim and a little frightened. Manning's was impassive. Of the three of them, he was the only one who didn't give a damn what happened. "Put it down, son." There was a slight muscular tensing in the stranger's hand, and Manning dropped to the floor, rolling so he hit the stranger's legs. Then the man was down, grunting heavily as he hit the floor. Manning caught the gun hand and tried to bend it back, to force the stranger to release the weapon. Then the man kneed him in the stomach, and Manning suddenly loosened his grip, gasping. The stranger ducked around Forsyte and dove for the door. Then he was gone, his footsteps echoing down the hallway. Manning got up and dusted off his pants. Forsyte was standing by the door, looking somewhat dazed by the sudden turn of events. "Maybe I should have let him finish you off," Manning said in a tired voice. "It would have saved the state money." Forsyte brushed back his hair with a shaking hand. "Thanks a lot for saving my life, Manning. I appreciate it." "Think nothing of it," Manning said cynically. "But if you're so grateful, how about telling me what this is all about? Who manufactures your goods? Who's behind you?" Forsyte shook his head. "You wouldn't believe me if I told you, Manning, and I can't tell you." "That makes a lot of sense," Manning said sourly. He started for the door. "I'm going to send the cops back to watch this place. It might be a good idea to take you into protective custody, too. Forsyte smiled faintly.
Before you leave, Manning, I'd like to give you something.
He shoved a package into Manning's hands.
Take this as a gift.
Manning slipped the small package into his pocket. He shouldn't have done that, he said tightly. Don't you know what the penalties are for bribing an agent of the government? Forsyte looked hurt.
But this isn't a bribe, Manning.
Manning laughed curtly. Tell it to a court. He slept late the next morning. He opened the package after breakfast. When he did, his face grew white and his hands trembled slightly. Forsyte had somehow guessed and rubbed it in. He looked at the small bottle closely and held it up to the light. There wasn't any such thing, of course, no matter how hard he wished there was. It was sheer quackery. A laboratory analysis would reveal a bottle of sugar water. There wasn't any doubt but what Forsyte was trying to peddle it, along with his fountain pens and carburettors. Exhibit A against the Forsyte Company, he thought. He crossed over to the telephone stand by the window. It was raining out, a summer thunder shower where the clouds boiled black against the sky, and the rain beat against the glass with 100 hands trying to force its way inside. A dull and gloomy day that went well with the way he felt. He dialed Wheeler. "Ray, how's Forsyte?" Wheeler's voice was dry.
I don't know, Fred. His office is cleaned out. He's disappeared. He's gone by the time the cops got to his office last night.
They would have to do the legwork all over again, Manning thought slowly. But it shouldn't be hard to do. Pitchmen always stayed in the same business, even if they had to get a different tent occasionally. What about the carburetor? Wheeler laughed a little bitterly.
I gave it to the kid to install in the car. He did. Claimed it actually ran on water, but that's something we'll never know for sure. Kid was in an accident this morning. Nothing happened to him, but the whole engine block is demolished. So was the carburetor.
But Wheeler's son had claimed it actually worked, Manning thought chaotically, that it was the real McCoy, and Jeff at the cigar store had claimed the pens had actually worked too. What if it was all on the level? Oswego City, Nuamerica. There wasn't any such place. Not yet there wasn't, but sometime in the future. And what better way of merchandising than selling goods at different times in history? Goods that fit right in with the times. You wouldn't want to flood the market, of course, but you could make a tidy profit. In money? Hell no. Hadn't the building agent said Forsyte was an antique dealer? Stoves, refrigerators, sports cars. In some future age, they would be valuable as antiques. Forsyte said that he'd been a huckster all his life. Where and when? Maybe hucksters like Forsyte had peddled stainless steel swords and shields to the Roman legions, and maybe a huckster had stopped by to see Gutenberg about a small matter of printing paper. And in his own age, hidden among all the ads for quack remedies and miraculous gadgets, there were a few ads that were genuine. Some people probably had carburetors that ran on water, and some office workers pens that never wore out, and maybe some high school girl used a lipstick that was going to last her the rest of her life. And a time machine would explain where Forsyte got the carburetors and other goods without having them delivered through the streets, and it explained how he got rid of the stoves and refrigerators and goods that came into his office. Manning suddenly wished that Forsyte hadn't taken off. The man had something now that would be a surefire sale, and people needed it, desperately, far more than they needed gadgets or carburetors or pens or hairbrushes. Wheeler's voice was buzzing on the phone.
What do we do with this case now, Fred?
Manning glanced out the window again. It was a beautiful day. The clouds were black velvet and the raindrops were diamonds. He looked down at the small vial in his hand. The label read, Forsyte's Cancer Cure. The real McCoy. Manning lifted the phone and spoke into it. We don't have a case anymore, Ray. He paused, then said, I just swallowed Exhibit A. End of story 2. Story 3 of The Almighty Dollar in Space. Read Reed Shirt Sci-Fi, Volume 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mr. Meek plays Polo by Clifford D. Simak. The sign read, Atomic motors repaired, busted plates patched up, rocket tubes relined. Wheeze in, wheeze out. It added as an afterthought, in shaky, inexpert lettering, refix anything. A bit bewildered but determined not to show it, Meek swung away from the signpost and gravely regarded the settlement. On the chart, it was indicated by a fairly sizable dot, but that was merely a matter of comparison. Out Saturn way, even the tiniest outpost assumes importance far beyond its size. The slab of rock was no more than 5 miles across, perhaps even less. Here, in its approximate center, were 2 buildings, both of almost identical construction, semi-spherical and metal. Out here, Meek realized, shelter was the thing. Architecture merely for architecture's sake was still a long way off. One of the buildings was the repair shop, which the sign advertised. The other, according to the crudely painted legend smeared above its entrance lock, was the Saturn Inn. The rest of the rock was landing-filled, pure and simple. Blasters had leveled off the humps and irregularities so spaceships could sit down. 2 ships now were on the field, pulled up close against the repair shop. One, Meek noticed, belonged to the Solar Health and Welfare Department, the other to the Galactic Pharmaceutical Corporation. The Galactic ship was a freighter, ponderous and slow. It was here, Meek knew, to take on a cargo of radiation moss. But the other was a puzzler. Meek wrinkled his brow and blinked his eyes, trying to figure out what a welfare ship would be doing in this remote corner of the solar system. Slowly and carefully, Meek clumped toward the squat repair shop. Once or twice he stumbled, hoping fervently he wouldn't get the feet of his cumbersome spacesuit all tangled up. The gravity was slight, next to non-existent, and one who wasn't used to it had to take things easy and remember where he was. Behind him, Saturn filled 1/10 of the sky, a yellow lemon-tinged ball, streaked here and there with faint crimson lines, and blotched with angry bright green patches. To right and left glinted the whirling, twisting, tumbling rocks that made up the inner ring, while arcing above the horizon opposed to Saturn were the spangled, glistening rainbows of the other rings. "Like dewdrops in the black of space," Meek mumbled to himself, but he immediately felt ashamed of himself for growing poetic. This sector of space, he knew, was not in the least poetic. It was hard and savage, and as he thought about it, he hitched up his gun belt and struck out with a firmer tread that almost upset him. After that, he tried to think of nothing except keeping his 2 feet under him. Reaching the repair shop's entrance lock, he braced himself solidly to keep his balance, reached out and pressed a buzzer. Swiftly, the lock spun outward, and a moment later Meek had passed through the entrance vault and stepped into the office. A dungareed mechanic sat tilted in a chair against a wall, feet on the desk, a greasy cap pushed back on his head. Meek stamped his feet gratefully, pleased at feeling Earth gravity under him again. He lifted the hinged helmet of his suit back on his shoulders. "You are the gentleman who can fix things?" he asked the mechanic. The mechanic stared. He was no hell-for-leather freighter pilot, no bewhiskered roamer of the outer orbits. Meek's hair was white and stuck out in uncombed tufts in a dozen directions. His skin was pale. His blue eyes looked watery behind the thick lenses that rode his nose. Even the bulky spacesuit failed to hide his stooped shoulders and slight frame. The mechanic said nothing. Meek tried again. "I saw the sign. It said you could fix anything, so, The mechanic shook himself. "Sure," he agreed, still slightly dazed. "Sure I can fix you up. What you got?" He swung his feet off the desk. "I ran into a swarm of pebbles," Meek confessed. "Not much more than dust, really, but the screen couldn't stop it all." He fumbled his hands self-consciously. "Awkward of me," he said. "It happens to the best of them," the mechanic consoled. "Saturn sweeps in clouds of the stuff, thicker than hell when you reach the rings. Lots of ships pulling with punches. Won't take no time." Meek cleared his throat uneasily. "I'm afraid it's more than a puncture. A pebble got into the instruments, washed out some of them." The mechanic clucked sympathetically. "You're lucky. Tough job to bring in a ship without all the instruments. Must have a honey of a navigator." "I haven't got a navigator," Meek said quietly. The mechanic stared at him, eyes popping. "You mean you brought it in alone? No one with you?" Meek gulped and nodded. "Dead reckoning," he said. The mechanic glowed with sudden admiration. "I don't know who you are, mister," he declared, "but whoever you are, you're the best damn pilot that ever took to space." "Really, I'm not," said Meek. "I haven't done much piloting, you see. Up until just a while ago, I never had left Earth. Bookkeeper for lunar exports." "Bookkeeper?" yelled the mechanic. "How come a bookkeeper can handle a ship like that?" "I learned it," said Meek. "You learned it?" "Sure, from a book. I saved my money and I studied. I always wanted to see the solar system, and here I am." Dazedly, the mechanic took off his greasy cap, laid it carefully on the desk, reached out for a spacesuit that hung from a wall hook. "Afraid this job might take a while," he said. especially if we have to wait for parts. Have to get them in from Titan City. Why didn't you go over to the inn? Tell Mo I sent you. They'll treat you right." "Thank you," said Meek, "but there's something else I'm wondering about. There was another sign out there, something about educated bugs." "Hold them," said the mechanic. "They belong to Gus Hamilton. Maybe belong ain't the right word, because they were on the rock before Gus took over. Anyhow, Gus is mighty proud of them, although at times they sure run him ragged. First year they almost drove him loopy trying to figure out what kind of game they were playing." "Game?" asked Meek, wondering if he was being hoaxed. "Sure, game, like checkers, only it ain't. Not chess, neither. Even worse than that, bugs dig themselves a batch of holes and choose up sides and play for hours. About the time Gus would think he had figured it out, they'd change the rules and throw him off again." "That doesn't make sense," protested Meek. "Stranger," declared the mechanic solemnly. "There ain't nothing about them bugs that makes sense. Gus's rock is the only one they're on. Gus thinks maybe the rock don't even belong to the solar system. Thinks maybe it's a hunk of stone from some other solar system. Figures maybe it crossed space somehow and was captured by Saturn, sucked into the ring. That would explain why it's the only one that has the bugs. They come along with it, see." "This Gus Hamilton," said Meek. "I'd like to see him. Where could I find him?" "Go over to the inn and wait around," advised the mechanic. "He'll come in sooner or later. Drops around regular, except when his rheumatism bothers him, to pick up a bundle of papers. Subscribes to a daily paper he does. Only man out there that does any reading, but all he reads is the sports section. Nuts about sports, Gus is." Chapter 2. Mo, bartender at Satin Inn, leaned his elbow on the bar and braced his chin in an outspread palm. His face wore a melancholy hangdog look. Mo liked things fairly peaceable, but now he saw trouble coming in big batches. "Lady," he declared mournfully, "you sure picked yourself a job. The boys around here don't take to being uplifted and improved. They ain't worth it either. Just ring rats, that's all they are." Henrietta Perkins, representative for Public Health and Welfare Department of the Solar Government, shuddered at his suggestion of anything so low it didn't yearn for betterment. "But those terrible feuds," she protested, "fighting just because they live in different parts of the ring. It's natural they might feel some rivalry, but all this killing, sure they don't enjoy getting killed?" "Sure they enjoy it," declared Mo. "Not being killed, maybe, though they're willing to take a chance on that. Not many of them get killed, in fact. Just a few that get sort of careless. But even if some of them are killed, you can't go messing around with that feud of theirs. If them boys out in sectors 23 and 37 didn't have their feud, they'd plain die of boredom. They just gotta have somebody to fight with. They've been fighting off and on for years." "But they could fight with something besides guns," said the welfare lady, a smirk with righteousness. "That's why I'm here, to try to get them to turn their natural feelings of rivalry into less deadly and disturbing channels, direct their energies into other activities." "Like what?" asked Mo, fearing the worst. "Athletic events," said Miss Perkins. "Tin shinny, maybe," suggested Mo, trying to be sarcastic. She missed the sarcasm. "Or spelling contests," she said. "Them fellow can't spell," insisted Mo. "Games of some sort, then. Competitive games." "Now you're talking," Mo enthused. "They take to games. Seven-toed Pete with the juices wild." The inner door of the entrance lock grated open, and a space-suited figure limped into the room. The spacesuit visor snapped up, and a brush of grey whiskers spouted into view. It was Gus Hamilton. He glared at Mo. "What in tarnation is all this foolishness?" he demanded. "Got your message, I did, and here I am. But it better be important." He hobbled to the bar. Mo reached for a bottle and shoved it toward him, keeping out of reach. "Have some trouble?" he asked, trying to be casual. "Trouble? Hell, yes," blustered Gus. "But I ain't the only one that's gonna have trouble. Somebody sneaked over and stole the injector out of my space crate. Had to borrow Hank's to get over here. But I know who it was. There ain't but one other ring rank on a rocket my injector will fit." "Bud Craney," said Mo. It was no secret. Every man in the two sections of the ring knew just exactly what kind of spacecraft the other had. "That's right," said Gus. "And I'm fixing to go over into 37 and yank Bud up by the roots." He took a jolt of liquor. I sure aim to crucify him." His eyes lighted on Miss Henrietta Perkins. "Visitor?" he asked. "She's from the government," said Mo. "Revenue-er?" "No, from the welfare outfit. Aims to help you fellas out. Says there ain't no sense in you boys in 23 all the time fighting with a gang from 37. Gus stared in disbelief. Mo tried to be helpful. "She wants you to play games." Gus strangled on his drink, clawed for air, wiped his eyes. "So that's why you asked me over here." Another of your damned peace parties. Come over and talk things over, you said, so I came. There's something in what she says, defended Mo. You ringrats been ripping up space for a long time now. Time you growed up and settled down. You're aiming on going over right now and pulverizing Bud. It won't do you any good. I'll get a heap of satisfaction out of it, insisted Gus. And besides, I'll get my injector back. Might even take a few things off Bud's ship. Some of the parts in mine are wearing kind of thin. Gus took another drink, glowering at Miss Perkins. So the government sent you out to make us respectable, he said. Merely to help you, Mr. Hamilton, she declared. To turn your hatreds into healthy competition. Games, eh? Said Gus. Maybe you got something after all. Maybe you could fix up some kind of game. Forget it, Gus, warned Mo. If you're thinking of energy guns at 50 paces, it's out. Miss Perkins won't stand for anything like that. Gus wiped his whiskers and looked hurt. Nothing of the sort, he denied. Dang it, you must think I ain't got no sportsmanship at all. I was thinking of a real sport. A game they play back on Earth and Mars. Read about it in my papers. Follow the teams, I do. Always wanted to see a game, but never did. Miss Perkins beamed. What game is it, Mr. Hamilton? Space polo, said Gus. Why, how wonderful, simpered Miss Perkins. And you boys have the spaceships to play it with? Mo looked alarmed. Miss Perkins, he warned. Don't let him talk you into it. You shut your trap, snapped Gus. She wants us to play games, don't she? Well, polo is a game, a nice respectable game. Played in the best society. It wouldn't be no nice respectable game the way you fellas would play it, predicted Mo. It would turn into mass murder. Wouldn't be one of you who wouldn't be planning on getting even with someone else once you got him in the open. Miss Perkins gasped. Why, I'm sure they wouldn't. Of course we wouldn't, declared Gus, solemn as an owl. And that ain't all, said Mo, warming to the subject. Those crates you guys got wouldn't last out the first chukker. Most of them would just naturally fall apart the first sharp turn they made. You can't play polo in ships tied up with haywire. Those broomsticks you ringrats ride around on are so used to second-rate fuel that split wide open for a squirt of high-test stuff you gave them. The inner locks grated open and a man stepped through into the room. You're prejudiced, Gus told Mo. You just don't like space polo, that's all. You ain't got no blue blood in you. We'll leave it up to this man here. We'll ask his opinion of it. The man flipped back his helmet, revealing a head thatched by white hair and dominated by a pair of outsized spectacles. My opinion, sir, said Oliver Meek, seldom amounts to much. All we want to know, Gus told him, is what you think of space polo. Space polo, declared Meek, is a noble game. It requires expert piloting, a fine sense of timing, and now you see, whooped Gus triumphantly. I saw a game once, Meek volunteered. Swell, bellowed Gus. We'll have you coach our team. But, protested Meek, but, oh, Mr. Hamilton, exulted Miss Perkins, you are so wonderful. You think of everything. Hamilton, squeaked Meek. Sure, said Gus. Old Gus Hamilton. Grow the finest doggone radiation muscle you ever clapped your eyes on. Then you're the gentleman who has bugs, said Meek. Now look here, warned Gus. You watch what you say or I'll hang one on you. He means you rock bugs, Mo explained hastily. Oh, them. Yes, said Meek. I'm interested in them. I'd like to see them. See them, said Gus. Mister, you can have them if you want them. Drove me out of house and home, they did. They're dippy of a metal. Any kind of metal, but alloys especially. Eat the stuff. They'll trump you to death heading for a spaceship. Got so I had to move over to another rock to live. Tried to fight it out with them, but they whipped me pure and simple. Moved out and let them have the place after they started to eat my shack right out from underneath my feet. Meek looked crestfallen. Can't get near them then, he said. Sure you can, said Gus. Why not? Well, the spacesuit's metal and... Got that all fixed up, said Gus. You come back with me and I'll let you have a pair of stilts. Stilts? Yeah, wooden stilts. Them dang fool bugs don't know what wood is. Seem to be scared of it, sort of. You can walk right among them if you want to, so long as you're walking on the stilts. Meek gulped. He could imagine what stilt walking would be like in a place where gravity was no more than the faintest whisper. Chapter 3. The bugs had dug a new set of holes, much after the manner of a Chinese checkerboard, and now were settling down into their respective places, preparatory to the start of another game. For a mile or more across the flat surface of the rock that was Gus Hamilton's moss garden ran a string of such game boards, each one different, each one having served as the scene of a now completed game. Oliver Meek cautiously wedged his stilts into two pitted pockets of rock, He eased himself slowly and warily across the face of a knob of stone that jutted from the surface. Even in his youth, Meek remembered, he never had been any great shakes on stilts. Here in this bucking, weaving rock, with slick surfaces and practically no gravity, a man had to be an expert to handle them. Meek knew now he was no expert. A half-dozen dents in his space armor was ample proof of that. Comfortably braced against the upjutting of stone, Meek dug into the pouch of his space gear, brought out a notebook and stylus. Flipping the pages, he stared, frowning at the diagrams that covered them. None of the diagrams made sense. They showed the patterns of 3 other boards and the moves that had been made by the bugs in playing out the game. Apparently, in each case, the game had been finished, which Meek knew should have meant that some solution had been reached, some point won, some advantage gained. But so far as Meek could see from study of the diagrams, it was not even a purpose or a problem, let alone a solution or a point. The whole thing was squirrely, but Meek told himself it fitted in. The whole Saturnian system was wacky. The rings, for example. Debris of a moon smashed up by Saturn's pole, sweepings of space, no one knew. Saturn itself, for that matter, a planet that kept man at bay with deadly radiations, but radiations that, while they kept man at a distance, at the same time served man. For here, on the inner ring, where it had become so diluted that ordinary space armor filtered them out, they made possible the medical magic of the famous radiation moss. One of the few forms of plant life found in the cold of space, the moss was nurtured by those mysterious radiations. Planted elsewhere on kindlier worlds, it wilted and refused to grow. The radiations had been analyzed, Meek knew, and reproduced under laboratory conditions. There was still something missing, some vital, elusive factor that could not be analyzed. Under the artificial radiation, the moss still wilted and died. And because Earth needed the moss to cure a dozen maladies, and because it would grow nowhere else but here on the inner ring, men squatted on the crazy swirl of spatial boulders that made up the ring. Men like Hamilton, living on rocks that bucked and heaved along their orbits like chips riding the crest of a raging flood. Men who endured loneliness, dared death when crunching orbits intersected, or when rickety spacecraft flared. Who went mad with nothing to do, with the mockery of space before them. Meek shrugged his shoulders, almost upsetting himself. The bugs had started the game, and Meek craned forward cautiously, watching eagerly, stylus pointed above the notebook. Crawling clumsily, the tiny insect-like creatures moved about, solemnly popping in and out of holes. If there were opposing sides, and if it were a game, there'd have to be. They didn't seem to alternate the moves, although, Meek admitted, certain rules and conditions which he had failed to note or recognize might determine the number and order of moves allowed each side. Suddenly there was confusion on the board. For a moment, a half-dozen of the bugs raced madly about, as if seeking the proper hole to occupy. Then, as suddenly, all movement had ceased, and in another moment they were on the move again, orderly again, but retracing their movements, going back several plays beyond the point of confusion. Just as one would do when one made a mistake working a mathematical problem, going back to the point of error and going on again from there. "Well, I'll be," Mr. Meek said. Meek stiffened, and the stylus floated out of his hand, settled softly on the rock below. A mathematical problem. His breath gurgled in his throat. He knew it now. He should have known it all the time, but the mechanic had talked about the bugs playing games, and so had Hamilton. That had thrown him off. Games? Those bugs weren't playing any game. They were solving mathematical equations. Meek leaned forward to watch, forgetting where he was. One of the stilts slipped out of position, and Meek felt himself start to fall. He dropped the notebook and frantically clawed at empty space. The other stilt went then, and Meek found himself floating slowly downward, gravity weak but inexorable. His struggle to retain his balance had flung him forward, away from the face of the rock, and he was falling directly over the board on which the bugs were arrayed. He pawed and kicked at space, but still floated down, course unchanged. He struck and bounced again. On the fourth bounce, he managed to hook his fingers around a tiny projection of the surface. Fighting desperately, he regained his feet. Something scurried across the face of his helmet, and he lifted his hand before him. It was covered with the bugs. Fumbling desperately, he snapped on the rocket motor of his suit, shot out into space, heading for the rock where the lights from the parts of Hamilton's shack blinked with the weaving of the rock. Oliver Meek shut his eyes and groaned. "Gus will give me hell for this," he told himself. Gus shook the small wooden box thoughtfully, listening to the frantic scurrying within it. "By rights," he declared judiciously, "I should take this over and dump it in Bud's ship. Get even with him for swiping my injector."
"But you got the injector back,"
Meek pointed out. "Oh, sure, I got it back," admitted Gus. "But it wasn't orthodox, it wasn't. Just getting your property back and getting even. I never did have a chance to smack Bud in the snoot the way I should have smacked him. Mo talked me into it. He was the one that had the idea the welfare lady should go over and talk to Bud. She must have laid it on thick, too, about how we should settle down and behave ourselves and all that. Otherwise, Bud never would have given her that injector." He shook his head dolefully. "This here ring ain't ever going to be the same again. If we don't watch out, we'll find ourselves being polite to one another."
"That would be awful,"
agreed Meek. "Wouldn't it, though?" declared Gus. Meek squinted his eyes and pounced on the floor, scrabbling on hands and knees after a scurrying thing that twinkled in the lamplight. "Got him!" yelped Meek, scooping the shining motop in his hand. Gus inched the lid of the wooden box open. Meek rose and popped the bug inside.
"That makes 28 of them,"
said Meek. "I told you," Gus accused him, "that we hadn't got them all. You better take another good look at your suit. The danged things burrow right into solid metal and build a hole in after them, seems like. Sneakiest cusses in the whole dang system, just like chiggers back on Earth."
"Chiggers?" Meek told him. "Burrow into a person to lay eggs."
"Maybe these things do, too," Gus contended. The radio on the mantel blared a warning signal, automatically tuning in on one of the regular newscasts from Titan City out on Saturn's biggest moon. The syrupy Chamber of Commerce voice of the announcer was shaky with excitement and pride.
"Next week," he said, "the annual Martian-Earth football game will be played at Greater New York on Earth. But in the Earth's newspapers tonight, another story has pushed even that famous classic of the sporting world down into secondary place."
He paused and took a deep breath, and his voice practically yodeled with delight.
"The sporting event, ladies and gentlemen, that is being talked up and down the streets of Earth tonight is one that will be played here in our own Saturnian system. A space polo game to be played by two unknown pickup amateur teams down in the inner ring. Most of the men have never played polo before. Few, if any of them, have even seen a game. There may have been some of them who didn't at first know what it was, but they're going to play it. The men who ride those bucking rocks that make up the inner ring will go out into space in their rickety ships and fight it out. And, ladies and gentlemen, when I say fight it out, I really mean fight it out. For the game, it seems, will be a sort of tournament, the final battle in a feud that's been going on in the ring for years. No one knows what started the feud. It has gotten so it really doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is that when men from Sector 23 meet those from Sector 37, the feud is taken up again. But that is at an end now. In a few days, the feud will be played out to its bitter end when the ships from the inner ring go out into space to play that most dangerous of all sports, space polo. For the outcome of that game will decide forever the supremacy of one of the two sectors." Meek rose from his chair, opened his mouth as if to speak, but sank back again when Gus hissed at him and held a finger to his lips for silence. "The teams are now in training," went on the newscaster, the happy lilt in his voice still undimmed, "and it is understood that Sector 23 has the advantage, at the start at least, of having a polo expert as its coach. Just who this expert is, no one can say. Several names have been mentioned, but—" "No, no!" yelled Meek, struggling to his feet, but Gus shushed him, poking a finger toward him and grinning like a bearded imp. "Bets are mountain high throughout the entire Saturnian system," the announcer was saying. "But since little is known about the teams, the odds are still even. It is likely, however, that odds will be demanded on the Sector 37 team on the basis of the story about the expert coach. The very audacity of such a game has attracted solar-wide attention, and special fleets of ships will leave both Earth and Mars within the next few days to bring spectators to the game. Newsmen from the inner worlds, among them some of the system's most famous sports writers, are already on their way.
Originally intended to be no more than a recreation project under the supervision of the Department of Health and Welfare, the game has suddenly become a solar attraction. The daily rocket back on Earth is offering a gigantic loving cup for the winning team, while the morning spaceways has provided another loving cup, only slightly smaller, to be presented to the player judged the most valuable to his team. We may have more to tell you about the game before the newscast is over, but in the meantime we shall go on to other news of solar and Meek leaped up.
He meant me, he whooped. That was he meant when he was talking about a famous coach.
Sure, said Gus. He couldn't have meant anyone else but you.
But I'm not a famous coach, protested Meek. I'm not even a coach at all. I never saw but one space polo game in all my life. I hardly know how it's played. I just know you go up there in space and bat a ball around.
You ain't going to do a blessed thing, said Gus. You ain't skipping out on us, you're staying right here and give us all the fine pointers of the game. Maybe you ain't as hard as the newscaster made out, but you're a dang sight better than anyone else around here. At least you've seen a game once, and that's more than any of the rest of us have.
But
I don't know what's the matter with you, declared Gus. You're just pretending you don't know anything about polo, that's all. Maybe you're a fugitive from justice. Maybe that's why you're so anxious to make a getaway. Only reason you stopped at all is because your ship got stoved up.
I'm no fugitive, declared Meek, drawing himself up. I'm just a bookkeeper out to see the system.
Forget it, said Gus. Forget it. Nobody around here is going to give you away if they even so much as peep or plain paralyze them. So you're a bookkeeper. That's good enough for me. Just let anyone say you ain't a bookkeeper and see what happens to him. Meek opened his mouth to speak, closed it again. What was the use? Here he was, stuck again. Just like back on Juno, when that preacher had thought he was a gunman and talked him into taking over the job of cleaning up the town. Only this time it was a space polo game, and he knew even less about space polo than he did about being a lawman. Gus rose and limped slowly across the room. Ponderously, he hauled a red bandana out of his back pocket and carefully dusted off the one uncrowded space on the mantel shelf, between the alarm clock and the tarnished silver model of a rocket ship. Yes, sir, he said. She'll look right pretty there. He backed away and stared at the place on the shelf. I can almost see her now, he said, glinting in the lamplight, something to keep me company, something to look at when I get lonesome.
What are you talking about? Demanded Meek.
That there cup the radio is talking about, said Gus. The one for the most valuable team member. Meek stammered.
But...
I'm gonna win her, Gus declared. Chapter 4. Satin Inn bulged. Every room was crowded with half a dozen to the cubicle, sleeping in relays. Those who couldn't find anywhere else to sleep spread blankets in the narrow corridors, or dozed off in chairs or slept on the barroom floor. A few of them got stepped on. Titan City's Junior Chamber of Commerce had done what it could to help the situation out, but the notice had been short. A half-dozen nearby rocks, which had been hastily leveled off for parking space, now were jammed with hundreds of space vehicles, ranging from the nifty two-man job owned by Billy Jones, sports editor of the Daily Rocket, to the huge excursion liners sent out by the three big transport companies. A few hastily erected shelters helped out to some extent, but none of these shelters had a bar and were mostly untenanted. Mole, the bartender at the inn, harried with too many customers, droopy with lack of sleep, saw Oliver Meek bobbing around in the crowd that surged against the bar, much after the manner of a cork caught in a raging whirlpool. He reached out a hand and dragged Meek against the bar.
Can't you do something to stop it?
Meek blinked at him.
Stop what? This game, said Mole. It's awful, Mr. Meek. Honestly, the crowd's got the fellas so worked up, it's apt to be mass murder. I know it, Meek agreed, but you can't stop it now. The Junior Chamber of Commerce should take the hide off anyone who even said he would like to see it stopped. It's more publicity than Saturn has gotten since the first expeditions were lost here. I don't like it, declared Moe stolidly. I don't like it either, Meek confessed. Gus and those other fellows on his team think I'm an expert. I told them what I knew about space polo, but it wasn't much. Trouble is they think it's everything there is to know. They figure they're a cinch to win, and they got their shirts bet on the game. If they lose, they'll more than likely spacewalk me.
Fingers tapped Meek's shoulders, and he twisted around. A red face loomed above him, a cigarette drooping from the corner of its lips. Here, you say you was coaching the 23 bunch. Meek gulped. "Billy Jones, that's me," said the lips with a cigarette. "Best damn sports writer ever pounded keys. Been trying to find out who you was. Nobody else knows. Treat you right." "You must be wrong," said Meek. "Never wrong," insisted Jones. "Nose for news. Smell it out. Like this. Sniff, sniff." His nose crinkled in imitation of a bloodhound, but his face didn't change otherwise. The cigarette still dangled, pouring smoke into a watery left eye. "Heard the guy call you Meek," said Jones. "Name sounds familiar. Something about Juno, wasn't it? Rounded up a bunch of crooks. Found a space monster of some sort." Another hand gripped Meek by the shoulder and literally jerked him around.
"So you're the guy,"
yelped the owner of the hand.
"I've been looking for you. I've got a good notion to smack you in the puss."
"Now, Bud," yelled Mo in mounting fear. "You leave him alone. He ain't done a thing." Meek gaped at the angry face of the hulking man, who still had his shoulder in the grip of a monstrous paw. Bud Craney, the ring rat that had stolen Gus's injector, the captain of the 37 team.
"If there was room,"
Craney grated,
"I'll wipe up the floor with you. But since there ain't, I'm just plain gonna hammer you down about halfway into it."
"But he ain't done nothing," shrilled Mo.
"He's an outsider, ain't he?" demanded Craney. "What business he got coming in here and messing around with things?"
"I'm not messing around with things, Mr. Craney," Meek declared, trying to be dignified about it. But it was hard to be dignified with someone lifting one by the shoulder so one's toes just barely touched the floor.
"All that's the matter with you," insisted the dangling Meek, "is that you know Gus and his men will give you a whipping. They'd do it anyhow. I haven't helped them much. I haven't helped them hardly at all."
Craney howled in rage. "Why, you... And then Oliver Meek did one of those things no one ever expected him to do, least of all himself.
"I'll bet you my spaceship," he said, "against anything you got."
Astonished, Craney opened his hand and let him down on the floor. "Your what?" he roared.
"I'll bet you my spaceship,"
said Meek, the madness still upon him.
"That 23 will beat you."
He rubbed it in.
"I'll even give you odds."
Craney gasped and sputtered.
"I don't want any odds," he yelped. "I'll take it even. My musspat's against your ship."
Someone was calling Meek's name in the crowd. "Mr. Meek, Mr. Meek."
"Here,"
said Meek. "What about that story?" demanded Billy Jones, but Meek didn't hear him. A man was tearing his way through the crowd. It was one of the men from 23.
"Mr. Meek," he panted, "you got to come right away. It's Gus. He's all tangled up with rheumatiz."
Gus stared up with anguished eyes at Meek. "It sneaked up on me while I slept," he squeaked. "Laid off of me for years until just now. Limped once in a while, of course, and got a few twinges now and then, but that was all. Never had me tied up like this since I left Earth. One of the reasons I never did go back to Earth. Space is good climate for rheumatiz. Cold but dry. No moisture to get into your bones." Meek looked around at the huddled men, saw the worry that was etched upon their faces.
"Get a hot water bottle,"
he told one of them. "Hell," said Russ Jensen, a hulking-framed spaceman.
"There ain't no such thing as a hot water bottle in other than Titan City." "An electric pad, then?" Jensen shook his head. "No pads, neither. Only thing we can do is pour whiskey down him. And if we pour enough down him to cure the rheumatiz, we'll get him drunk. He won't be no more able to play in that game than he is right now."
Meek's weak eyes blinked behind his glasses, staring at Gus.
"We'll lose sure if Gus can't play," said Jensen. "And me with everything I got better than our team."
Another man spoke up. "Meek could play in Gus's place."
"Nope, he couldn't,"
declared Jensen.
"The rats from 37 wouldn't stand for it."
"They couldn't do a thing about it," declared the other man. "Meek's been here 6 weeks today. That makes him a resident. 6 weeks, the law says. And all that time he's been in Sector 23. They wouldn't have a leg to stand on. They might squawk, but they couldn't make it stick."
"You certain of that?"
demanded Jensen. "Dead certain," said the other. Meek saw them looking at him, felt a queasy feeling steal into his stomach.
"I couldn't," he told them. "I couldn't do it.
You go right ahead, Oliver," said Gus. "I wanted to play, of course, so to set my heart on that cup. Had the mantelpiece all dusted off for it. But if I can't play, there ain't another soul I'd rather have playing my place than you."
"But I don't know a thing about polo,"
protested Meek.
"You told it to us, didn't you?"
bellowed Jensen.
"You pretended like you knew everything that was to know."
"But I don't," insisted Meek.
"You wouldn't let me explain. You kept telling me all the time what a swell coach I was, and when I tried to argue with you and tell you that I wasn't,
You yelled me down. I never saw more than one game in all my life, and the only reason I saw it then was because I found the ticket. It was on the sidewalk, and I picked it up. Somebody had dropped it. So you've been stringing us along, yelped Jensen. You've been making fools of us. How do we know? But you showed us wrong. You've been giving us the wrong dope. He advanced on Meek, and Meek backed against the wall. Jensen lifted his fist, held it in front of him, as if he were weighing it. I ought to bop you one, he decided. All of us ought to bop you one. Every danged man in this room has got his shirt bet on the game because we figured we couldn't lose with a coach like you. So have I, said Meek. But it wasn't until he said it that he really realized he did have his shirt bet on 23. His spaceship. It wasn't all he had, of course, but it was the thing that was nearest to his heart, the thing he had slaved for 30 years to buy. He suddenly remembered those years now. Years of bending over account books in the dingy office back on Earth, watching other men go out in space, longing to go himself, counting pennies so that he could go, spending only a dime for lunch and eating crackers and cheese instead of going out for dinner in the evening, piling up the dollars slowly through the years, dollars to buy the ship that now stood out on the field, all damage repaired, sitting, poised for space. But if 37 won, it wouldn't be his any longer. It would be Craney's. He just made a bet with Craney, and there were plenty of witnesses to back it up. Well, demanded Jensen. I will play, said Meek. And you really know about the game. You wasn't kidding us. Meek looked at the men before him, and the expression on their faces shaped his answer. He gulped again, then slowly nodded. Sure, I know about it, he lied. He didn't look quite satisfied. He glanced around, but there was no way of escape. He faced them again, back pressed against the wall. He tried to make his voice light and breezy, but he couldn't quite keep out the croak. I haven't played it much in the last few years, he said, but back when I was a kid, I was a 10-goal man. They were satisfied at that. Chapter 5. Hunched behind the controls, Meek slowly circled the Gus crate, waiting for the signal, half fearful of what would happen when it came. Glancing to left and right, he could see the other ships of Sector 23, slowly circling too, red identification lights strung along their hulls. 10 miles away, a gigantic glowing ball danced in the middle of the space field, bobbing around like a jigging lantern, and beyond it were the circling blue lights of the 37 team, and beyond them the glowing green space buoys that marked the 37 goal line. Meek bent an attentive ear to the ticking of the motor, listening intently for the alien click he had detected a moment before. Gus' ship, to tell the truth, was none too good. It might have been a good ship once, but now it was worn out. It was sluggish and slow to respond to the controls. It had a dozen little tricks that kept one on the jump. It had followed space trails too long, had plumped down to too many bumpy landings in a maelstrom of the belt. Meek sighed gustily. It would have been different if they'd let him take his own ship, but it was only on the condition that he used Gus' ship that 37 had agreed to let him play at all. They'd raised a fuss about it, but 23 had the law squarely on his side. He stole a glance toward the sidelines and saw hundreds of slowly cruising ships crammed with spectators out to watch the game. Radio ships that would beam a play-by-play description to be channeled to every radio station throughout the solar system. Newsreel ships that would film the clash of opposing craft. Ships filled with newsmen who would transmit reams of copy back to Earth and Mars. Looking at them, Meek shuddered. How in the world had he ever let himself get into a thing like this? He was out to see the solar system, not to play a polo game, especially a polo game he didn't want to play. It had been the bugs, of course. If it hadn't been for the bugs, Gus never would have had the chance to take him into that coaching business. He should have spoken out, of course, told them flat out that he didn't know a thing about polo, made them understand he wasn't going to have a thing to do with this silly scheme. But they had shouted at him, and laughed at him, and bullied him. Been nice to him, too. That was the biggest trouble. He was a sucker, he knew, for anyone who was nice to him. Not many people had been. Maybe he should have gone to Miss Henrietta Perkins and explained. She might have listened and understood, although he wasn't any too sure about that. She probably had plenty to do with starting the publicity rolling. After all, it was her job to make a showing on the jobs she did. If it hadn't been for Gus dusting off the place on the mantelpiece, if it hadn't been for the Titan City Junior Chamber of Commerce, if it hadn't been for all the ballyhoo about the mystery coach, but more especially, if it kept his fool mouth shut and not made that bet with Craney. Meek groaned and tried to remember the few things he did know about Polo, and he couldn't think of a single thing, not even some of the things he had made up and told the boys. Suddenly a rocket flared from the referee's ship, and with a jerk, Meek hauled back the throttle. The ship gurgled and stuttered, and for a moment, heart in his throat, Meek thought it was going to blow up right then and there. But it didn't. It gathered itself together and leaped, forcing Meek hard against the chair, snapping back his head. Dazed, he reached out for the repulsor trigger. Ahead, the glowing ball bounced and quivered, jumped this way and that as the ships spun in a mad melee, with repulsor beams whipping out like stabbing knives. Two of the ships crashed and fell apart like matchboxes. A third, trying a sharp turn above the field of play, came unstuck and strewed itself across 50 miles of space. Substitute ships dashed in from the sidelines, signaled by the referee's blinking light. Rescue ships streaked out to pick up the players, salvage ships to clear away the pieces. For a fleeting moment, Meek got the bobbing sphere in the crosshairs and squeezed the trigger. The ball jumped as if someone had smacked it with his fist, sailed across the field. Fighting to bring the ship around, Meek yelled in fury at its slowness. Desperately pouring on the juice, he watched with agony as a blue-lighted ship streamed down across the void, heading for the ball. The ship groaned in every joint, protesting and twisting as if in agony, as Meek forced it around. Suddenly there was a snap and the sudden swoosh of escaping air. Startled, Meek looked up. Bare ribs stood out against star-spangled space. A plate had been ripped off. Face strained behind the visor of his spacesuit, hunched over the controls, he waited for the rest of the plates to go. By some miracle they hung on. One worked loose and flapped weirdly as the ship shivered in the turn. But the turn had taken too long, and Meek was too late. The blue-lamped ship already had the ball, was streaking for the goal line. Jensen somehow had had sense enough to refuse to be sucked out of goalie position, and now he charged in to intercept. But he muffed his chance. He dived in too fast and missed with his repulsor beam by a mile at least. The ball sailed over the lighted buoys, and the first chukker was over with 37 leading by 1 score. The ships lined up again. The rocket flared from the starter's ship, and the ships plunged out. One of 37's ships began to lose things. Plates broke loose and fell away. A rocket snapped its moorings and sailed off at a tangent, spouting gouts of flame. The structural ribs came off, and he strewed themselves along like spilling toothpicks. Battered by repulsor beams, the ball suddenly bounced upward, and Meek, trailing the field, waiting for just such a chance, played a savage tune on the tube controls. The ship responded with a snap, executing a half-roll and a hairpin turn that shook the breath from Meek. 2 more plates tore off in the turn, but the ship plowed on. Now the ball was dead ahead, and Meek gave it the works. The beam hit squarely, and Meek followed through. The second chukker was over, and the score was tied. Not until he was curving back above the 37 goal line did Meek have time to wonder what had happened to the ship. It was sluggish no longer. It was full of zip, almost like driving his own sleek craft, almost as if the ship knew where he wanted it to go and went there. A hint of motion on the instrument panel caught his eye, and he bent close to see what it was. He stiffened. The panel seemed to be alive, seemed to be crawling. He bent closer and froze. It was crawling. There was no doubt of that. Crawling with rock bugs. Breath whistling between his teeth, Meek ducked his head under the panel. Every wire, every control was oozing bugs. For a moment he sat paralyzed by the thoughts that flickered through his brain. Gus, he knew, would have his scalp for this, because he was the one that had brought the bugs over to the rock where Gus lived and kept the ship. They thought, of course, they had caught all of them that were on his suit, but now it was clear they hadn't. Some of them must have gotten away and found the ship. They would have made straight for it, of course, because the allies that were in it. Why bother with the spacesuit or anything else when there was a ship around? Only there were too many of them. There were thousands in the instrument panel, and other thousands in controls, and he couldn't have brought back that many, not if it hauled them back in pails. What was it Gus had said about them burrowing into metal just like chiggers burrow into human flesh? Chiggers attacked humans to lay their eggs. Maybe. A battalion of the bugs trooped across the face of an indicator, and Meek saw they were smaller than the ones he'd seen back on Gus Rock. There was no doubt about it. They were young bugs, bugs that had just hatched out. Thousands of them, millions of them maybe. And they wouldn't be in the instruments and controls alone, but all through the ship. They'd be in the motors and the firing mechanisms, all the places where the best alloys were used. Meek wrung his hands, watching them play tag across the panel. If they'd had to hatch, why couldn't they have waited, just until the game was over anyhow? That would have been all he'd asked, but they hadn't, and here he was, with a couple of million bugs or so right smack in his lap. The rocket flared again, and the ships shot out. Bitterness chewing at him, Meek flung the ship out savagely. What did it matter what happened now? Gus would take the hide off him, rheumatism or no rheumatism, as soon as he found out about the bugs. For a wild moment he hoped he would crack up. Maybe the ship would fall apart like some of the others had. Like the old one Hosh Shay the poet had written about centuries ago. The ship had lost so many plates that even now it was like flying a space-going box kite. Suddenly a ship loomed directly ahead, diving from the zenith. Meek, forgetting his half-formed hope of a crack-up a second before, froze in terror, but his fingers acted by pure instinct, stabbing at keys. Although in the petrified second that seemed half an eternity, Meek knew the ships would crash before he even touched the keys. And even as he thought it, the ship ducked in a nerve-rending jerk, and they were skinning past, hulls almost touching. Another jerk, and more plates gone, and there was the ball directly ahead with the repulsor beam already licking out. Meek's jaw fell, and a chill ran through his body, and he couldn't move a muscle. For he hadn't even touched the trigger, and yet the repulsor beam was flaring out, driving the ball ahead of it while the ship twisted and squirmed its way through a mass of fighting craft. Hands dangling limply at his side, Meek gaped in terror and disbelief. He wasn't touching the controls, and yet the ship was like a thing bewitched. A split second later the ball was over the goal, and the ship was curving back. Repulsor beam snapped off.
"It's the bugs,"
Meek whispered to himself, lips scarcely moving.
"The bugs have taken over."
The craft he was riding, he knew, was no longer just a ship, but a collection of rock bugs, bugs that could work out mathematical equations, and now were playing Polo. For what was Polo, anyhow, except a mathematical equation, a problem of using certain points of force at certain points in space to arrive at a predetermined end? Back on Gus Rock, the bugs had worked as a unit to solve equations, and the new hatch in the ship was working as a unit, too, to solve another kind of problem. The problem of taking a certain ball to a certain point, despite certain variable and random factors in the form of opposing spaceships. Tentatively, half fearfully, Meek stabbed cautiously at a key which should have turned the ship. The ship didn't turn. Meek snatched his hand away as if the key had burned his finger. Back on the line, the ship wheeled into position of its own accord, and a moment later was off again. Meek clung to his chair with shaking hands. There was, he knew, no use of even pretending he was trying to operate the ship. There was just one thing that he was glad of. No one could see him sitting there, doing nothing. But the time would come, and soon, when he would have to do something, for he couldn't let the ship return to the ring. To do that would be to infest the other ships parked there, spread the bugs throughout the solar system. And those bugs definitely were something the solar system could get along without. The ship shuddered and twisted, weaving its way through the pack of players. More plates ripped loose. Glancing up, Meek could see the glory of Saturn through the gleaming ribs. Then the ball was over the line, and Meek's teammates were shrieking at him over the radio in his spacesuit, happy, glee-filled yells of triumph. He didn't answer. He was too busy ripping out the control wires, but it didn't help. Even while he was doing it, the ship went on unhampered and piled up another score. Apparently the bugs didn't need the controls to make the ship do what they wanted. More than likely they were in control of the firing mechanism at its very source. Maybe, and a thought curled the hair on Meek's neck, they were the firing mechanism. Maybe they had integrated themselves with the very structure of the entire mechanism of the ship. That would make the ship alive, a living chunk of machinery that paid no attention to the man who sat at the controls. Meanwhile, the ship made another goal. There was a way to stop the bugs, only one way, but it was dangerous. But probably not half as dangerous, Meek told himself, as Gus or the Junior Chamber or the 37 team, especially the 37 team, if any of them found out what was going on. He found a wrench and crawled back along the shivering ship. Working in a frenzy of fear and need for haste, Meek took off the plates that sealed the housing of the rear rocket assembly. Breath hissing in his throat, he fought the burrs that anchored the tubes. There were a lot of them, and they didn't come off easily. Rockets had to be anchored securely enough so the blast of atomic fire within their chambers wouldn't rip them free. Meanwhile, the ship piled up the score. Loose burrs rolled and danced along the floor, and Meek knew the ship was in the thick of play again. Then they were curving back, Another goal. Suddenly the rocket assembly shook a little, began to vibrate, wielding the wrench like a madman, knowing he had seconds at the most. Meek spun 2 or 3 more bolts, then dropped to the wrench and ran. Leaping for a hole from which a plate had been torn, he caught a rib, swung with every ounce of power he had, launching himself into space. His right hand fumbled for the switch of the suit's rocket motor, found it, snapped it on to full acceleration. Something seemed to hit him on the head, and he sailed into the depths of blackness. Chapter 6. Billy Jones sat in the office of the repair shop, cigarette dangling from his lip, pouring smoke into his watery eye.
"Never saw anything like it in my life," he declared. "How he made that ship go at all with half the plates ripped off is way beyond me."
The dungareed mechanic sighted along the toes of his shoes, planted comfortably on the desk.
"Let me tell you, mister," he declared, "the solar system has never known a pilot like him, never will again. He brought a ship down here with the instruments knocked out, dead reckoning. Wrote a great piece about him," Billy said. "How he died in the best tradition of space, stuff like that. The readers will eat it up. The way that ship let go, he didn't have a chance. Seemed to go out of control all at once and went weaving and bucking almost into Saturn. Then bluey, that's the end of it. One big splash of flame."
The mechanic squinted carefully at his toes.
"They're still out there, messing around," he said. "But they'll never find him. When that ship blew up, he was scattered halfway out to Pluto."
The inner lock swung open ponderously, and a space-suited figure stepped in. They waited while he snapped back his helmet.
"Good evening, gentlemen,"
said Oliver Meek. They stared, slack-jawed. Jones was the first to recover.
"But it can't be you. Your ship, it exploded."
"I know," said Meek. "I got out just before it went. Turned on my suit rocket full blast, knocked me out. By the time I come to, I was halfway out to the second ring. Took me a while to get back." He turned to the mechanic. "Maybe you have a second-hand suit you could sell me. I have to get rid of this one, has some bugs in it."
"Bugs? Oh, yes, I see. You mean something's wrong with it?"
"That's it," said Meek. "Something's wrong with it."
"I got one I'll let you have free for nothing," said the mechanic. "Boy, that was a swell game you played."
"Could I have the suit now?" asked Meek. "I'm in a hurry to get away." Jones bounced to his feet.
"But you can't leave. Why, they think you're dead. They're out looking for you. And you won the cup. The cup is the most valuable team member."
"I just can't stay," said Meek. He shuffled his feet uneasily. "Got places to go, things to see. Stayed too long already."
"But the cup."
"Tell Gus I won the cup for him. Tell him to put it on that mantelpiece in the place he dusted off for it." Meek's blue eyes shone queerly behind his glasses. "Tell him maybe he'll think of me sometimes when he looks at it." The mechanic brought the suit. Meek bundled it under his arm, started for the lock, then turned back. "Maybe you, gentlemen."
"Yes,"
said Jones. "Maybe you can tell how many goals I made. I lost count, you see."
"You made 9,
said Jones. Meek shook his head. "Must be getting old," he said. "When I was a kid, I was a 10-goal man." Then he was gone, the lock swinging shut behind him. End of story 3.
Story 4 of The Almighty Dollar in Space. Ed Reed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 6.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Zloor for Your Trouble, by Mack Reynolds. I was sitting on the cot in the little room at the rear of my hangarage, where I keep my equipment and most of my trophies, and cleaning my .257 Roberts, when the knock came at the door. It was a sharp, decisive knock. Then the door opened, and I saw Wesley Marks for the first time. It didn't excite me. He said, "Mr. Napoleon Prescott?" I began to say, "Everybody calls me Nap," but then I didn't. There was something about this guy that didn't click with me. Say what you will against snap judgments, I still take my love at first sight and enmity often the same way. For one thing, he gave me the impression of looking for trouble. He was about 6'2" and had what he obviously thought was an aristocratic face. His nose was the type that used to be called Roman, and looked like it'd be honey to punch. He was dressed like a million, which didn't particularly impress me either. I'm on the rugged side myself, red-headed and homely to boot.
He took in the rifle I was cleaning, and his eyebrows went up questioningly. "Collector?" he asked. Somehow or other he managed to put over the impression that he thought I didn't have the intellect to have a hobby. "Not exactly," I told him. "This is a tool, not a collector's item." There was almost a laugh in his voice now. "You mean you use that relic in your work?" I put the gun down, told myself to take it easy, then said, "They've made a lot of developments in weapons since this rifle was popular, but it still has advantages on certain types of jobs. For instance, if I was after a Kodiak bear up in the Alaska National Park." He snorted. "I'd take a bazooka rifle and be sure who came out on top." "Sure you would," I told him. "And there wouldn't be enough bear left to feed your dogs. I usually work for a zoo or a museum. They either want the animal alive or in good mounting condition. I admit that they've got guns now that one man can carry that'd sink one of the old-time battleships. Okay, but in my line I seldom need one." He didn't like my tone of voice, but he dropped the point and began looking around for a place to sit. I hadn't asked him to sit down, and I didn't now. I said, "Was there something I could do for you?" "I wanted to hire you for a rather lengthy period," he told me. "I'm all booked up for the next 6 months. This is something rather special." It always is when somebody wants you to cancel a job with a regular client. He didn't like me any better than I liked him. That was obvious. He said, "This comes under the heading of working for the government." I told him, "There are other professional hunters, some of them nearly as good as I am." The last was sarcastic. "Possibly better," he said, "but none of them are your size." I could feel my face approaching the color of my hair at that one. "Keep my size out of it," I snapped. I indicated with a thumb a little statuette on my desk. "The guy my mother named me after was pint-sized, too. He got along all right." He looked over at Bonaparte. He said. "Napoleon was a big name once, but he's only a bust now." "Listen," I told him. "You're asking for a bust yourself. Why don't you run along? I'm busy." He ignored me, found a chair that had nothing but a few magazines on it, tossed them to the floor, and sat down. "Your name was brought up because you're the smallest professional hunter on Earth. It'd save a few thousand credits in getting you to Mars and back." That stopped me. "What in Kurt are you talking about?" I growled. "The government wants a specimen, at least one, of a Zloor." "A what?" "A Zloor," he repeated. "A small Martian animal." I scowled at him. "And just why does the government want a Zloor?" "That's a secret." "Okay, I'll tell you another secret. Somebody else can catch the government as law. I've never been off Earth, and I haven't any particular hankering to go now." I picked up the .257 Roberts again and reached for my oil can. He got to his feet, something just this side of a sneer on his face, and said, "I doubt if you could have got one anyway." I said easily, "If anyone else could catch it, I could." He reached for the doorknob. "I'd lay 1,000 credits against that," he said. He began to leave. "Wait a minute, buddy," I snapped. "Are you just sounding off wherever you got 1,000 credits you don't care what happens to?" He turned and faced me. "I am willing to wager 1,000 credits that you can't capture a Zloor. How big are they?" "About the size of a rabbit." I glowered at him. "They're very fast, or very poisonous, or what?" He shrugged. "They can't run quite as fast as a common Terran hare, and I understand they're quite gentle." "And why haven't they been captured?" "Among other things, Napoleon," he rolled my name over his tongue as though he got a big laugh from it, "there have been only a few hundred persons in all that have gone to Mars. Few of them, to my knowledge, have been interested in the life forms there. The expense of freight in space is much too high for Terran zoos to transport Martian life forms, particularly alive, considering the cost of duplicating in the spacecraft the living conditions necessary to—" "All right," I snapped. "Just a minute." I picked up the Viso-phone and dialed rapidly. In seconds, Jerry Mason's friendly pan lit up the screen. "Listen, Jerry," I said. "Have you ever heard of a Martian's law?" His eyebrows went up. "Sure. What? Are they particularly fast?" "No, of course not, but—" "Are they dangerous?" He grinned, but he was still puzzled. "I'd say they're about the least dangerous animal I've ever heard of. But Nap, just one more question, Jerry. I'm in a hurry. Do you think I could catch one?" "I can't think of anything you could catch easier." He started to give off one of his short bursts of laughter. "But thanks, Jerry," I told him. "See you later." I snapped off the set and turned back to Wesley Marks. "All right, Answer just one question, and I'll take up that bet of yours. What's secret about this? If I tell you, you'll take on the job? The job and the 1,000-credit bet, I grated. Very well. It is suspected that the Zloor is an alien life form. I stared at him. Are you around the corner? I demanded. Of course it's an alien life form. Didn't you just say it's a Martian animal? But some authorities think it is alien to this solar system. At least they suspect so. That's why the government wants a specimen to dissect and thoroughly investigate. They haven't the facilities on Mars, of course, so it will be necessary to bring one back here. I still stared at him. Alien to the solar system. Your roof must be leaking. How would it get here? A sudden suspicion hit me. You mean it's intelligent? I thought there wasn't any intelligent life forms on Mars. He shook his head. It's a stupid herbivorous animal. He shot a glance down at his watch. The shuttle for the space station leaves in 3 hours. Can you make it? I glared at him. You give me plenty of time, don't you? I'll make it all right, but first I want this bet down in writing. Of course, he said smoothly. I had to hustle plenty. The Zloor wasn't any bigger than a rabbit, and I knew that life forms on Mars were in general small, so I took nothing larger than my little carbine-sized .22 Hornet, another gun that Wesley Marks probably would have sneered at, but which I wouldn't have traded for all the automatics you could shake a stick at. I didn't take much else. No clothes, except the shorts I wore when I climbed into the shuttle rocket for the space station. When Marks said freight rates in space were high, he just wasn't whistling terror forever. I could buy clothes and any other equipment I needed a good deal cheaper on Mars than the cost of transporting them there would come to. For one thing, when anybody left the colony planet to come back to Terra, they invariably left behind everything in the way of clothing and personal equipment. For another, a certain amount of these things were being manufactured on Mars from native raw materials in an attempt to escape the murderous space rates. After the 4G's acceleration had cut off and we were in freefall, I took the opportunity to read the contract I'd hurriedly signed with Wesley Marks. On thorough reading, the contract didn't seem too bad. All my expenses to and from Mars were paid by Marks. I also got 5 credits a month in the way of salary. No fortune, but average pay for a Terran worker. If I caught a Zloor and brought it back alive, I got a 500 credit bonus. If I brought 2 back alive, a 700 credit bonus. If I brought a dead one back, I got a 300 bonus. Wesley Marks didn't seem to be interested in getting more than one dead one, since there wasn't any provision for a larger number. He'd given me to understand that this job was for the government, but from the way the contract read, I was working for the Marks Enterprises. That irritated me for a minute or so, but I finally shrugged it off. He probably had a government contract to secure one of the things. I still couldn't figure out what his angle was, but I knew there must be one. Too much money was involved to make this a routine assignment, such as I usually work on for the zoos. Evidently, Marks ran some sort of expediting outfit which took on off-trail contracts. At this point, I might do a little in the way of describing my trip to the space station, which circles Terra, and is used as a take-off point to Luna and the other planets. I might go on and tell of my journey from there to the space station in orbit about Mars, and then further still of my shuttling down to Fort Mars and my first impressions of landing there, of the 1/6 gravity, the thin air, the plastic dome which covers the whole little city. But the trouble is that 100 people, a lot quicker with a dictotyper than I am, have already done the job. I'll just leave that part of it and take up with my first contact with my fellow Terrans on Mars. One of the old gags is to the effect that when Greek meets Greek, they start a restaurant. Okay, maybe, but I do know this, that when man in general starts up a new colony, one of the first buildings he puts up is a bar. At any rate, as soon as I was settled at the Biltless Hotel, the name, of course, is a gag, but the place lived up to it. I made my way to Sam's. Now, there's something that invariably happens to people who get around. It's happened to you, if you're one of us. Maybe you're walking through the Congo Game Preserve, figuring there isn't another man, white or otherwise, within 100 kilometers. Suddenly you run into another party, and somebody yells, "Hello, Nap, what in Kurt are you doing here?" The last time you saw him was in San Francisco. Or maybe you're doing some solitary drinking in some obscure bar in Guatemala. The guy next to you looks over and says, "Say, aren't you Nap Prescott, the brother of—" And of course you are. Well, that was it. I hadn't any more got up to the bar and told Sam, "Let me have some of this Martian woji I've been hearing so much about," when I heard somebody yelp, "It's Nap! I'll be a grinning macron if it isn't Nap!" I turned around, and there was Mike Holliday, as big as life and twice as drunk. He waddled his bulk over to me. Mike always waddles when he's soused from the table where he'd been sitting.
"By the holy jumping Wodo," he crowed, "I'll bet my left arm you came to get us Zloor."
I'd been grinning and holding out my hand to clasp his, but that stiffened me. He saw it and began to laugh uproariously.
"Another joiner of the club," he yelped. "Come on over and meet your fellow members. You got one of them Wesley contracts, too?"
That did it. I went over and met the boys. Mike Holliday wasn't the only acquaintance of mine in Fort Mars. In fact, it was like a convention of the outstanding professional hunters of Earth. They all shouted their greetings, some of them laughing so hard tears rolled down their cheeks. Evidently they got a big kick every time a newcomer was added to their ranks. I shook hands with some, but most were too hilarious to go through the ceremony. Blackie Conover yelled, "I'll bet anybody 2-1 he bought a .22 Hornet to shoot himself as Zloor. 2-1.
"Don't we look like suckers?"
Mike yelled back at him. I sank into a chair and took it for a while. "I can wait," I growled at them. "Sooner or later somebody will get around to telling me what goes on."
"He can wait," he says.
Doughbelly fairly yelped in delight.
"Brother, he ain't just a whistling terror forever. He can wait. Bring on the Woji. Start the initiation."
I woke up in the morning in Mike Holliday's apartment. I groaned and told myself that I was sworn off of Woji for all time. I didn't know then that Terracide liquor sold for 10 credits a bottle. Mike was grinning down at me.
"You'll get used to Woji," he said.
"I should live so long," I moaned. Then I sat up suddenly in the bed. "You guys wouldn't tell me anything last night," I said. He was still grinning.
"It's part of the initiation into the Zloor Club. What do you want to know, Nap?"
I swung my feet over the side of the bed and came to a sitting position. I groaned and shook my head in an attempt to clear it. "What are half the professional hunters I know doing on Mars?" He spun a chair around so that the back faced me and straddled it, his arms resting on the top rung.
"Same thing you are, Nap, being suckers for that macro on Wesley Marks."
I started to say something now, but he interrupted me with a wave of a hand.
"This is what it boils down to. Marks has a contract with some branch of the government to bring back one or more Zloors, and don't ask me why he doesn't go out and catch one himself. He's tried."
"He has, eh?"
"Yeah, he has. Had a whole crew up here. What makes it nice for him is that he's on a cost-plus basis. If he never succeeds, it'll still be money in his pocket. If he does, he gets a whopping big bonus. Every time he sends another man up here to take a crack at getting a Zloor, he makes money. No doubt the way he told you the story, you'd think you were the only one trying."
I snorted. "He told me I'd been picked because I was the smallest pro hunter in the game." Mike Holliday grinned.
"He picked me because I was so big. I could stand the rigors on life on Mars," he said.
"Well, if it's a racket, why doesn't everybody go home on the next ship?"
"Probably the same reason you won't. That shopper made me so sore I bet him 500 credits I could catch a Zloor."
"I bet him 1,000, I groaned. Mike whistled.
"Where'd you ever get 1,000 credits, Nap?"
"I broke into my piggy bank," I growled. "It's every cent I had in the world."
"Well, we're all in the same boat. He made bets with all the boys. If we go back, we lose. As long as we stay here, we make 5 credits a month, plus expenses. And besides, all of us are just conceited enough to think we can figure out eventually how to get one of those things home."
"Now we're getting to the point," I told him. "What's so hard about catching a Zloor?" He began to grin again.
"Nothing," he said. "And that's all I'll tell you now. Go out and find the gruesome details yourself."
I went over to the wash basin and filled the bowl and dipped my head into the water. I didn't say anything else to him until I'd dried myself and climbed into my clothes. "All right," I said then. "What do I go to see about getting equipment and men for an expedition to the Zloor country?" He laughed.
"All you need in the way of equipment is your feet. That is, besides a plastic oxygen mask when you leave the dome." He pointed out the window. "Just head for the nearest rocky area. There's lots of it. You won't have any trouble finding a Zloor. In fact, they're numerous. No natural enemies."
I scowled at him. "What keeps them down, then?"
"Insufficient forage, I guess. You'll see."
I picked up my .22 Hornet rifle and started for the door. No time like the present, I began to say. Mike was still grinning in the irritating manner he'd been displaying ever since the night before.
"You won't need that gun," he told me.
"I'll just take it along anyway," I snapped. After leaving the dome through one of the airlocks, I headed out onto the surface of Mars, weighted down with my leaded boots, standard equipment for cutting down some of the effect of the 1/6 gravity of the planet. Over to the westward, possibly 3 miles away, seemed to be a barren, rocky area.
I knew that Mike Holliday wouldn't have deliberately lied to me. That was where Zloors were to be found. I made my way in that direction. About the size of a rabbit, I muttered, and half the hunters on Earth can't bring one back. I made the rocky area and found myself a suitable prominence from which to look around. In less than 15 minutes, I'd spotted one of the things. They were about the size of a rabbit, all right, and what was more, they looked considerably like one of the Earth-type rodents, long ears, knob of a tail. I watched it for some time through the small glass I'd borrowed from Mike. It was evidently eating the bark, and possibly the wood as well, of a stunted, rugged-looking Martian tree which seemed to be growing out of an almost solid rock. The boys had said there were a lot of Zloors around here, so I didn't have to worry about conversion. I took up the rifle, aimed carefully through the scope, and squeezed the trigger. I was interested, eventually, in getting a live Zloor, but it wouldn't hurt to have a closer look at one of the things to help me in planning my campaign. The gun snapped, and I could see the tiny bullet spank into the little animal's side. It got him. But something didn't look right. I took up the telescope again and peered through it. The Zloor was still eating. It stopped me. I could have sworn that I'd hit it, right amidships. I aimed even more carefully this time, for its head, and squeezed gently. That shot, too, hit dead center. But the Zloor didn't bother to stop its feeding. I sat there a long time staring at it. Finally, I snorted inwardly. Obviously, this was what had been stopping the others. This animal had some very effective natural body armor. Well, there is more than one way of skinning a Zloor, as well as a cat. I picked up the rifle and headed down toward the tree and the animal that was devouring it, figuring to get as close as possible with the idea of getting a really good look at the bulletproof beastie. I wished now that I'd bought my .257 Roberts instead of the .22 Hornet. At first I was careful in my approach, slipping from cover to cover, but as I got closer it became evident that the Zloor wasn't particularly timid, and that as far as it was concerned I could come as near as I wanted. I stood off about 5 feet and watched it for a long time. Once it looked up and over at me, but then went back to the tree, in which it was making a respectable hole. I tried once again with the rifle, aiming carefully right behind its ear. The gun snapped, and the bullet thudded, but the Zloor ignored it. "Holy Wodo," I snorted. "He's really bulletproof." In fact, he was more than just bulletproof. The shock of the impact of the high-powered .22 hadn't even bothered him. It wasn't just a matter of the bullet's inability to penetrate the hide. Well, I told myself, let's see just how close I can come before it runs off. I walked up to him cautiously. He didn't move. In my surprise, I even prodded him gently with my shoe. He still didn't move. He looked up at me again, his eyes a wistful yellowish color, then went back to his meal. I shook my head, wondering if I was still suffering from the effects of the Woji binge or what. This was just too easy. Maybe it was a sick one or something. I reached down and grasped it by the ears and started to pick it up. Have you ever tried to pick up something and found out it either weighed considerably more or was fastened to the floor? That's what happened to me. With Martian gravity, what it is, I figured it'd have the weight of possibly 1 Earth pound of lift. Instead, I nearly broke my back, and the Zloor still didn't budge. I put more pressure to bear, all my strength, and the Zloor complacently went on eating. Hands on hips, I stood above the rabbit-like animal and stared at it. Finally I muttered, "More than one way to bring home a Zloor," and taking my gun by the barrel I swung it viciously down to the gentle-looking little animal, feeling like a heel as I did it. I might have saved my feelings, because 2 seconds later I was gazing wide-eyed at the shattered stock of my rifle, and the Zloor was still eating away at the tree. I tried just one more experiment before I called it a day. I put the rifle barrel under him and tried to pry him off the ground. The Zloor still ignored me, but the steel barrel bent under the pressure. The animal hadn't budged. Without knocking, I walked back into Mike Holliday's room. He was lying stretched out on the bed, his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling. He didn't need to look at me. He said, "Nap, you're now a fully-fledged member of the Zloor Club." "What does one of those things weigh?" I snapped. "Hey, redhead," he grunted, "don't take it out on me. I didn't invent them. As far as I know, nobody's ever weighed one, but it's estimated that they go at about 5 tons here on Mars, 6 times that on Earth. That's insane." "Sure is. That's why the government wants one so badly. It just isn't natural for such an animal to develop in the solar system, or anywhere else." He got up on one elbow and grinned over at me. The theory is that it's a life form from some planet belonging to a white dwarf star. Some time ago, a guy named Adams at the Mount Wilson Observatory back on Earth estimated that the density of some of the white dwarfs was 2,000 times greater than platinum. I'm not much up on it myself. I scowled down at him. How'd it get here? He's serious now. That's the reason the government wants one so badly, Nap. They want to get it to their laboratories and find out everything they can. There only seems to be one possibility, though. What's that? If it is alien to the solar system and from a white dwarf's planet, it might have been brought here deliberately and left as a guinea pig. I began to say something there, but he held up a hand to stop me. Possibly an exploring spaceship from an alien planet was looking for colony sites. When it got to our solar system, it left some of these animals with the idea of coming back in a few thousand years or so to see if the Zloors were able to adapt themselves to the conditions existing here. I ran my tongue over suddenly dry lips. You mean if the Zloors can live in our solar system, then these more intelligent aliens would figure they could use our sun system for a colonizing project? He nodded. Holy Wodo, I said. No wonder they want some specimens to work on back on Earth. He relaxed again. Well, at the rate we're going, it'll be a long time before Earth laboratories ever have the opportunity to mess around with our pal, the Zloor. I got a chair and sat down facing him and said seriously, Mike, brief me on what you and the other fellows have tried. You don't have to ask. That goes with membership in the club. He grinned. Among other things, we tried building a steel box around one of them, with the idea of putting wheels on it later. That sounds good. Uh-huh. The trouble was that when the Zloor felt like moving, he walked right through the side of the steel box, like you or I walk through a wall of tissue paper. How about poisoning one, I rapped. You could get a dead one back a lot easier than— They don't poison, he said. And from what we can figure, they're practically immortal. We've never found a dead one. What do you mean they don't poison? Just that, Nap. That animal can eat anything organic and thrive on it. Evidently no poison that nature has ever produced affects it. At least none of us have been able to dream one up.
How about narcotics? Something to dope it? He shook his head. To begin with, some of these Martian plants produce narcotic effects that make the products of our poppy look like food for babies. But the Zloor takes them in its stride. It's really got a cast-iron stomach. We've never been able to locate anything it won't eat and enjoy eating. I didn't say anything for a long time. Then, a bazooka rifle will kill one.
Sure, he said, and splatter it around the scenery at the same time. The laboratories need a good specimen.
There was another long silence. Finally I said, Why in the name of Wodo don't they sink into the ground if they weigh as much as all that?
They would, only they make a point of walking on rock. That must be one of the things that limits their spreading even more widely. They have to be able to forage on ground that supports very little vegetation.
You could lift one with a derrick? He said,
This is the 5th time I've been through this. Every guy that Wesley Mark sends up here asks the same questions. Sure, you could lift it with a derrick if the derrick was big enough. Do you have any idea of what it'd cost to bring a derrick of that size to Mars? And that's not the only thing either. These Zloors are gentle as lambs, but they hate to be confined against their will. That derrick could have to have some awfully strong equipment to keep the Zloor from breaking loose and ambling off. There's other angles there, too. Suppose your derrick did lift him into the shuttle. When you got the shuttle up to the space station, how'd you move the Zloor from the shuttle to the station, and then from the station to the rocket for Terra?
He got up from the bed and went over to a little table to return with a bottle and a couple of glasses. He poured 2 drinks and handed me one.
Here, he said, you look like you could use a quick one. Ever have a dog that's going to bite Kurt out of you before you ever leave Mars?
I grated. I could stand the rest of it, but what burns me up is that Macron Wesley Marks. Here he is getting rich on the project. Besides what he makes from the government, he's bet every one of us so much that we'll all be out of our life savings when we go back.
Brother Knapp, you have said it,
Mike Holliday said feelingly. He tilted the glass to his lips and drank deeply. I was right behind him. It was more than 2 years later when I walked into the office of Wesley Marks. I noted with pleasure that he still looked as aristocratic as ever.
Ah, he said, Mr. Napoleon Prescott. As I recall, the last time we met, you objected to my calling your namesake a bust. Don't tell me that we have an additional bust in.
I loved it. I loved every word of it, and he must have seen that I did.
What are you grinning about?
He barked. It was the first time I'd seen his poise disturbed.
Frankie, I told him, is at the spaceport right now. Johnny will be down on the next shuttle. As you can imagine, the shuttle was pretty well strained to capacity to bring even one at a time. It was no trouble in space, of course, since they were weightless in free fall, but entering the gravitational, he put his hands on the top of the desk and half came to his feet. His eyes were wide. Who are Frankie and Johnny?
I feigned surprise. Frankie and Johnny are sweethearts. A couple of Zloors, in this case. Remember? You sent me for them. I thought a male and a female would be best. He slumped back in his chair. You aren't lying? I didn't say anything. How did you do it? With peach pits, I said. Peach pits? Peach pits. They like apricot pits, too, and sometimes prune seeds. What in the world are you talking about, Prescott? Have you lost your mind? He opened the humidor on his desk, took out a cigar, smelled it, bit off the end, lit it, and took a deep puff before answering him. I settled down into a comfortable chair and pointed the lighted end of the cigar in his direction. Between one or the other of us, we had tried everything. Everything. I realized finally that it would have to be an entirely different approach. I took another satisfying drag on a cigar, then went on. I tried lettuce, cabbage, corn, string beans, everything, in fact, that the hydroponic tanks on Mars could supply in the way of Earth-type food. None of it worked. What in hell are you talking about? Mark splurted. I ignored him. Finally it came to me. Lettuce and the other vegetables I offered would be too light for them. I tried walnut hulls and then peach pits, and that worked like a charm. You must be insane. You don't seem to understand, Mark, so I told him. There was no other way of getting a Zloor on board an Earthbound rocket, so I made pets of a couple of them. They love peach pits, regular delicacy for them, I added reflectively. You'd be surprised how well trained I've got Frankie and Johnny. I'll hate to give them up. I tapped the ash of the cigar off on his heavy carpet and said, however, business is business. Let's see. By our contract, you owe me 5 credits for each month I've been gone, plus a 700 credit bonus for bringing back 2 live Zloors. Then there's that 1,000 credit wager we made. He snapped on his inter-office communicator and growled instructions to his secretary to find out whether or not I had brought back 2 live Zloors in the Mars rocket. We sat there silently while she checked. I puffed on a cigar with appreciation and dropped the ashes, pointedly, on the floor. He was irritated, but wouldn't give me the satisfaction of complaining. I knew I was being childish, but I loved it. The inter-office communicator buzzed, and he listened to his secretary's report, then reached down into his desk for a checkbook. He said while he was writing it, I'm sure you'll be pleased to know, Prescott, that in spite of this sum I'm giving you, I'll still make a comfortable profit on this deal. I took the check and examined it carefully. I told him, but I wouldn't be very surprised if a good deal of that profit is going to be melting away. Eh? What you mean? He snapped. I told him. The other boys up on Mars are still well equipped with peach pits. They're all making pets, too. The next few rockets from Mars are going to be loaded with Zloors, Wesley, old man. You're going to have a flock of bets to pay off, and besides that, I'm wondering if the government is going to want that many Zloors. As I understand it, 2 is all that they contracted for with you. Of course, you'll have to pay the boys for them. He didn't say anything as I left, fanning the check to dry it, but he looked as though he'd met his Waterloo. End of story 4.
Story 5 of The Almighty Dollar in Space. Ed Reed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 6.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Headhunters of Nuamerica by Stanton A. Coblentz.
There was a stunned sensation in Downey's head as he slowly regained consciousness. He had the feeling of one who has been drugged or sandbagged, and for a moment he couldn't quite recall where he was or what had happened to him. He was only aware of a dull hammering sound from somewhere in the distance, and aware also of the aching pain and the stiffness in every joint and muscle of his body. It seemed to him at first that his eyelids were glued together and would never open, and when at length he forced them apart, he realized that he was in darkness, except for a faint light that slowly widened at the further end of a narrow gallery. A low moan from just ahead of him caused him to reach out, and, more by feeling than by sight, he recognized the slim form sprawled full length on the floor. Judith Barclay. As this name flashed across his mind, recollection came back with a great leap, and his tortured brain reconstructed the scenes of the last hour or two. The announcement of the outbreak of war, followed almost immediately by the appearance of the raiding planes. His appeal to Judith, when for the 20th time she had shrugged her thin shoulders and refused him. Then the alarm, and their flight together through the panicky crowds towards the air raid shelters. Their terrified halt when a bomb plowed up the street just before them, and their dash into an immense section of concrete pipe where some construction work was underway. And finally, the thudding sound of a concussion, Judith's scream, and darkness. "Well, by thunder, that shot pretty near got us," he reflected, scarcely wondering at the changed appearance of the pipe, which he attributed to the explosion. Then, as he reached out and felt for the girl's arm, he asked, "How are you, Jude? Hurt?"
"No, I'm all right, Mort," she answered weakly. "Only a little funny in the head."
He glanced out along the tapering dimness of the pipe and saw the light at the further end slowly widening. At the same time, the noise of renewed hammering came to his ears. "Well, the rescuers are getting here pretty quick," he remarked. "Guess the raid's over."
"Thank heaven," she sighed. I don't think this was a very wise place to choose, Mort."
He bit his lip, wondering why, even in their present grim location, her least remark should have the power to torture him.
Don't you smell something peculiar? A little like ether,"
she went on in faltering tones, while he, as the light at the end of the gallery brightened to a glare, tottered to his hands and knees, and then fell back to the floor of the tube, feeling sick in the head. "There's something wrong with the air, by Christopher," he muttered, and then cried out in astonishment. "Say, you see that?" By the bright light at the end of the gallery, two figures were visible. Two men wearing clothes like Scottish kilts, bright crimson and emerald-hued, and with bare arms and knees. Over the lips and nostrils of each was a drooping, scarlet-tubed apparatus, a little like a gas mask, though different from any gas mask that Downey had ever seen. And in the hand of the foremost was a minute shining stick, from which suddenly a dazzlingly white searchlight ray shot out, illuminating the two trapped persons, as if by a blaze of sunlight. Downey thought that the strangers started back in surprise, but all that he was certain of was that, after a second, they were motioning him to come out of the tube. This Downey was able to do only very slowly, while helping the girl, who was tightly clutching at a large beaded handbag. So painful was their progress that the man's mind, still dazed, had little chance to reflect on their rescuer's appearance. Doubtless the strangers were vaudeville performers who, caught by surprise, had had no time to change their costumes. But when Downey finally came to the end of the tube and stared out, he gasped and staggered, clutched one hand to his forehead, and sank full length to the ground in reeling bewilderment. Surely the shock had turned his mind. The long marble lines of the government buildings, which had dominated the scene only a short while before, they were no longer to be seen. The sandstone mansions of Bannerton Row, just to his left, had vanished. He was in the midst of a wide park, featured by gnarled old elms 100 feet high, where there had not been even a sapling. But if this were only a nightmare, why did Judith share it? For her dazed exclamations showed that her eyes told the same story. As they breathed the clean air outside the tube, the hazes cleared rapidly from their minds. The strength seemed all at once to course back to their limbs, and they were able to rise to their feet. But each second only added to their befuddlement. The red and green-clad men were but 2 out of a score. All wore kilted costumes, with bare arms and knees, and all were arrayed in bright colors, purple and gold, chrome yellow, crimson and milky white, and all had crowded around them with wild exclamations, calling out in high-pitched tones that neither of them could at first understand. At length from amid the din 2 cries made themselves evident, shrilling in a strange accentuation. "Who are you? Who are you? Where do you come from? Where do you come from?" To this Downey replied, in a voice that sounded cracked and broken even to his own ears. "Who are you? Who are you? Where do you come from?" His answer was an outburst of laughter, which, beginning in a low ripple, gradually rose to an uproarious crescendo. This demonstration was checked by the arrival of a tall blue and orange-clad individual, who stood out from the others, owing to a large gemmed silver star that crossed his bald pate. Raising his left arm authoritatively, the newcomer instantly silenced the crowd and stepped towards Downey and the girl, spoke in slow, crisp tones that were quite understandable, despite their foreign ring. "Better tell us, sir, where do you come from? I understand you were both found among the ruins." "Yes, I guess that's right," Downey replied. "That is the ruins of the bombing raid."
Bombing raid? Several voices caught him up sharply. Bombing raid? And the men turned to one another with muttered exclamations, while one or two put their hands significantly to their heads.
I do not know what you mean, sir, said the star-crowned one. Must I tell you we are a civilized people, and have no bombing raids for 300 years?
Downey grumbled something beneath his breath, thinking this a poor time for jesting, but incisively over all rose the voice of Judith.
If you have had no bombing raids for 300 years, then what year is this? Didn't we go through a raid only a little while ago?
The starred one cast Judith a piercing glance, and replied contemptuously,
I suppose, then, you've forgotten this is the year 314. That is 314 by the new reckoning, another voice explained. 2270 if we prefer the medieval calendar.
Downey and the girl stared at one another, dumbfounded. Could it be that they had slept for more than 3 centuries?
Do not forget, the starred one continued, fixing Downey with a severe scowl, we have yet to account for your presence here. A few days ago, digging among the ruins left by the savages in their war hundreds of years ago, we came across a big concrete tube which, on being opened, gave out fumes that produced temporary unconsciousness in the investigators. Later, as they worked with gas masks, you two were noticed within. It is evident that you entered some time after the first opening was made, while the workers lay drugged by the fumes. But where did you come from? That is what we cannot understand.
Downey's mind reeled. An explanation, amazing and yet barely possible, had flashed over him. What if the impact of the explosion had sealed both ends of the concrete tube where he and Judith had sought refuge? What if the tube had been buried beneath the earth, to remain there for centuries? What if the poison gas released by the bombs had entered their retreat, too diluted to kill them, and yet strong enough to produce suspended animation? He remembered reading of a new war gas which could cause precisely that effect, and he knew that such substances did exist in nature, as, for example, the paralyzing fluid which the hunting wasp injects into the spider to keep it indefinitely alive, though seemingly lifeless. If such a poison could operate for weeks or months, what was there to prevent it from being effective for a year, for 10 years, even for 300 years? Then might this not be what had happened to Judith and himself? In their profound unconsciousness, time would have no meaning for them. Generation after generation might be born, grow to maturity in old age, and pass away while they slept their dreamless sleep, to be awakened at last when the opening of their tomb had released the poisoned fumes and let in some pure air. By some swift intuition, Downey felt sure that this was what had happened. But his new acquaintances were not to be convinced by his explanation.
I do not know where you are from, said the starred one, while his green and orange costume glittered brilliantly in the sun. You do not talk like natives of our Nuamerica. You know our speech as if from old books, and there is a foreign ring to your voices. Your clothes are strange and clownish. I half believe you have robbed a museum. Either you are foreigners who have no passport, or fugitives who seek an outlandish disguise. For that reason I proclaim you are under arrest. You will come with me to be examined by the High Counselor.
To the accompaniment of a sound as of rattling chains, 3 men stepped forth from the crowd. Each drew out like a pistol-like machine and pressed the trigger, and from the muzzle of each apparatus there shot forth thin shining wires, which, with incredible swiftness, wound themselves about Downey and the girl, binding their arms to their sides beyond possibility of release. Then, with a brusque "Come!" the starred one stalked away, while the 2 prisoners, poked and shoved by half a dozen guards, started slowly down an avenue of elms toward the huge triangular doorway of a remote building. Chapter 2. As they passed along the tree-lined boulevard, their eyes were attracted to several edifices of strange forms and colors. Some were shaped like gigantic mushrooms and were of a sky-blue complexion. Others were like huge inverted sea-green funnels, while the queerest of all was an enormous crystalline sphere that rested on a wide base of black marble.
You see, Jude, Downey remarked, this is the 23rd century, sure enough. Was anything like this ever known in our own time?
They do look crazy, Judith admitted, but I'd be crazier yet if I believed what you want me to. We must both be dreaming. That's the simplest explanation. And reaching the triangular doorway, they passed into a hall, whose softly glowing walls were lined with a satiny, claret-coloured cloth. The floors were of alabaster. The air was rich with pine incense, and the golden incense burners upon ebony tables gave something of the effect of an oriental temple. But it was not this that arrested the newcomers' attention. Their eyes were immediately drawn to a figure who, clad in lush crimson, sat on a throne that dangled 10 feet above the floor, being suspended from the ceiling by chains. As Downey adjusted himself to the subdued light, he was able to make out that the man was old, very old. His face was seamed and pitted, until it might have been mistaken for the mummy of Ramesses. Yet his movements belied his age. He was able to act with the swiftness and decision of youth, and his words, when at length they came forth, were spoken rapidly and with force. Surrounding him like courtiers on the floor of the hall were 6 elaborately robed men, with faces as creased and scarred as his own. Yet all, despite their appearance of extreme age, moved with an almost youthful robustness. Their bodies seemed erect and well-developed, with none of the flabby or wizened quality that might have been expected to belong to their years. It was with a vague discomfort that Downey noted the owlish stares these ancient beings cast at him, nudging one another and ogling him with unhealthy peeps and squints. In his eyes they were the most repulsive creatures he had ever seen. Judith also appeared to have something of the same feeling. Pressing close, she whispered into his ears,
"What is this? The Hall of the Harpies?"
The silver-starred dignitary who had preceded them into the hall had paused before the suspended throne, and was speaking to the crimson-robed old man, whom he addressed as High Counselor. Downey could not make out much of his words, but could see how he paused occasionally to point to Judith and himself, and he noted with apprehension the avid gleams in the eyes of the High Counselor, who stared down half curiously, half malevolently, at the 2 prisoners as they stood silently amid the guards. At length the Counselor motioned the starred one away, beckoned Downey to approach him, and spoke in the high piping tones of advanced age.
"Stranger, I do not know where you come from, whether you be a spy from across the ocean, or one who was hidden away by misguided parents in order to escape the decapitation draft. In any case—"
"What is the decapitation draft?" Downey could not help breaking out. The Counselor's fist came down angrily, pounding at the vacant air.
"Do not think to save your head," he shrilled, "by pretending ignorance of one of our most honest customs. As I was about to say, unless you can satisfactorily show where you come from, you will be sent to the body-testing rooms, and if you pass, as I believe you will, judging from your steady-looking frame, you will be put on the list for early decapitation. Such is the law of Nuamerica, of which I am the local administrator."
Downey gasped. Could it be that everyone in the 23rd century was mad?
"Well, are you going to speak or not?"
piped the Counselor, leaning down from his throne, until Downey thought he was about to fall off.
"I'm giving you your chance to prove where you come from."
As simply as he could, Downey attempted to state the facts of his origin, although he felt convinced that there would be little gain in arguing with a lunatic. And as he foresaw, his words evoked only merriment.
"Truly, stranger,"
said the chief tormentor, after he, the courtiers of the guards, had all rocked back and forth with laughter,
"you have little imagination, if you cannot think of a better story. So you were born in the year 1915. That is 1915 by the old reckoning. Why, that would make you older than I, and I'm the most elderly man in this district, even though I won't celebrate my 275th birthday till next year."
Downey stared and said nothing, more convinced than ever of the Counselor's madness.
"Of course, if it were not for you young men," the leader went on meditatively, "I would have been in my grave 2 centuries ago. It is you who supplies with the robust young bodies to keep our old heads alive. I will remember how just 209 years ago I was pronounced at the point of death from heart disease, and the transfusion to a young body was performed barely in the nick of time. Since then I've had the operation repeated once every 30 years, which accounts for my present good health."
From amid these rambling phrases, Downey had begun to catch a gleam of horrible meaning. Was the old man really mad, after all? Or had he and his followers been kept alive through some dread process of grafting new bodies onto old heads? Even as these questions flashed across the young man's mind, he heard the renewed rasping of the Counselor's voice.
I give you one final chance, sir. If you can explain who you are and where you're from, you will be honoured, according to the law of Nuamerica, by giving your head—"
He was interrupted by a half-muffled cry. Judith, with one hand to her mouth, had vainly tried to keep back her horror. The scowl on the counsellor's mummy face gave way to a faint smile as he turned to the girl and said,
"Have no fear, lady. You will not share in the honour. Don't you know that the official head commission only last year exempted women from the draft?"
And then blandly, turning to the guards, the counsellor ordered,
"Take the prisoners to the body testing rooms. I believe we are up on our schedule, are we not?"
"Yes, your highness," returned the leader of the guards, bowing until his bare knees touched the floor.
"There is no reason why our desires should not be executed within 3 days." "Splendid," approved the counsellor,
while Downey, his arms still bound by the cramping wires, felt himself being drawn away in the midst of his grinning, kilted captors. Chapter 3. Stripped to the waist, Downey stood in a grey steel room that somewhat resembled the turret of a battleship. Gun-shaped implements bristled from the grim painted walls. A veritable arsenal of knives glistened behind him, while in the foreground was a series of tall machines, equipped with an intricacy of dials and tubes, to one of which Downey's left arm had been strapped. Just behind Downey stood a queer-looking individual, robed in black, although with bare knees, according to the local custom, and with a black mask and 2 tubes like doubly long opera glasses attached to his eyes. Eagerly he was bending over the dials and reciting half as though to himself,
339, 339.1, 340.1, 340.3.
Then with a sudden enthusiasm he snapped off the mask and glasses, revealing a wizened ancient face, and exclaimed,
"Young man, I congratulate you. You have passed."
"Passed what, doctor?" demanded Downey as the examiner freed his arms from the straps.
"Passed the body test. You have come through with high honours. Never saw a more perfect physique. No flaw, no disease. Your score is more than 340, and 230, as you may know, is considered a good average. I shall recommend you for immediate decapitation. My congratulations again, young man."
Downey glared at the black-robed one. "I don't know what you're talking about," he said. "It seems to me nearly everyone here has lost his head, but there's no reason I want to lose mine."
"Ah, but it's considered a glorious thing, young man, to be decapitated for your country's sake. Not everyone can rise to such heights. Your name will be enshrined in the tablet of heroes."
"I can get along without that," stated Downey dryly. "All I'm asking to know is what this nonsense is all about."
"Nonsense? You won't think it's nonsense, young man, when you put your neck under the knife."
Noting the look of bewilderment and horror in Downey's face, the doctor continued in a different vein.
"Well, maybe I'd better explain. I'm coming to see you're sincere in claiming ignorance. Not that I accept that silly story about the 20th century. But judging from your looks, your queer accent and out-of-date manners, you're undoubtedly from some foreign country, where maybe the people are uncivilized and don't know anything about decapitation."
The black-robed one seated himself in a little revolving stool, crossed his legs, and slowly went on.
"The original invention was made about 300 years ago by a physician named John Knight, who lived in an ancient city called New York. Was it necessary, Knight asked, for our best and most brilliant minds to be taken from us at the early age of 70 or 80, owing to some bodily defect? If fed by a vigorous bloodstream, the brain would continue to function indefinitely, perhaps for centuries. But a vigorous bloodstream, after senility had set in, could come only from another body. Therefore Dr. Knight concluded, if an old man's head were grafted onto the body of a youth, the old man might continue to live, with new limbs and organs, but with mental faculties unimpaired. Think what a boon it would be for the race, if we could keep our great geniuses alive for hundreds of years."
"But how is it possible, doctor," broke in Downey, "to attach one man's body to another man's head?"
It wasn't possible after long experimentation, but the same principle had already been applied in the grafting of limbs. There was a gas, etherine by name, which produced suspended animation for a few hours, even stopping the heartbeat and the circulation of the blood. Any part of a man's body might be cut off while he was in this condition, and if ligament was fitted to ligament, bone to bone, and blood vessel to blood vessel, the removed portion might be attached in its proper place to the body of another etherine patient. Of course, this required skilled surgery, but it was found that by making proper measurements in advance, it was possible to graft arms, legs, ears, eyes, and even whole bodies onto the new possessors.
"That doesn't explain," remarked Downey grimly, "where all the new bodies would come from."
"No, it doesn't."
The speaker arose, pointed to a crimson wall chart marked
"Selective decapitation draft,"
and then went on to state,
"There's been a great deal of trouble on that score. In fact, the anti-draft revolution of the 20s was fought on these grounds alone. First, as to whose lives would be preserved by the new invention. Of course, our rulers voted themselves that privilege, also the friends and relations of the rulers. Then all persons whose income tax was high enough were automatically entitled to remain alive. Furthermore, those who got in by what is vulgarly called graft. Unfortunately, there have been some scandals on that account. And finally, if there were bodies enough to go around, a place was to be made for the geniuses, such as great scientists, philosophers, poets, etc. I regret greatly to say, however,"
the doctor concluded with a sigh,
"that we have not yet gotten that far down on the list."
"That still doesn't tell me," Downey insisted, "where you get the young bodies to attach to the old heads."
"Well, that has always been a problem,"
admitted the doctor.
"At first we used the bodies of criminals condemned to capital punishment, but the age was a humane one and abolished capital punishment. Then we called for volunteers, but people showed a decided lack of patriotism, so finally we adopted the draft. All young men between 21 and 31 must be permanently registered. If they are selected in the great annual lottery and are found to be without taint or disease, they will have the blessed fate of giving their bodies to rejuvenate their country's aged leaders."
"But are the drafted men the only ones taken?" inquired Downey anxiously.
"No, we are broad-minded. We offer the same distinguished lot to criminals and to aliens without a passport. That is how you gained your chance, young man. As it happens, we are now far down the list. Your turn will come in just 3 days."
With a groan, Downey stared at the grey, knife-lined walls that hedged him about like a fortress prison. For the first time in his life he regretted, and bitterly regretted, the care he had always taken to keep in prime physical condition. He chewed his lips in mortification to think that he had come to the 23rd century only in order to nourish some tottering dodo with his lifeblood. But for one reason above all others, he was stabbed with grief. A vision had burst over him of Judith's eager face and burning bright blue eyes, and with a rush of vehement emotion, it came to him that he could not, must not, die. How would she fare, alone and friendless in this strange country? To escape from the bleak steel walls appeared impossible, yet for her sake, more than his own, he must find a way to avert the threatened doom. Chapter 4. 2 days had gone by. Up and down the length of a long curtained room, Downey slowly paced, with drooping head and drawn white face. Sumptuously upholstered chairs and carven tables were ranged about him, as if to lend luxury to his final hours. But it was not these that he observed. His eyes were drawn constantly to the door, which was crossed with steel bars, beyond which 2 kilted figures stood beside an ugly black apparatus resembling a machine gun. Bitterly he reviewed in his mind his fruitless efforts to free himself. The windows were locked and grated, the single door was guarded, and he was under constant surveillance. Every effort had been made to render his last days comfortable. But what comfort could he take when he was held like a doomed ox in the stall, awaiting the slaughter? He had hardly slept and barely taken food. And the final irony, he thought, occurred when he was handed a steel plaque which read, "The Purple Badge of Heroism, died for his country this 33rd day of May, in the year 314 of the new era." "Well, guess I'm as good as dead already," he reflected as he stared at these words. He had flung the iron plaque to the furthest corner of the room, and had sunken into a chair with his head buried in his hands, when a rattling at the door caused him to start up abruptly.
"I visited to see the prisoner,"
he heard one of the guards droning automatically, and the other responded as automatically,
"Let her in! Let her in!"
Leaping up, he observed Judith peering dismally through the bars.
"Mort!"
she cried in tones of mingled joy and sadness, while as he sprang forward to meet her, he observed that 2 kilted women and a guard accompanied her. He also noted and was a little hurt at the incongruity of the fact that she had taken pains with her makeup. She was carrying a handbag, and the rouge on her lips was particularly thick, and the powder was smeared on her cheeks in great white patches.
"Mort, I've done everything,"
she exclaimed as she flung out both hands to him.
"But it was no use. They wouldn't even let me see you till this minute. I've come to say goodbye, Mort."
He noticed that her big blue eyes were brimmed with tears, and in the tumult of that moment his own eyes were moist. With a swift impulse he drew her to him, bending down and pressing his lips against hers. But, even as he did so, a powerful restraint seized him against his will. Caught by a sudden spasm, he turned aside, inwardly cursing, and sneezed. Then again he sneezed, and again, with fierce explosiveness, and the tears rolled from his eyes, which began to grow red and inflamed. 7 times in all he sneezed. Then with a growl he muttered, "Damnation! There goes my hay fever again!"
"Your what?"
the guard inquired, not quite catching the words.
"What kind of fever did you say?"
"Hay fever," Judith answered. "It's a pestilence that used to rage in the 20th century.
"Never heard of it,"
said the guard, at which the girl, drawing a mirror and powder puff from her bag, began to smear her face anew, while Downey once more sneezed violently.
"Sounds mighty dangerous,"
concluded the guard, and opening a little black tube in the wall, he called into it,
"Send Dr. ZX down here at once. The prisoner has a fit."
Downey was just computing his 3rd sneezing spell a minute or 2 later, when the black-robed doctor arrived. With a dismayed gasp, he stared at Downey, then opened a little case and took out a mass of batteries and wires, which he attached to the prisoner's wrists and ankles, while he damped 2 tubes to his ears and listened. While he was doing this, Judith was using her powder puff again, and Downey once more sneezed.
"I don't know just what the disturbance is,"
the doctor at length decided gloomily.
"There's some hidden functional derangement. The heartbeat is too fast, and the nerve pressure is too low. It is too bad, young man, that you'd have to spoil a good record."
Downey's answer was to sneeze once more.
"I can't imagine what causes the fits,"
meditated the doctor while conducting a further examination.
"It's something new to medical science. For all I know, it may be contagious. Worse though, the germs are probably in your body and would infect any head to which you are attached."
"It was considered worse than smallpox in our own time," contributed Judith.
The doctor paced slowly about the room, shaking his aged head doubtfully, while he himself, as Judith continued operation with the powder puff, all at once began to sneeze.
"By my old head, I do hope I haven't caught it too,"
he snapped, withdrawing from Downey anxiously, and then with sudden decisiveness.
"I settled it. I'm afraid I have bad news for you, young man. All our decapitation heroes, as you know, must be in the best physical condition. We can't take the chance of having them contaminate an old head. Our rule is safety first. So you see, young man, I'm left no choice. I will have to withdraw my recommendation."
"What?" demanded Downey, rushing toward the doctor in a wild outburst of joy.
"Does that mean I won't be decapitated?" "Keep away from me,"
snarled the doctor, making a dash toward the door.
"Of course it means that. There's no use arguing either. Henceforth you'll have to earn your living, like any ordinary head-wearing citizen."
As Judith's attendants and the guard withdrew, a startling thought burst over Downey. "By heaven, Jude," he exclaimed, "how did I happen to get hay fever already? My death plaque said it's only May, and you know the fever season doesn't begin till August." Judith looked up at him with streaming eyes, in which a faint light was dawning.
"Silly," she said. "Why do you think I kept rubbing so much powder on my face? Don't you remember you always used to complain you were allergic to it, and it made you sneeze so much?"
"Well, thank the Lord for face powder," cried the rescued man, as he suddenly realized how long and ingeniously the girl had been planning to save him, and realized also what such planning implied.
"It is lucky I brought my handbag with me from the 20th century, and the face powder in it," stated the girl.
But his arms had already reached down to seize her, and for the first time she responded fully to his embrace.
"I didn't know how much I cared, Mort," she sobbed, "until I thought they were going to kill you."
"Well, after all, decapitation has some merits," he smiled back. "Come to think of it, Jude, it doesn't matter much to what century I'm in, so long as I'm there with you."
End of story 5.
Story 6 of the Almighty Dollar. In Space! At Reed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 6.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
No Risk Planet by Milton Lesser.
Interstellar Hotel, Halcyon City, Halcyon. Mr. Herman Spotsworth, Interstellar Division, Terran Insurance Company, Baltimore Mid, Earth. Dear boss, the natives got a big kick out of it when I told them what the name of their planet means in English. It means peaceful, but from what I could gather, the first Terran to land here 50 years ago was so impressed with the balmy climate and pleasant rolling terrain and almost tideless oceans that he named the planet Halcyon. The only catch is the natives have all the food they want, and all the natural resources and just about everything, so they have nothing to keep them occupied, except fighting wars. They haven't been able to string 3 peaceful years together since the beginning of recorded history here, 2,000 years ago. It's kind of like a game with them. That being the case, I ought to establish a new record for the Interstellar Division. I've got to sign off now because the air raid bell just rang. Regards to Joni. Cordially, Sammy Trumple.
Interstellar Division, Terran Insurance Company, Baltimore Mid, Earth. Mr. Sammy Trumple, Halcyon City, Halcyon. Dear Sammy, glad to see you've arrived okay and are so impressed with the sales potential there. Remember the motto of the Interstellar Division, if you can planetfall, you can sell. Yours in sales, Herman Spotsworth. P.S. Regards from Joni.
Interstellar Hotel, Halcyon City, Halcyon. Mr. Herman Spotsworth, etc. Dear boss, that air raid was murder. You better double my own life insurance policy. Take the premiums out of my salary, please. Incidentally, your letter almost got lost because you forgot to include Interstellar Hotel in the address. It's a 50-room flea bag, boss, but they got pride. Please take good care of Joni. Cordially, Sammy Trumple.
Interstellar Division, Terran Insurance Company, Baltimore Mid, Earth. Dear Sammy, you've been on Halcyon 3 weeks now. How come you wrote up no policies yet? You aren't taking the sights on a little tourist, are you, on a Terran expense account? Yours in sales, Herman Spotsworth.
143-14 East Shordack Street, Halcyon City, Halcyon. Dear boss, please note the new address. The Interstellar Hotel was blown to bits in the last air raid. I'm scared, boss. There are air raids around the clock, with Halcyonians dropping off like flies. And that answers your question, incidentally. There are no tourists on Halcyon. It's too dangerous. Better quadruple my own life insurance policy. And tell Joan I love her. Frantically. Sammy Trumple.
Interstellar Division, Terran Insurance Company, Baltimore Mid, Earth. Dear Sammy, I've quadrupled your policy. I'm taking care of Joni. I'm awaiting your first sale. Spotsworth.
14314 East Sheldrake Street, Halcyon City, Halcyon. Dear boss, I'm trying my head off. With those big premiums to pay, don't you think I could use a commission? There's something fishy going on here on Halcyon, but I can't figure it out yet. The way they get killed off in these wars, the Halcyonians ought to snap up insurance policies. In fact, I don't even know how much profit the company would expect to make from them, but that's your department. It's funny, though, the Halcyonians don't want life insurance. They don't even know what life insurance is. To give you an idea of what I mean, I'll quote verbatim a conversation I had with a couple of Halcyonians right after this morning's air raid, which leveled every building on their block except their own. Good morning, folks. You're mighty lucky people, yes sirree.
Why are we lucky?
You're the only survivors in your whole block. Shrugging. So what? So what? So you could have been killed in that air raid, that's what. Shrugging again. So what? Tuning my language translated to its most cheerful pitch. I'm from the planet Earth. Did you ever hear of the planet Earth? No. Hopefully. It's also called Terra, near Sirius. No. Well, anyway, I represent the Terran Insurance Company, Interstellar Division. I'm here on Halcyon to offer you or loved ones financial protection from the ravages of war via life insurance.
Which insurance?
Life insurance, the special triple indemnity war and disaster policy of the Terran Insurance Company.
I never heard of life insurance. What does it do?
I have here in my hand, this required some exclamation, boss, because the Halcyonians do not have hands, a blank policy for you to look at. Life insurance, you see, pays a stipulated sum to a party of your designation in the event of your death. All you do is pay small yearly premiums and... Oh, like the fellow from Fomalhaw. Gasping. What? There's another insurance salesman in my territory? Someone's poaching? He's been here some time now, but he couldn't possibly be interested. The Fomalhaw Halcyon's policy offers you more. Really, we couldn't be less interested. But the answer to your question is no. Is he still here in Halcyon City? Who? The insurance salesman from Fomalhaw. Think so. His name, I believe, is La Luck. You could look him up in the city register. I sure will, and thank you, folks.
You're wasting your time, Mr. Terror.
No, that's my planet. My name is Trumple.
Well, Terror, or whatever your name is, you won't sell any of those doohinkuses here.
Well, that's the conversation, boss. Half an hour later, the two Halsonians got their breathing vents ruptured in the air raid and died of strangulation. I bet you're glad I didn't sell those two policies. There's still hopefully Sammy Trumple. P.S. I intend to look up this guy from Fomalhaut.
Instar Division, Terran Insurance Company, Baltimore, Mid Earth. Dear Sammy, 6 weeks now without a sale. What's the matter with you? Getting soft? Homesick? Journey is all right, I assure you. How's Bells, man? If you can plan it fall, you can sell. And by the way, you go right ahead and sell him. Let the boys in the actuary department worry about having to pay off immediately. We're sales, Sammy, sales. Why don't you go out into the grassroots somewhere where this bird from Fomalhaut hasn't tried his hand? Maybe he's soured all the Halcyonians on life insurance with the wrong approach, over-aggressive or something. Buck up, Sammy. I've still got a little faith in you. Explore, consider, sweat, sell. Yours in sales, Herman Spotsworth.
Rumpelkreuz Sunspurtskill. Halcyon, dear boss, I'm out here in Rumpelkreuz Sunspurtskill trying to your suggestion about the grassroots. It's a small town, population under 2,000, without an important war industry. You'd think it would be safe from air raids, but it's not. As I told you when I first reached Halcyon, they have no real reason for war. War is like a game with them. Their best bombers are sent out after hospital ships, I understand. At any rate, tomorrow I'm going to try my luck here in Rumpelkreuz and Sunspurtskill. Meanwhile, I have something of interest to report. Remember that guy I mentioned, Luck, the insurance salesman from Fomalhaut? I met him in Halcyon City before I took the monorail to Rumpelkreuz and Sunspurtskill, and we had a long talk. I said, I hope you don't think I'm poaching on your territory, Mr. Luck. I then turned down the translator to soft obsequious. I assure you that's not the way Terran Insurance operates. We didn't know you were here. That's quite all right, Luck told me. You can have the whole planet for all I care. Are you going back to Fomalhaut? I asked hopefully. Goodness no. I had my savings shipped here to Halcyon and started a munitions plant. I'm making a fortune. I next asked Luck, translator on shocked voice, about his company loyalty. He said, That's censored by my translator. When in Rome, ha ha. It seems every civilized planet has an author who said something like when in Rome, etc. You didn't happen to try the grassroots, did you? I asked with my translator and indifferent, because I didn't want Luck to get the idea I was eager and maybe try it himself. Friend, admitted Luck, I tried everything, without any success. Say, why don't you come into munitions with me? There's a whole colony of extra Halcyonian insurance salesmen going into munitions here. I could use a partner. That ended our conversation, and got the cold canvas Rumpelkreuz and Spurtskill in the morning. I'll keep in touch. Pessimistically, Sammy Trumple.
XXX, Subspacegram XXX, from Herman Spotsworth Interstellar Division Town Insurance Company, Baltimore, XXX, to Sammy Trumple, Rumpelkreuz and Sunspurtskill, Halcyon XXX, don't go getting any ideas from this Luck fellow XXX, remember your company loyalty XXX, remember our motto XXX, remember all those premiums you have to pay XXX, the chief of sales wants results soon XXX, I want results soon XXX, otherwise he'll have my head XXX, I'll have your head Spotsworth XXX, transmitted via Alpha Centauri, subspace station XXX, send flowers by subspace to any part of Milky Way galaxy at no extra cost XXX, quarterly special, Arcanar 3, Dragon Blossoms XXX, Alpha Cent XXX.
Rumpelkreuz and Sunspurtskill, Halcyon. Dear boss, you don't have to worry about my company loyalty, but still no sales. Unfortunately, half of Rumpelkreuz and Sunspurtskill was wiped out yesterday on an air raid. I'm lucky I came through it with a whole skin. I went through the hospitals and first aid stations to canvass what was left of the population. They're just not buying. They can't, or refuse to, grasp the meaning of life insurance. The following conversation is typical. But in a devastating war like this, you need protection. Most other insurance companies wouldn't issue policies under the circumstances. You can consider it an interstellar public service by Town Insurance. What do I need life insurance for? Don't you have a family, loved ones? People who like to see cared for you. That is, if you're suddenly not around to take care of the bills and things. If you mean if I drop dead? Yes, sir. What the hell for? One never knows when he's going to drop dead. No, I mean, what the hell do I want insurance policy for? Statistics demonstrate that everyone wants the security of a life insurance policy. I don't. So that's the way it goes. I've had another idea, though. How does this strike you, boss? The local army commander has his headquarters not far from Rumpelkreuz and Sunspurtskill. Since the whole planet is under military rule because of the constant warfare, I figure if I can sell a policy to General Montagny, I could then sell every dogfoot in his command. How does the idea strike you? With a glimmer of hope, Sammy Trumple.
Interstellar Division, Terran Insurance Company, Baltimore, Mid Earth. Dear Sammy,
Now you're firing away on all jets, boy. Now you're good Terran insurance material. Your darn tooting, sell the General. We'll have it made after that. Enthusiastically, Hermie. P.S. I take back everything I may have said about you in haste, dear boy. You're A1 Terran insurance all the way. PBS Joni is languishing. She misses you so much. Make a couple of dozen sales to cover your expense account, and we'll think about getting you home on the next ship.
Military TWX from Supreme Commander Halcyon Subdivision 3, CMM Officer with Military Justice, CMM to CLNMR, H. Spotworth, CMM, Interstellar Division, CMM, Terran Insurance, CMM, Baltimore - pending trial or appeal of your State Department, CMM, whichever comes first, CMM. We are holding Terran citizens trampled under provisions of Article 7, CMM. Halcyon Code of Military Justice ad para Article 7 reads CLN, quote, any individual attempting subversion of moral welfare of officers or enlisted men, CMM. This command, CMM, is subject to imprisonment for not more than 25 Halcyonian years, PD, end quote. Para, please advise PD, Para, for the Commanding General, CMM, Lloyd-Madge Rock, Go, Furl, CMM, Halcyon Subdivision 3, CMM, Office of Military Justice, PD, and TWX.
Subdivision 3 Stockade. Halcyon. Dear boss, Lord Luck of Fomalhaus is forwarding this letter for me. Help. Sammy Trumple.
Interstellar Division, Terran Insurance Company, Baltimore, Med, Earth. Commanding General, Subdivision 3, Halcyon. Dear Sir, with Terran State Department approval, I am writing to you in regard to the case of our employee, Mr. S. Trumple of Earth. With full State Department backing, we insist that we permit Mr. Trumple to tell us, uncensored and in his own words, what has happened, in order that we may take steps to defend him as a citizen of Earth. Very truly yours, Herman Spotsworth.
Subdivision 3 Stockade, Halcyon. Dear boss, Lieutenant Major Roggo Furl informs me that I'm permitted to write to you an uncensored letter. Boss, I'm in the dregs of despair. Please take good care of Joni. It's cold here in the stockade. The food stinks. The other prisoners are all Halcyonian military deserters. Get me out of here. But I better calm down just to tell you what happened from the beginning. As I already told you, I decided to try and sell General Multackney a life insurance policy. It took me 2 hours working my way through the chain of command before I could even get to see the General. When I finally did, I found myself facing a huge figure in military uniform. Huge, even by Halcyonian standards. General Multackney is probably 9 feet tall. At first he was courteous. He listened politely, taking time out every now and then to direct a bombing raid by radio, while I explained to him nearly exactly what life insurance was and what he could expect from the Terran policy. Like everyone else in Halcyon, he said he didn't need life insurance. See here, sir, I said, translated polite but not obsequious. War is dangerous business. You never know when your number is going to be up. The General's office rumbled with laughter as he said, Mr. Terran, they all call me that. I'm indestructible. As you probably know, that's a typical military career man's attitude. They all think they're indestructible. The other fellow will die in the trenches of the raids, not them. Even on Earth we have trouble selling our policies to the military. I tried a different tack, the one approved for military customers on Earth. Well, General, I said, someday this war is going to be over. Someday you're going to retire to a farm somewhere in the good rich land around Rumpelquoid and St. Spurticle. You'll raise chickens, which the translator translated to the Halcyonian equivalent, of course, and bounce your little grandchildren on your knee. And then way off in the dim future, General, years and years from now, after you've lived a rich, full life, you're going to succumb to natural causes. And if not sooner, and we certainly hope it won't be sooner, that's when your family will need the insurance policy I have for you. The war isn't going to end, General Multackney told me. But someday, when your side is victorious, victorious? His translator buzzed, repeating the word syllable for syllable. What is that? When you win the war. Win it? But I'm not going to win it, Mr. Terran. Things can't be that bad, I consoled the General, giving him my best you're down in the dumps now but wait till later smile. Maybe the enemy has you on the run just now, but you'll emerge victorious. You'll win in the end. Of course, I would have told the same thing to General Multackney's opposite number in the opposing camp. I'm no authority on Halcyonian military matters, but under the circumstances it seemed the correct thing to say. General Multackney stood up. I must consider this into an end, Mr. Terran, he said frostily, and advise you to keep such subversive thoughts to yourself in the future. I'm a broad-minded Halcyonian, but... And the General let his voice trail off ominously. I figured he had battle fatigue, boss. Nobody could talk like that in his right mind, not even a general on a planet which is engaging in warfare almost constantly. Anyhow, I had to find out. Wandering through the military reservation on my way back to Rumpel, I chanced upon a non-commissioned officers' club. Here was the place to find out once and for all. I would speak to the NCOs, who probably had families and probably were in danger of shipping out to the war fronts at any time. I went inside and I spoke. Maybe I made too much like a soapbox orator, I don't know.
I told them they'd need insurance during the war and after the war. I told them that policies would give some solace in these trying times, mitigating some of their worries during the necessary horrors of the struggle for existence. When finished, there wasn't a sound in the whole vast room. Boss, I thought we had them. I brought out a pad of policies and was ready to start scribbling names. Then the military police came in and arrested me. You know the rest. How I was taken to the subdivision stockades, given a medical exam for some reason. A small slice of flesh was taken from my rump. I won't miss it, but I couldn't sit down for 2 days. Told that I was being held under the provisions of Article 7 of some kind of code of military justice. Me, subversive. What I want to do is sell insurance policies. Boss, get me the heck off this nutty planet. Tragically, Sammy Trumple.
Town Consulate, Halcyon City, Halcyon. Department of State, Halcyon Subdivision 3. Sirs, please explain the charges under which Terran citizen Sammy Trumple is being held in military prison. Walter M. Fogarty, Assistant Counsel.
Department of State, Halcyon Subdivision 3. Mr. Walter M. Fogarty, Terran Consulate, Halcyon City. Dear Mr. Halcyon, we hasten to respond to your note of yesterday and wish to thank you for the diplomacy, tact, and patience you have displayed in this matter. We of Halcyon are firm believers in reincarnation of the individual after death, as you may know if you've read Soy's Anthropologically Speaking, a study of 67 galactic societies, or attended any of our religious services. Now, since we believe in reincarnation, off the record I'm a free thinker myself, and since every individual certainly can't be born with the proverbial silver feeder in his mandibles, death is an adventure eagerly anticipated by most Halcyonians, who have hopes that their station in life will be improved in the next incarnation, although they believe, of course, that they will maintain their individuality, their élan vital, if you wish, in the subsequent incarnation. Terran citizen Trumple was guilty of the worst sort of subversion when he spoke of an end to warfare. Naturally, there are some atheistic pacifists on Halcyon who would like to see war abolished and more people live out their current incarnations, but this dangerous minority is constantly hunted down. However, we recognize extenuating circumstances in the case of Terran citizen Trumple. He is, of course, unfamiliar with our way of life. That being the case, I have recommended to the military authorities that he be pardoned without trial. I will keep you informed. Most sincerely, Aleg Trogonomo, Secretary for Resident Extra Halcyonians.
Terran Consulate, Halcyon City, Halcyon. Mr. Herman Spotsworth, Interstellar Division, Terran Insurance Company, Baltimore Mid-Earth. Dear Mr. Spotsworth, the enclosed communication from Trogonomo is self-evident. Feel better? Fogarty.
Interstellar Division, Terran Insurance Company, Baltimore Mid-Earth. Dear Sammy, keep your chin up, boy. It's only a matter of time. Journey's fine. Hermy.
Memo to the Commanding General from Lieutenant Major Rigel Furl, Office of Military Justice. Subject, the Terran Sammy Trumple. I, Trogonomo of State, wants to go easy on the prisoner Trumple. 2. It is my feeling, though, that in the best interest of Halcyon, an example should be made of the Terran Trumple. The General realizes, I'm sure, that the colony of extra Halcyonians on Halcyon is growing. They must learn to consider Halcyonian culture as inviolate. 3. Accordingly, I recommend we go ahead with trial of Terran Trumple. Signed, Rigel Furl, Lieutenant Major. Memo to Lieutenant Major Rigel Furl, Office of Military Justice, from the Commanding General. Subject, the Terran Sammy Trumple. 1. Sorry, Furl, Trogonomo has more political friends than a Veterans Legion commander. 2. However, I quite agree with you. An example must be made of Trumple. 3. But not through a military court of justice. That's political dynamite. 4. I'd like to suggest that Trumple be allowed to make an attempted escape. He can be killed while fleeing. That should teach everyone a lesson, Trumple included. 5. The details of this attempted escape are in your hands. I suggest you use La Luck of Fomalho as a go-between, however, and make sure Trumple is killed. 6. After you read it, burn this letter. Unsigned.
14314 East Skurlock Street, Halcyon City, Halcyon. Dear boss, have I good news for you? A few days ago, Larlock, the ex-insurance salesman from Fomalho, visited me at the stockade. You could tell something was going on because Luck, usually a loud extrovert, spoke in conspiratorial whispers. They're going ahead with your trial, he said. How do you know? I'm in the position to know. I think you're being treated unjustly, Sammy. I came here to do something about it. Boss, I was desperate. Despite your encouraging note, I didn't know which way to turn. I said, like what? And Luck leaned forward to whisper, like helping you escape. He clamped a flipper over my mouth before I could blurt out something which would give us away. I calmed down and said, can we do it? We can try. We have to try. When? I asked. Tonight, after I leave. After it's dark. I had to get special dispensation to visit you. They won't let me visit you again. But what? How? I'm no intriguer, boss. I felt like a pawn in this game. But a pawn I was about to be checkmated unless he did something about it. Here, said Larluck, thrusting something into my hand. This is for my Houghtian freezer, Sammy. It'll stop anybody dead in his tracks with it. When they come to your cell tonight and bring your meal, Larluck didn't finish his sentence. You'll be waiting for me outside. Yes, with Jetcopter, my friend. It won't be long now. And Larluck was gone. I examined the weapon he had given me. It looked deadly, all right, with a dull metal finish and a wicked funnel-like snout. I was ready, but I didn't see how I would get through the afternoon. I tried to sleep. I couldn't. I tried to think of you and Joni, and what it'd be like back on Earth. I couldn't concentrate. It grew dark slowly, the way it does on Halcyon. I thought they'd never come with my supper. I thought they were starving me before the trial, so I confessed readily. Then I began to think that maybe someone had seen Larluck give me the weapon. Perhaps the cell was wired and every word we said was heard in the stockade commander's office. Then I heard footsteps in the corridor. It always sounds like more than one person, the Halcyonians having more legs than we do. I stood there at the door of my cell waiting. I could feel my heart fluttering around inside me, like a bird. The cell door opened. At first I was going to use Larluck's weapon, but I didn't know what kind of noise it would make, and he hadn't told me. Instead I used the butt of the gun, banging it down across the guard's head. He slumped at my feet. I hoped I hadn't hurt him too badly. I even hoped Larluck's weapon was effective, but not lethal. I had nothing against the Halcyonians. I just wanted to escape. Out into the corridor I ran, passing 3 cross corridors before I reached the stockade quadrangle. In the halls I met no one. So far I was lucky, but then...
Halt! Who goes there?
A guard in the quadrangle challenging me. I was trembling so much I had to hold Larluck's weapon in both hands to fire it. It made a noise like a siren. The guard didn't fall. He kept coming. I fired again. It was a siren. Larluck had tricked me. You can imagine the pickle I was in, boss. The siren summoned more guards, who came at me from all directions. I tried to get away, pounding across the pavement of the quadrangle. From somewhere a searchlight cut a bright yellow swath across the quadrangle. It found me and held me. One of the guards fired a blaster, hitting me in the base of the skull and killing me instantly. Cordially, Sammy Trumple.
Interstellar Division, Terran Insurance Company, Baltimore, Mud, Earth. Dear Sammy, I'm glad you managed to get away, but quit pulling my leg, will you? So the guard killed you, and then you sat down and wrote me a letter. Please tell me what really happened. By the way, I have great news for you. Joni had a litter of 4 pups, all spotted brown and white and cute as the dickens. I'm sending 2 of them to you by Subspace Express. And let me know what happened, will you? I was in sales. Hermie.
Croydon Sunspertical, Halcyon. Dear Hermie, this letter is being smuggled out to you by a friend, because it would never pass the Halcyonian censor. They have a good thing, and they want to keep it to themselves as much as possible, and I can't blame them. Thanks for sending along the pups. I'll be waiting for them. Give Joni a pat on the head for me. Incidentally, cancel all my insurance policies, and I quit the company, effective immediately. I'm staying here on Halcyon. I wasn't pulling your leg, Hermie. Remember I told you a slice of flesh was taken from my rump at the stockade? That's how the Halcyonians have developed their reincarnation process. They've learned a way to duplicate an individual artificially, using a sample of his hereditary genes from the slice of flesh. Every Halcyonian has his slice on file, of course. The new embryo is then grown rapidly in a matter of days. Larluck and I figured it's about time heavy industry came to Rumpelquid and Sunspertical. We're opening a new musicians' factory here, which suits the Halcyonians fine. Most of them are in favor of war, because they'd like to better their position in life. Maybe do it next time around on the new incarnation. This reincarnation sure as hell beats life insurance, doesn't it? With fond regards, Sammy.
End of Story 6.
Story 7 of the Almighty Dollar. In Space.
Read Short Sci-fi, Volume 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Forsyte's Retreat by Winston Marks. At last he was second in line. He squared his shoulders and pulled at the lower edges of his black double-breasted suit coat to erase the travel wrinkles. The applicant ahead of him exploded the words,
Nuts! I'll leave town first. I just came from the phony plaza. You can't take that squirrel Cajun. Next,
the employment agent called, sadly. Sextus Rollo Forsyte moved up and sat in the oak chair before the oak desk and faced the oak-featured man with the jobs.
Forsyte is the name,
Sextus reminded. The man riffled through the application cards.
Yes, indeed. Lucky you came back. I have a fine position for you, Mr. Forsyte, right in your line.
He held out a blue slip.
The general manager's position is open at the Mahoney Plaza. $600 a month, board and room. Now, if you will...
Sextus staggered from the employment office, stunned. He could handle the job all right. As it said on the application form, in his 40 years he had managed half a dozen large hotels, but they were handing him this plum without comment on his failure to fill in the spaces marked complete references, names and addresses. He shrugged. They did a lot of things different in California. The most he had hoped for was a waiter's job, or maybe a short-order cook in a fry joint, but if they wanted to ignore the Hotel Association's blacklist, he wouldn't argue. Sextus Forsyte craved anonymity, with the passion that most men seek fame and glory. Beneath his suave, mature exterior beat the shrinking heart of a perennial hermit, whose delight was an adventure book and a bottle of whiskey. His recent employer had not objected to his fondness for reading nor solitude, but his appetite for liquor had revealed itself in a series of unfortunate crises which plague the life of any hotel executive. Yes, Sextus Forsyte had sought his solitude in that remotest of all places, the large city hotel. His career of smiling at strange faces, welcoming famous people, and snapping crisp commands to assistant managers had provided the near-perfect isolation from normal society. To the transient eye, he was the poised, gregarious greeter. Actually, he lived in a deep well of introversion. Of course, this was no affair of the succession of boards of directors, who had uttered the harsh changes of dipsomania and fired him. But then boards of directors are never notable for their sympathy or understanding. And finally word got around the eastern seaboard about Sextus.
A competent man, yes, drinks on the job. Wouldn't have him as a busboy.
Worse than a mere prospect of unemployment was the notoriety. Coldly sober, Sextus had fled panic-stricken to the west coast, vaguely determined to become a beachcomber or an oyster fisherman, whatever they did out there. He stared now at the blue slip and turned into a florist shop. He broke his last $5 bill to buy a pink carnation for his buttonhole, then headed down the sunny walk to the hotel. It was a fine December morning in the little beach town, such as only Florida and California can advertise. He breathed the salt air and turned an appreciative ear to the gentle wash of the Pacific surf. He felt so good he might even take a little breakfast before his first drink of whiskey of the day. At the bus depot he traded his baggage checks for 2 old but fine leather 2-suiters. Then he taxied the remaining 2 blocks to the Mahoney Plaza. He paused at the entrance, stepped from under the marquee, and looked up mystified. The frontage indicated a rather small hostelry to pay such munificent salary to its general manager. Only 5 stories high, it was squeezed in by lower office buildings on either side, like an ancient, narrow-chested old man. He handed his bags to a bellhop and stepped into a spacious lobby. It was decorated with fine furniture, thick carpets, and throngs of expensively undressed people. The boy put his bags down before a remarkably long room desk manned by 3 white-suited clerks, but Sextus touched his arm. "Just take them up to the manager's suite, please." The boy eyed him from carnation to dusty shoes.
"Right off a park bench. It figures, though."
He got a key from the desk clerk, picked up the bags again, and they started for the elevator alcove. Sextus's practiced eye vacuumed details from the lobby, the well-swept carpets, freshly emptied sand jars, and the modern elevators. The place seemed well-ordered and enjoying convention-magnitude business. He started into the first elevator, but the operator warned, "To Wing A only," with such a question in his voice that Sextus looked back for his bellman. That person, a sandy-haired stripling of some 5'4", was trying to wave him on with his head.
"Not that one,"
he said impatiently.
"Over here, Wing H."
Then Sextus noticed there were 5 elevators on either side of the alcove. Each was plainly marked with a letter, running from A through J. This was a new wrinkle. Elevators were a mode of strictly vertical transportation, meaning as a safe generality that they traveled in parallel routes. Why, then, differentiate for separate wings when they were all grouped together in the first place? And incidentally, why 10 elevators for a 200 or so room hotel anyway? They rode to the 4th floor in 1-level leaps, stopping to unload several guests on each floor. The upper floor hall was of modest length, running fore and aft of the long, narrow building, as he had first sized it up. Where were all the wings with the separate elevators? The boy let him into the light, airy apartment, dropped his bags in the middle of the floor, and started out abruptly. Sextus called him back.
Yeah, what'll it be, Chief?
His voice was derisive.
How many rooms do we have here, fellow?
2,600 and all full for the season. So if you just let go of me...
Don't you enjoy your work here?
I detest it. Go ahead, fire me, chum. I'm looking for an excuse to clear out.
Very well. You have one. Check out with the captain.
Sextus couldn't tolerate discourteous familiarity. Friendly familiarity was bad enough, but the chum did it. The boy banged the door behind him. Sextus opened his bag. From it he extracted a fifth of whiskey, which he took to the tiled bathroom. He stripped the cellophane from a drinking glass, poured it half full of the amber liquor, and drained it. He was in the shower when the phone rang. He drifted to the nightstand with the patience of one who has soaked many a rug and discovered that they don't stain.
Forsyte here,
he answered.
The new manager? Well, this is Jackson, bell captain. What do you mean, canning Johnny? I'm down to 12 skippers, and you start out by firing one of my fastest boys.
The boy was sarcastic and insolent. Take it up with the service manager. Anyway, how many bellmen do you need to run this cracker box? 12 is about 8 too many.
There was a brief silence then.
In the first place, I am your service manager, or all you got at the present. In the second damned place, you tell me where I can lay my hands on 10 more boys before you go canning any more. I'm your hiring Jerry as of now.
He banged the receiver in Sextus's ear. Unperturbed, Sextus finished his shower, dressed in a lighter weight suit, and picked up the phone. The house switchboard, apparently, was jammed. It took a full minute to get an operator.
Forsyte here. Your new manager, that is. Instruct all department heads to be in my office in 7 minutes. General conference.
Another short nip at the bottle served nicely to quiet a small hunger pang. He went in search of his office. He found it on the mezzanine, suitably lavish, clean, and well-furnished. He adjusted the fragrant carnation on his lapel in the large wall mirror, not exactly displeased with what it reflected. Except for the suitcase wrinkles in his morning coat, he could pass inspection. His thinning hair, square jaw, and wide-set eyes radiated a quiet dignity. The slight pink of his cheeks and nose was a bit more prominent than he liked. He should have had some breakfast. The phone rang, and he let it. He was not yet ready to assume his duties. But as time passed and none of his staff appeared, the ring became more significant. He gave in.
Forsyte here. Sorry, Mr. Forsyte.
It was the operator.
But none of your staff can join you just now. They send their regrets. Regrets?
Sextus said icily.
Did you explain who called this meeting, young lady?
Her voice dropped the synthetic sweetness and became a throaty rasp. Look, Buster, we're short-handed enough without you should call meetings at 11 a.m. Plug the hole in your head. It's sucking air. He broke the connection. The place was busy, he'd grant, but this was rank insubordination. His whole staff. Everyone seemed keyed to the boiling point. He decided to mull it over breakfast. The spacious, well-appointed coffee shop served his juice gelid and his coffee hot, his egg tender and his toast crisp. The bit of tension vanished as he ate with relish. He signed the check with his tight little introverted signature. Now for a quick inspection tour to see just how rough things really were. He told the boy on the service elevator, "To the bottom." His stomach writhed as the cage plummeted 4 floors below the street level. The kitchens, laundry, warehouse, baggage room, switchboard room, ice plant, and personnel spaces sprawled through an acre of underground levels. They boiled with sweating men and disheveled women, engaged in the intricate business of housing, feeding, clothing, liquoring, and catering to a small city under one roof. Then he remembered how small the quarters were upstairs. How could they house enough guests to justify all this? Returning to his office, he called the Employment Bureau.
Mr. Crowson, Forsyte here. I'm at the hotel.
Oh dear, what's wrong now?
You didn't tell me to whom I should report. This, is my first experience with employment agencies. Usually there's a board of directors.
Is that all? Crowson sighed audibly. You were in full charge, I assure you. Our little interview was quite satisfactory. I've certified you to your bookkeeping department, and you may draw upon your salary after a week. Anything else?
Where may I reach the owner or the chairman in an emergency?
The owner is a Dr. Bradford, who is in Hanford, Washington. Top secret government work. He may not be contacted until he returns. Sorry, that's all I can tell you. Getting on all right, Mr. Forsyte? He asked with obvious reluctance.
Sextus cut off. 2 lights on the intercom were blinking at him. One call was from the kitchen. The first chef had just heaved a cleaver at the steward, and the head salad girl was in hysterics. Sextus said to be right down. The second call was from the chief house detective. He'd got a bellhop peddling marijuana to the waitresses. What was the manager's new policy? Sextus told him to hold the boy in the locker room for him. Then one of the room clerks rang to say that Gary Gable, the movie star, was raising hell in the lobby because he couldn't get the bridal suite and demanded to see the manager. Sextus smiled. These things were routine of running a large hotel. He stopped at the bar for a quick one and then started for the kitchen. The day passed pleasantly enough, and he looked forward to retiring to his quiet rooms upstairs. He thought to get some intelligent answers from his assistant manager when he walked in promptly at 5 p.m. But he turned out to be a university student from Southern Cal, working days on his master's degree in business administration and nights at the hotel. No wonder he hadn't been promoted. Not that he wasn't bright, just not experienced. Sextus formally offered his hand and introduced himself. The lad said, "I'm Horace Smith. The phone is ringing. Excuse me." He snatched the phone with a harried look. Somehow the phone never stopped ringing. Sextus gave up and retired to dress for dinner. He finished his 5th of whiskey and descended to the hotel's swank Oceania room, where he made himself known to the maitre d'hotel. That frenzied little mustachioed person sniffed Sextus's breath and seated him behind a potted palm. Discreetly avoiding the wine list, Sextus dined well, noting several movie stars and other VIPs in a crowded dining room. He couldn't escape the illusion that he was dining at the Ambassador or the Waldorf Astoria instead of a 5-story rat trap. Where did they all come from? As he awaited the elevator, he was approached by the bell captain.
"Mr. Forsyte."
Sextus nodded stiffly.
"There's an envelope Mr. Passon left for you. It was the last gem. Incidentally, sorry I was a little rough in the phone, but you can see our situation here. Understaffed and overcrowded. It gets thick, real thick, brother."
Sextus felt his belly muscles tighten. "Confusion is never improved by discourtesy or insubordination," he said coldly. At that moment, a bellman rushed up to the rebuffed captain, who was regarding Sextus with a restrained loathing. "The guy in C-32 keeps screaming for his beer, but the service elevator to C-Vector keeps dumping me off in F."
The captain said, "Try riding to 4th on C and then walk down the deck and come out to the linen room."
"Can't I just ride with the guest elevator, Jack?"
The captain stared at Sextus.
"Oh, Mr. Forsyte wouldn't approve. Now move."
He turned to Sextus and said acidly, "Just one of our little extra problems." He moved off with a disgusted shake of his carefully barbed head. The nature of the bell captain's special problem sounded interesting, but the details confused Sextus. Ride to 4 on C, walk down to 3, and out by the linen closet. Sounded like 3-dimensional chess. His cage arrived, and he returned to his suite. He removed his shoes, stripped to the waist, and sank gratefully into the soft bed, nestling the last bottle of his suitcase reserve in the crook of his bare arm. He considered the sealed envelope marked, "To my successor, urgent matters." First he opened a fresh bottle, and then the envelope. He flipped through the papers. There were some tax reports ready for signature, 2 union contracts up for renegotiation, and an estimate on redoing 520 rooms in vectors B and F. Vectors? Did they mean wings? The last paper was a personal letter, apparently addressed to him. Before he could begin it, the phone at his bedside jangled. Operator said, "Would you take this, please, Mr. Forsyte? I dispatched a houseman, and the guest is hysterical." Without awaiting his permission, she cut in a woman.
"Hello, manager. There's a man in my bed."
"What is your room number, madam?" Sextus asked, with drowsy detachment.
"I'm in 8408,
she said, and on the 8, her voice ran up the scale in a quivering crescendo that launched Sextus briskly from his bed. 8408 was his floor and his wing, luckily. He tore out of the suite and down the hall without shirt or shoes. The door stood ajar, and he pushed it open. In the middle of the floor, still gabbling into the phone, stood a lumpy, pallid woman about his own age, naked except for a pillow, which she hugged fiercely to her navel. Her bleached hair was a frayed bird's nest. In bed, decently clad in a pair of blue and white striped pajamas, was a rather distinguished grey-haired gentleman of about 50, leaning on one elbow and watching the woman with an expression of mild astonishment and interest. To Sextus's practised eye, the man was guilty of nothing. The house detective arrived at that moment, but Sextus dismissed him with a wave of his hand. He went in alone. "I'm the manager, madam," he assured her. He noted that, despite her excited wails, her eyes drooped half shut. A bottle of sleeping pills on the table was uncapped. "This man," she kept repeating and pointing her elbow at the bed. The man in question raised his eyebrows and shook his head. "Damnedest sensation I ever felt," he said. "I'm Jonathan P. Turner, attorney. Before I tell you my story, please check with the desk and verify that I was assigned this room." Sextus took the phone from the woman's pudgy hand, which darted to rescue the sagging pillow. The room clerk reported that Mr. J.P. Turner was registered to room 408, but in J vector, not H. Sextus's eyes swept the room. It was an unexplainable mess. 2 sets of luggage were jumbled on and around the baggage rack at the foot of the bed. Rinsed out nylons hung from the shower rod, but a man's shaving kit occupied the shelf over the lavatory. Despairing of ever arriving at a sensible explanation, Sextus went to work. Although hampered somewhat without his shirt, coat, and tie, Sextus managed to get Turner and his belongings transferred peaceably to another room, and the woman quieted down in bed with another sleeping pill. Then Turner was allowed to tell his story. "I turned in early and was lying there on my back reading the paper when suddenly I got the most messy feeling all through me. It was like, oh hell, I can't say it. Anyhow, in just about a second, something went thub, and there she was in bed with me. Naked," he added with a shiver. Sextus grasped at a straw. "How many did you have to drink this evening, Mr. Turner?" The attorney squirmed uncomfortably. "Well, quite a few, maybe, but not enough to—" Sextus shrugged one shoulder and turned to leave. "Understand, we don't blame you a bit, sir. You know how these middle-aged women can carry on when they get out in the town. You must have dozed off before she slipped in." "But my door was locked, I think," he added uncertainly. "We won't breathe a word of it, Mr. Turner. Rest well." Sextus padded silently back to his room in his stocking feet and took a long pull at the whiskey. Funny thing this, people often get into the wrong hotel beds, but rarely with such impalpable excuses. He sighed and picked up the letter from his predecessor again. It read, "Welcome to the Phony Plaza. What name again? You will be the 5th manager in 30 days. If you need the job as much as I thought I did, you'll probably ignore my advice, but here goes anyway. Resign, bail out, skidoo." The man was emphatic. "I can't tell you where they've got to 2,600 rooms in this haunted anthill, but believe me, they're there, and you'll be sorry if you hang around long enough to prove it. My predecessor left a garbled note about some hyperspace system that the owner, Dr. Bradford, has figured out. Actually, there are only 260 rooms, as you've probably surmised. But this Bradford, who is a nuclear physicist, by the way, has installed some sort of field generator in each elevator shaft that gives entry to these rooms at 10 different locations in time. Room 500, for instance, in Vector A is 10 years from Vector B. So when you run to capacity with, say, 2 people to the room, you have 5,200 guests in 260 rooms. They all live by the same calendar, but in their rooms they are actually centuries apart. How do you like those apples? It's all quite neat and economical, what with the cost per front foot of this beach area zoned for business, and you'll find a dandy profit on the books, but start worrying, fella. Things are beginning to happen. The maintenance engineer, who incidentally is quitting too, says that the equipment in the shafts is wearing out, and the fields are pulsating or decaying or some damned thing, and we can't contact Dr. Bradford, who took the service manual with him. Maybe you are more experienced in this hotel business than I am, but I couldn't stand a gaff. One more mess like I barely managed to clean up this week, and somebody's going to the pokey. It won't be me. Good luck, if you insist on staying, but I warned you." Signed, Thornton K. Patterson. "P.S. The fire marshal is on our necks because the windows are all sealed, but for God's sake don't unseal them." Sextus tossed the fantastic communication aside in disgust, but his mind began to unreel a picture of the confession he had witnessed down in the service quarters. Bellboys and room service waiters fighting for service elevators, chambermaids trundling their little carts on the dead run, the overworked laundry staff laboring in a veritable sweatshop of steamy chaos, swamped in a billowing backlog of sheets and towels. It all pointed to a large hotel operation. If so, where are the rooms? Refusing to argue further with himself, he got undressed. Hyperspace or not, the people apparently were there, and it was his job to serve them. He got a bucket of ice from room service, mixed an ice and whiskey highball, and retreated into his private little world between crisp sheets and the pages of a 25-cent mystery novel. Arising early, he was girded for the summons from Miss Genevieve Eisner in room H408. He went to her room. Fully dressed and in the daylight, she was still a hollow-eyed mess. The only visible improvement was in the bleached bird's nest, now a prim, rolled circle in her unlovely pate. "What amends," she demanded, "do you intend to make for my terrible experience last night? Is that horrid creature in jail?" "Experience? Jail?" Sextus asked, innocent-eyed. He asked that she tell him about it. Exasperated, she went over the details. When she finished, he patted her hand and pointed to the sleeping pills. "You should see your doctor." "But my doctor prescribed those pills," she whimpered, looking down shyly at the hand which Sextus held gingerly. "They never made me dream before." He bent and kissed the revolting hand. "You are much too lovely a lady to have escaped from such a predicament as you describe without suffering, shall we say, a more romantic fate." Miss Haffner blushed at the thought and wavered between outrage and ecstasy for a dangerous moment. With time-tested genius, Sextus withdrew quietly and left her to her thoughts. He must get in touch with Dr. Bradford, atom business or not. This place could blow sky-high any minute. He slipped the key into his own door and entered his suite. He took 2 brisk strides into his bedroom, tripped over a lady's overnight case, and sprawled into his unmade bed. Even as he landed, he realized it had an occupant, a gorgeous, strangely familiar blonde creature, tousled and asleep, hugging her pillow with a creamy arm. A crash from the bathroom brought his head bouncing off the silken coverlet, even as the girl awakened with a scream and tangled them both with the bedclothes. Gary Gable charged from the bathroom, face dripping, and a tuft of lather under each ear. "What in the goddamn hell?" He leaped for Sextus with his internationally famous shoulders knotted into bunches of muscular menace. "I'm the hotel manager," Sextus blurted loudly. For once his self-assurance wavered under fire. Even to himself his words explained nothing. Meanwhile, Gable tripped over one of Sextus's heavy suitcases and joined the pair in bed. Another male voice issued from the bathroom, and as they all thrashed about, Sextus became aware that a second female had somehow appeared between Gable and his brand-new bride. They came up together, face to face, the beautiful, sleepy blonde and the very wide-awake, queenly brunette. Now a pot-bellied little man in shorts and undershirt emerged from the bathroom, his mouth a gaping hole in a fully lathered face. Sextus wriggled free, made for the door and off down the hall. To his horror, the automatic signal light on the Vector H elevator was flickering and fading. The whole H-vector must be collapsing. He dashed for the stairwell, and then reconsidered. He moved to the end of the hall, which overlooked the low roof of the adjacent building. He tried the window and remembered that it was sealed. Back in the alcove, he seized one of the sand jars and headed back for the window. A growing tide of commotion swelled from behind almost every door now. Grunts, screams, and wrestling sounds came over the transoms. He dashed the sand jar through the window, chipped off the jagged edges with his heel, and climbed out. It was a 20-foot drop to security, and he made it without hesitation. What could a man have to do with a mess like spang? His feet struck, not with a crunch on gravelled tar, but into a springy fabric that sagged under his 180 pounds, tossed him 6 feet in the air, caught him on the rebound, and then juggled him down with diminishing bounces. They were waiting for him as he regained his feet on the quivering surface of a spring-loaded canvas trampoline. The bright mid-morning sun blinded him for an instant, but their voices assailed his ears in a mighty roar of approval as he squinted under his hand and peered around him. "Attaboy, sexy!" a shrill female voice piped. The rooftop was jammed with a pressing throng of nearly naked people. In a cleared semicircle about him, a cordon of male bodies, beautiful, strained the mob behind a rope from which a long streamer hung with letters reading, "Welcome, Sextus, to 2153 A.D. Reaching over the edge of the canvas platform with outstretched hand was a single, willowy, sun-baked oldster in a purple loincloth. His hair and beard were dazzling white, and his face was wreathed in a silly smile, the kind officials always wear when presenting the keys to the city. He shuffled his white kid sandals and spoke with an accent. "Welcome to 2153, Sextus Rollo Forsyte. California salutes you." Somewhere down on the street, a raucous brass band broke into the Stars and Stripes Forever that quickly medleyed into California Here We Come. Sextus shrank back against the wall and felt ancient bricks crumble into dust against his hands. The magnitude of his disaster crushed in upon shrinking soul, and his nimble imagination grasped the stunning significance of every molecule of his being vibrated with horror. He had been warned not to open a window. "You have fulfilled the legend," the old man sang joyously. "You are a famous man." How famous, Sextus was forced to acknowledge as a television boom snaked over the heads of the crowd, trailing a wisp of cable, and cast its baleful, glassy eye full into his face. 200 years to the day, as my great-great-grandfather predicted. I am Clark Bradford, direct descendant of Sextus stared widely up at the open window. He bounced once experimentally. It was a fine trampoline, and he flipped a foot off the surface. Next bounce he flexed his knees a little and gained another foot. Now he doubled up purposely. The one-man delegate in purple frowned. "Stop that. We are here to welcome you and start the celebration of the Hollywood Bowl. And stop that, I say." Now he sensed Sextus's incredible intent. "Officer, help out here, please." A bulgy, bronzed fellow, clad mainly in an immaculately white brassard, left the rope barrier and joined Bradford. The elder screamed, "You can't go back, Forsyte. Don't you understand? You disappeared 2 centuries ago when the vector field collapsed. You can't go back. You can't. This is your destiny." Sextus's heels soared 5 feet above the canvas and gained precious altitude with each spring, but it was a precarious business the higher he went. One slip and he'd glance off at a tangent and be captured by those reaching, grasping, obscene hands in the crowd. The thought almost unseated his reason. The police officer asked Bradford, "What would happen if he did go back?" Then he added, "Ain't he got a right to?" Bradford shuffled nervously. "I don't quite know. We never considered such a— My God, stop, man, stop. You'll change the whole course of history. Stop him." The bare-legged minion tried, but as he climbed up on the edge of the trampoline, Sextus bounced and kicked out with accuracy and determination. The policeman sprawled back, clutching air, and the crowd roared. One more bounce and a half-twist now. Sextus soared up, and his hands touched the sill. With the agility of desperation, he clawed up and through the painless window. "You don't know what you're doing," the old man screeched. "Stay here and you'll be famous. If you go back, it is to oblivion. Oblivion." "Very well, go back. Go back, you non-entity. You Bert," Sextus panted to himself, and tumbled onto the carpeted 4th-floor hallway at the Mahoney Plaza Hotel. Instantly another voice, but without accent, accosted him shrilly from down the hall.
"You there, you, Mr. Manager?"
Sextus sighed mightily with relief. It was only Miss Genevieve Eisner, holding a pimply-faced red-haired youth by the ear. True, Gary Gable and the 2 hair-pulling female starlets bore down right behind her, and rooms along both sides of the corridor were disgorging eddies of indignant, displaced persons. But these were things he understood. These were just beefs. Somewhat more involved than usual, but nothing much worse than a full-fledged convention at midnight. He adjusted his mashed carnation, brushed the crumbles of old brick dust from his morning coat, and moved into the fray. Now, Miss Hafner, what are you up to this time?" End of Story 7.
Story 8 of the Almighty Dollar. In Space.
Ed Reed Shut Sci-Fi, Volume 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Prospector Special by Robert Sheckley. The sandcar moved smoothly over the rolling dunes, its 6 fat wheels rising and falling like the ponderous rumps of tandem elephants. The hidden sun beat down from a dead-white sky, pouring heat into the canvas top, reflecting heat back from the parched sand. "Stay awake," Morrison told himself, pulling the sandcar back to its compass course. It was his 21st day on Venus's Scorpion Desert, his 21st day of fighting sleep while the sandcar rocked across the dunes, forging over humbacked little waves. Night travel would have been easier, but there were too many steep ravines to avoid, too many house-sized boulders to dodge. Now he knew why men went into the desert in teams. One man drove while the other kept shaking him awake. "But it's better alone," Morrison reminded himself. "Half the supplies and no accidental murders."
His head was beginning to droop. He snapped himself erect. In front of him the landscape shimmered and danced through the Polaroid windshield. The sandcar lurched and rocked with treacherous gentleness. Morrison rubbed his eyes and turned on the radio. He was a big, sunburned, rangy young man with close-cropped black hair and grey eyes. He had come to Venus with a grub stake at $20,000 to find his fortune in the Scorpion Desert, as others had done before him. He had outfitted in Presto, the last town on the edge of the wilderness, and spent all but $10 on the sandcar and equipment. In Presto, $10 just covered the cost of a drink in the town's only saloon. So Morrison ordered rye and water, drank with the miners and prospectors, and laughed at the old-timers' yarns about the sandwolf packs and the squadrons of voracious birds that inhabited the interior desert. He knew all about sun blindness, heat stroke, and telephone breakdown. He was sure none of it would happen to him. But now, after 21 days and 1,800 miles, he had learned respect for this waterless waste of sand and stone, 3 times the area of the Sahara. You really could die here. But you could also get rich, and that was what Morrison planned to do. His radio hummed. At full volume, he could hear the faintest murmur of dance music from Venusborg. Then it faded, and only the hum was left. He turned off the radio and gripped the steering wheel tightly in both hands. He unclenched one hand and looked at his watch. 9:15 in the morning. At 10:30 he would stop and take a nap. A man had to have rest in this heat. But only a half-hour nap. Treasure lay somewhere ahead of him, and he wanted to find it before his supplies got much lower. The precious outcroppings of Goldenstone had to be up ahead. He had been following traces for 2 days now. Maybe he would hit a real bonanza, as Kirk did in '89, or Edmundson and Osler in '93. If so, he would do just what they did. He'd order up a prospectus special, and to hell with the cost. The sandcar rolled along at an even 30 miles an hour, and Morrison tried to concentrate on the heat-blasted yellow-brown landscape. That sandstone patch over there was just the tawny color of Janie's hair. After he struck it rich, he and Janie would get married, and he'd go back to Earth and buy an ocean farm. No more prospecting. Just one rich strike, so he could buy his spread on the deep blue Atlantic. Maybe some people thought fish herding was tame. It was good enough for him. He could see it now. The mackerel herds drifting along and browsing at the planting pens. Himself and his trusty dolphin keeping an eye out for the silvery flash of a predatory barracuda or steel-grey shark coming along behind the branching coral. Morrison felt the sandcar lurch. He woke up, grabbed the steering wheel, and turned it hard. During his moments of sleep, the vehicle had crept over the dune's crumbling edge. Sand and pebbles spun under the fat tires as the sandcar fought for traction. The car tilted perilously. The tires shrieked against the sand, gripped, and started to pull the vehicles back up the slope. Then the whole face of the dune collapsed. Morrison held onto the steering wheel as the sandcar flipped over on its side and rolled down the slope. Sand filled his mouth and eyes. He spat and held on while the car rolled over again and dropped into emptiness. For seconds he was in the air. The sandcar hit bottom squarely on its wheels. Morrison heard a double boom as the 2 rear tires blew out. Then his head hit the windshield. When he recovered consciousness, the first thing he did was look at his watch. It read 10:35. "Time for that nap," Morrison said to himself. "But I guess I'll survey the situation first." He found that he was at the bottom of a shallow fault, strewn with knife-edged pebbles. 2 tires had blown on impact. His windshield was gone, and one of the doors was sprung. His equipment was strewn around, but appeared to be intact. "Could have been worse," Morrison said. He went down to examine the tires more carefully. "It is worse," he said. The 2 blown tires were shredded beyond repair. There wasn't enough rubber left on them to make a child's balloon. He'd used up his spares 10 days back crossing Devil's Grill. Used them and discarded them. He couldn't go on without tires. Morrison unpacked his telephone. He wiped dust from its black plastic face, then dialed Al's garage and presto. After a moment, the small vidscreen lighted up. He could see a man's long, mournful, grease-stained face. "Al's garage? Eddie speaking." "Hi, Eddie, this is Tom Morrison. I bought that GM sandcar from you about a month ago, remember?" "Sure, I remember you," Eddie said. "You're the guy doing a single into the Southwest Trek. How's the bus holding out?" "Fine. Great little car. Reason I called. Hey, Eddie said, what happened to your face? Morrison put his hand to his forehead and felt blood. Nothing much, he said. I went over a dune and blew out 2 tires. He turned the telephone so that Eddie could see the tires. Unrepairable, said Eddie. I thought so, and I used up all my spares crossing Devil's Grill. Look, Eddie, I'd like you to port me a couple of tires. Retreads are fine. I can't move the sandcar without them. Sure, Eddie said, except I haven't any retreads. I'll have to port you new ones at $500 apiece, plus $400 porting charges. $1,400, Mr. Morrison. All right. Yes, sir. Now, if you'll show me the cash, or a money order which you can send back with the receipt, I'll get moving on it. At the moment, Morrison said, I haven't got a cent on me. Bank account stripped clean. Bonds, property, anything you can convert into cash. Nothing except this sandcar, which you sold me for $8,000. When I come back, I'll settle my bill with the sandcar. If you get back, sorry, Mr. Morrison, no can do. What do you mean? Morrison asked. You know I'll pay for the tires. And you know the rules on Venus, Eddie said, his mournful face set in obstinate lines. No credit. Cash and carry. I can't run the sandcar without tires, Morrison said. Are you going to strand me out here? Who in hell is stranding you? Eddie asked. The sort of thing happens to prospectors every day. You know what you have to do now, Mr. Morrison. Call public utility and declare yourself a bankrupt. Turn over what's left of the sandcar, equipment, and anything you found on the way. They'll get you out. I'm not turning back, Morrison said. Look. He held the telephone close to the ground. You see the traces, Eddie? See these red and purple flecks? There's precious stuff in their hair. Every prospector sees traces, Eddie said. Damn desert is full of traces. These are rich, Morrison said. These are leading straight to a big stuff, a bonanza load, Eddie. I know it's a lot to ask, but if you could stake me a couple of tires. I can't do it, Eddie said. I just work here. I can't port you any tires, not unless you show me money first. Otherwise I get fired and probably jailed. You know the law. Cash and carry, Morrison said bleakly. Right. Be smart and turn back now. Maybe you can try again some other time. I spent 12 years getting this stake together, Morrison said. I'm not going back. He turned off the telephone and tried to think. Was there anyone else on Venus he could call? Only Max Crandall, his jewel broker. But Max couldn't raise $1,400 in that crummy 2x4 office near Venusborg's jewel market. Max could barely scrape up his own rent, much less take care of stranded prospectors. I can't ask Max for help, Morrison declared. Not until I found Goldenstone. The real stuff, not just traces. So that leaves it up to me. He opened the back of the sandcar and began to unload, piling his equipment on the sand. He would have to choose carefully. Anything he took would have to be carried on his back. The telephone had to go with him, and his lightweight testing kit. Food concentrates, revolver, compass. And nothing else but water. All the water he could carry. The rest of the stuff would have to stay behind. By nightfall, Morrison was ready. He looked regretfully at the 20 cans of water he was leaving. In the desert, water was a man's most precious possession, second only to his telephone. But it couldn't be helped. After drinking his fill, he hoisted his pack and set a southwest course into the desert. For 3 days, he trekked to the southwest. Then on the 4th day he veered to due south, following an increasingly rich trace. The sun, eternally hidden, beat down on him, and the dead-white sky was like a roof of heated iron over his head. Morrison followed the traces, and something followed him. On the 6th day, he sensed movement just out of the range of his vision. On the 7th day, he saw what was trailing him. Venus's own brand of wolf, small, lean, with a yellow coat and long, grinning jaws. It was one of the few mammals that made its home in the Scorpion Desert. As Morrison watched, 2 more sandwolves appeared beside it. He loosened the revolver in its holster. The wolves made no attempt to come closer. They had plenty of time. Morrison kept on going, wishing he had brought a rifle with him, but that would have meant 8 pounds more, which meant 8 pounds less water. As he was pitching camp at dusk, the 8th day, he heard a crackling sound. He whirled around and located its source, about 10 feet to his left and above his head. A little vortex had appeared, a tiny mouth in the air like a whirlpool in the sea. It spun, making the characteristic crackling sounds of porting. Now who could be porting anything to me? Morrison asked, waiting while the whirlpool slowly widened. Solido porting from a base projector to a filled target was a standard means of moving goods across the vast distances of Venus. Any inanimate object could be ported. Animate beings couldn't, because the process involved certain minor but distressing molecular changes in protoplasm. A few people had found this out the hard way when porting was first introduced. Morrison waited. The aerial whirlpool became a mouth 3 feet in diameter. From the mouth stepped a chrome-plated robot, carrying a large sack. "Oh, it's you," Morrison said. "Yes, sir," the robot said, now completely clear of the field. "Williams IV at your service, with the Venus Mail." It was a robot of medium height, thin-shanked and flat-footed, humanoid in appearance, amiable in disposition. For 23 years it had been Venus's entire postal service, sorted deliverer and dead storage. It had been built to last, and for 23 years the mails had always come through. "Here we are, Mr. Morrison," Williams IV said. "Only twice-a-month mail call in the desert, I'm sorry to say, but it comes promptly, and that's a blessing. This is for you. And this, I think. There's one more. Sandcar broke down, eh?" "It sure did," Morrison said, taking his letters. Williams IV went on rummaging through its bag. Although it was a superbly efficient postman, the old robot was known as the worst gossip on 3 planets. "There's one more in here somewhere," Williams IV said. "Too bad about the sandcar. They just don't build 'em like they did in my youth. Take my advice, young man. Turn back if you still have the chance." Morrison shook his head. "Foolish, downright foolish," the old robot said. "Pity you don't have my perspective. Too many is the time I've come across you boys lying in the sand in the dried-out sack of your skin, or with your bones gnawed to splinters by the sandwolves and the filthy black kites. 23 years I've been delivering mail to fine-looking young men like you, and each one thinking he's unique and different." The robot's eye cells became distant with memory. "But they aren't different," Williams IV said. "They're as alike as robots off the assembly line, especially after the wolves get through with them. And then I have to send their letters and personal effects back to their loved ones on Earth." "I know," Morrison said. "But some get through, don't they?" "Sure they do," the robot said. "I've seen men make 1, 2, 3 fortunes, and then die on the sands trying to make a 4th. "Not me," Morrison said. "I just want 1. Then I'm going to buy me an undersea farm on Earth." The robot shuddered. "I have a dread of salt water. But to each his own. Good luck, young man." The robot looked Morrison over carefully, probably to see what he had in the way of personal effects, then climbed back into the aerial whirlpool. In a moment it was gone. In another moment the whirlpool had vanished. Morrison sat down to read his mail. The first letter was from his jewel broker, Max Crandall. It told about the depression that had hit Venusborg, and hinted that Crandall might have to go into bankruptcy if some of his prospectors didn't strike something good. The second letter was a statement from the Venus Telephone Company. Morrison owed $210.08 for 2 months' telephone service. Unless he remitted this sum at once, his telephone was liable to be turned off. The last letter, all the way from Earth, was from Janie. It was filled with news about his cousins, aunts, and uncles. She told him about the Atlantic farm sites she had looked over, and the wonderful little place she had found near Martinique in the Caribbean. She begged him to give up prospecting if it looked dangerous. They could find another way of financing the farm. She sent all her love and wished him a happy birthday in advance. "Birthday?" Morrison asked himself. "Let's see, today is July 23rd. No, it's the 24th, and my birthday's August 1st. Thanks for remembering, Janie." That night he dreamed of Earth and the blue expanse of the Atlantic Ocean. But toward dawn, when the heat of Venus became insistent, he found he was dreaming of mile upon mile of golden stone, of grinning sandwalls, and of the Prospector's special. Rock gave way to sand as Morrison ploughed his way across the bottom of a long-vanished lake. Then it was rock again, twisted and tortured into 1,000 gaunt shapes. Reds, yellows, and browns swam in front of his eyes. In all that desert there wasn't one patch of green. He continued his trek into the tumbled stone mazes of the interior desert, and the wolves trekked with him, keeping pace far out on either flank. Morrison ignored them. He had enough on his mind just to negotiate the sheer cliffs and the fields of broken stone that blocked his way to the south. By the 11th day after leaving the sandcar, the traces were almost rich enough for panning. The sandwolves were tracking him still, and his water was almost gone. Another day's march would finish him. Morrison thought for a moment, then unstrapped his telephone and dialed public utility in Venusborg. The video screen showed a stern, severely dressed woman with iron-grey hair. "Public utility," she said. "May we be of service?" "Hi," Morrison said cheerfully. "How's the weather in Venusborg?" "Hot," the woman said. "How's it out there?" "I hadn't even noticed," Morrison said, grinning. "Too busy counting my fortune." "You found Goldenstone?" the woman asked, her expression becoming less severe. "Sure have," Morrison said. "But don't pass the word around yet. I'm still staking my claim. I think I can use a refill on these." Smiling easily, he held up his canteens. Sometimes it worked. Sometimes, if you showed enough confidence, public utility would fill you up without checking your account. True, it was embezzling, but this was no time for niceties. "I suppose your account is in order?" asked the woman. "Of course," Morrison said, feeling his smile grow stiff. "The name's Tom Morrison. You can just check." "Oh, I don't do that personally," the woman said. "Hold that canteen steady. Here we go." Gripping the canteen in both hands, Morrison watched as the water ported 4,000 miles from Venusborg, appeared as a slender crystal stream above the mouth of his canteen. The stream entered the canteen, making a wonderful gurgling sound. Watching it, Morrison found his dry mouth actually was beginning to salivate. Then the water stopped. "What's the matter?" Morrison asked. His video screen went blank. Then it cleared, and Morrison found himself staring into a man's narrow face. The man was seated in front of a large desk. The sign in front of him read, "Milton P. Reed, Vice President, Accounts." "Mr. Morrison," Reed said, "your account is overdrawn. You have been obtaining water under false pretenses, and that is a criminal offense." "I'm going to pay for the water," Morrison said. "When?" "As soon as I get back to Venusborg." "With what?" asked Mr. Reed. "Do you propose to pay?" "With Goldenstone," Morrison said. "Look around here, Mr. Reed. The traces are rich. Richer than they were for the Kirk claim. I'll be hitting the outcroppings in another day." "That's what every prospector thinks," Mr. Reed said. "Every prospector on Venus is only a day from Goldenstone, and they all expect credit from public utility. But in this case, public utility," Mr. Reed continued inexorably, "is not a philanthropic organization. Its charter specifically forbids the extension of credit. Venus is a frontier, Mr. Morrison, a far-flung frontier. Every manufactured article on Venus must be imported from Earth at outrageous cost. We do have our own water, but locating it, purifying it, then porting it is an expensive process. This company, like every other company on Venus, necessarily operates on a very narrow margin of profit, which is invariably plowed back into further expansion. That is why there can be no credit on Venus." "I know all that," Morrison said, "but I'm telling you, I only need a day or two more. Absolutely impossible. By the rules, we shouldn't even help you out now. The time to report bankruptcy was a week ago, when your sandcar broke down. Your garage man reported as required by law. But you didn't. We would be within our rights to leave you stranded. Do you understand that?" "Yes, of course," Morrison said wearily. "However, the company's decided to stretch a point in your favor. If you turn back immediately, we will keep you supplied with water for the return trip." "I'm not turning back yet. I'm almost on the real stuff." "You must turn back. Be reasonable, Morrison. Where would we be if we let every prospector wander over the desert while we supplied his water? There'd be 10,000 men out there, and we'd be out of business instead of a year. I'm stretching the rules now. Turn back." "No," said Morrison. "You'd better think about it. If you don't turn back now, public utility takes no further responsibility for your water supply." Morrison nodded. If he went on, he would stand a good chance of dying in the desert. But if he turned back, what then? He would be in Venusborg, penniless and in debt, looking for work in an overcrowded city. He'd sleep in a community shed and eat at a soup kitchen with the other prospectors who turned back. And how would he be able to raise the fare back to Earth? When would he ever see Janie again? "I guess I'll keep on going," Morrison said. "Then public utility takes no further responsibility for you," Reed repeated, and hung up. Morrison packed up his telephone, took a sip from his meager water supply, and went on. The sandwolves loped along at each side, moving in closer. Overhead, a delta-winged kite found him. It balanced on the updrafts for a day and a night, waiting for the wolves to finish him. Then a flock of small flying scorpions sighted the waiting kite. They drove the big creature upstairs into the cloud bank. For a day the flying reptiles waited. Then they in turn were driven off by a squadron of black kites. The Traces were very rich now, on the 15th day since he had left the sandcar. By rights, he should be walking over Goldenstone. He should be surrounded by Goldenstone. But still he hadn't found any. Morrison sat down and shook his last canteen. It gave off no wet sound. He uncapped it and turned it up over his mouth. 2 drops trickled down his parched throat. It was about 4 days since he had talked to Public Utility. He must have used up the last of his water yesterday. Or had it been the day before? He recapped the empty canteen and looked around at the heat-blasted landscape. Abruptly he pulled the telephone out of his pack and dialed Max Crandall in Venusborg. Crandall's round, worried face swam into focus on the screen. "Tommy," he said, "you look like hell."
"I'm all right," Morrison said. "A little dried out, that's all. Max, I'm near Goldenstone."
"Are you sure?" Crandall asked.
"See for yourself,"
Morrison said, swinging the telephone around.
"Look at the stone formations. Do you see the red and purple markings over there?"
"Traces, all right," Crandall admitted dubiously.
"There's rich stuff just beyond it," Morrison said. "There has to be. Look, Max, I know you're short on money, but I'm going to ask you a favor. Send me a pint of water, just a pint, so I can go on for another day or 2. We can both get rich for the price of a pint of water."
"I can't do it," Crandall said sadly.
"You can't?"
"That's right, Tommy. I'd send you water even if there wasn't anything around you but sandstone and granite. Do you think I'd let you die of thirst or I could help it? But I can't do a thing. Take a look." Crandall rotated his telephone. Morrison saw that the chairs, table, desk, filing cabinet and safe were gone from the office. All that was left in the room was the telephone. "I don't know why they haven't taken out the phone," Crandall said. "I owe 2 months on my bill."
"I do too,"
said Morrison. "I'm stripped," Crandall said. "I haven't got a dime. Don't get me wrong, I'm not worried about myself. I can always eat at a soup kitchen. But I can't port you any water. Not you or Remstarter."
"Jim Remstarter?"
"Yeah, he was following a trace up north past Forgotten River. His sandcar broke an axle last week and he wouldn't turn back. His water ran out yesterday."
"I'd bail him out if I could,"
said Morrison. "And I'd bail you out if he could," Crandall said. "But he can't, and you can't, and I can't. Tommy, you have only one hope."
"What's that?"
"Find Goldenstone. Not just traces. On the real thing worth real money. Then phone me. If you really have Goldenstone, I'll bring in Wilkes from Triplanet Mining and get him to advance us some money. He'll probably want 50% of the claim."
"That's plain robbery."
"No, it's just the high cost of credit on Venus," Crandall answered. "Don't worry, there'll still be plenty left over. But you have to find Goldenstone first."
"Okay," Morrison said. "It should be around here somewhere. Max, what's today's date?"
"July 31st. Why?"
"Just wondering. I'll call you when I found something."
After hanging up, Morrison sat on a little boulder and stared dully at the sand. July 31st. Tomorrow was his birthday. His family would be thinking about him. Aunt Bess in Pasadena, the twins in Laos, Uncle Ted in Durango, and Janie, of course, waiting for him in Tampa. Morrison realized that tomorrow might be his last birthday unless he found Goldenstone. He got to his feet, strapped the telephone back in his pack beside the empty canteens, and set a course to the south. He wasn't alone. The birds and beasts of the desert marched with him. Overhead, the silent black kites circled endlessly. The sandwolves crept closer on his flanks, their red tongues lolling out, waiting for the carcass to fall.
"I'm not dead yet,"
Morrison shouted at them. He drew his revolver and fired at the nearest wolf. At 20 feet, he missed. He went down on one knee, held the revolver tightly in both hands, and fired again. The wolf yelped in pain. The pack immediately went for the wounded animal, and the kites swooped down for their share. Morrison put the revolver back in its holster and went on. He could tell he was in a badly dehydrated state. The landscape jumped and danced in front of him, and his footing was unsure. He discarded the empty canteens, threw away everything but the testing kit, telephone, and revolver. Either he was coming out to the desert in style, or he wasn't coming out at all. The Traces continued to run rich, but still he came upon no sign of tangible wealth. That evening he found a shallow cave set into the base of a cliff. He crawled inside and built a barricade of rocks across the entrance. Then he drew his revolver and leaned back against the far wall. The sandwolves were outside, sniffing and snapping their jaws. Morrison popped himself up and got ready for an all-night vigil. He didn't sleep, but he couldn't stay awake either. Dreams and visions tormented him. He was back on Earth, and Janie was saying to him, "It's the tuna. Something must be wrong with their diet. Every last one of them is sick."
"It's the darndest thing," Morrison told her. "Just as soon as you domesticate a fish, it turns into a prima donna."
"Are you going to stand there philosophizing?" Janie asked. "Well, your fish is sick."
"Call the vet."
"I did. He's off at the Blake's place, taking care of the dairy whale."
"All right, I'll go out and take a look." He slipped on his face mask. Grinning, he said, "I didn't even have time to dry out before I have to go out again." His face and chest were wet. Morrison opened his eyes. His face and chest were wet, from perspiration. Staring at the partially blocked mouth of the cave, he could see green eyes. 2, 4, 6, 8. He fired at them, but they didn't retreat. He fired again, and his bullet ricocheted off the cave wall, stinging him with stone splinters. With his next shots, he succeeded in winging one of the wolves. The pack withdrew. That emptied the revolver. Morrison searched through his pockets and found 5 more cartridges. He carefully loaded the gun. Dawn couldn't be far away now. And then he was dreaming again, this time of the Prospector's special. He'd heard about it in every little saloon that bordered the Scorpion. Bristly, bearded old prospectors told 100 different stories about it, and the cynical bartenders chimed in with their versions. Kirk had it in '89, ordered up big and special just for him. Edmundson and Arsler received it in '93. That was certain. And other men had it too, as they sat on their precious Goldenstone claims. Or so people said. But was it real? Was there such thing as the Prospector's special? Would he live to see that rainbow-hued wonder, tall as a church steeple, wide as a house, more precious than Goldenstone itself? Sure he would. Why, he could almost see it now. Morrison shook himself awake. It was morning. Painfully he crawled out of the cave to face the day. He stumbled and crawled to the south, escorted closely by wolves, shaded by predatory flying things. His fingers scrabbled along rock and sand. The traces were rich. But where in all this desolation was the Goldenstone? Where? It was almost past caring. He drove his sunburned, dried-out body, stopping only to fire a single shot when the wolves came too close. 4 bullets left. He had to fire again when the kites, growing impatient, started diving at his head. A lucky shot tore into the flock, downing 2. It gave the wolves something to fight over. Morrison crawled on blindly and fell over the edge of a little cliff. It wasn't a serious fall, but the revolver was knocked from his hand. Before he could find it, the wolves were on him. Only their greed saved Morrison. While they fought over him, he rolled away and retrieved his revolver. 2 shots scattered the pack. That left 1 bullet. He'd have to save that one for himself, because he was too tired to go on. He sank to his knees. The traces were rich here, fantastically rich, somewhere nearby. "Well, I'll be damned," Morrison said. The little ravine into which he had fallen was solid golden stone. He picked up a pebble. Even in its rough state, he could see the deep, luminous golden glow, the fiery red and purple flecks deep in the shining stone. "Make sure," Morrison told himself. "No false alarms, no visions, no wild hopes. Make sure." He broke off a chunk of rock with the butt of his revolver. It still looked like golden stone. He took out his testing kit and spilled a few drops of white solution on the rock. The solution foamed green. "Golden stone. Sure," Morrison said, looking around at the glowing cliff walls. "Hey, I'm rich." He took out his telephone. With trembling fingers, he dialed Crandall's number. "Max," Morrison shouted. "I've hit it. I've hit the real stuff."
"My name is not Max," the voice over the telephone said.
"Huh?"
"My name is Boyard," the man said.
The video screen cleared and Morrison saw a thin, sallow-faced man with a hairline moustache.
"I'm sorry, Mr. Boyard," Morrison said. "I must have gotten the wrong number. I was calling."
"It doesn't matter who you were calling," Mr. Boyard said. "I am district supervisor of the Venus Telephone Company. Your bill is 2 months overdue."
"I can pay it now,"
Morrison said, grinning.
"Excellent,"
said Mr. Boyard.
As soon as you do, your service will be resumed.
The screen began to fade. "Wait!" Morrison cried. "I can pay as soon as I reach your office, but I must make one telephone call. Just one call so that—"
"Not a chance," Mr. Boyard said decisively. "After you have paid your bill, your service will be turned on immediately."
"I've got the money right here," Morrison said. "Right here in my hand."
Mr. Boyard paused. "Well, it's unusual, but I suppose you could arrange for a special robot messenger if you're willing to pay the expenses."
"I am."
It's irregular, but I dare say Where is the money?"
"Right here," Morrison said. "You recognize it, don't you? It's Goldenstone."
"I am sick and tired of the tricks you prospectors think you can put over on us, holding up a handful of pebbles."
"But this is really Goldenstone. Can't you see it?"
"I am a businessman," Mr. Boyard said, "not a jeweler. I wouldn't know Goldenstone from goldenrod."
The video screen went blank. Frantically, Morrison tried to reach the operator. There was nothing, not even a dial tone. His telephone was disconnected. He put the instrument down and surveyed his situation. The narrow crevice into which he had fallen ran straight for about 20 yards, then curved to the left. No cave was visible in the steep walls, no place where he could build a barricade. He heard a movement behind him. Whirling around, he saw a huge old wolf in full charge. Without a moment's hesitation, Morrison drew and fired, blasting off the top of the beast's head. "Damn it," Morrison said. "I was going to save that bullet for myself." It gave him a moment's grace. He ran down the ravine, looking for an opening in its sides. Goldenstone glowed at him and sparkled red and purple, and the sandwolves loped along behind him. Then Morrison stopped. In front of him, the curving ravine ended in a sheer wall. He put his back against it, holding the revolver by its butt. The wolves stopped 5 feet from him, gathering themselves for a rush. There were 10 or 12 of them, and they were packed 3 deep in the narrow pass. Overhead the kites circled, waiting for their turn. At that moment Morrison heard the crackling sound of porting equipment. A whirlpool appeared above the wolves' heads, and they backed hastily away. "Just in time?" Morrison asked.
"In time for what?"
asked Williams-Faw, the postman. The robot climbed out of the vortex and looked around.
"Well, young man," Williams-Faw said, "this is a fine fix you've gotten yourself into. Didn't I warn you? Didn't I advise you to turn back? And now look."
"You're perfectly right," Morrison said. "What did Max Crandall send me?"
"Max Crandall did not, and could not, send a thing."
"Then why are you here?"
"Because it's your birthday," Williams said. "The postal department always gives special service for birthdays. Here you are."
Williams-Faw gave him a handful of mail, birthday greetings from Janey, and from his aunts, uncles, and cousins on Earth.
"Something else here," Williams-Faw said, rummaging his bag. "I think there was something else here. Let me see. Yes, here it is."
He handed Morrison a small package. Hastily, Morrison tore off the wrappings. It was a birthday present from his Aunt Mina in New Jersey. He opened it. It was a large box of saltwater taffy, direct from Atlantic City.
"Quite a delicacy, I'm told," said Williams-Faw, who had been peering over his shoulder, "but not very satisfactory under the circumstances. Well, young man, I hate to see anyone die on his birthday. The best I can wish you is a speedy and painless departure."
The robot began walking toward the vortex. "Wait," Morrison cried. "You can't just leave me like this. I haven't any water in days. And those wolves—"
"I know,"
Williams-Faw said.
"Do you think I feel happy about it? Even a robot has some feelings."
"Then help me."
"I can't. The rules of the postal department expressly and categorically forbid it. I remember Abner Lath making much the same request of me in '97. It took 3 years for a burial party to reach him."
"You have an emergency telephone, haven't you?" Morrison asked.
"Yes, but I can use it only for personal emergencies."
"Can you at least carry a letter for me? A special delivery letter?"
"Of course I can," the robot postman said. "That's what I'm here for. I can even lend you pencil and paper."
Morrison accepted the pencil and paper and tried to think. If he wrote to Max now, special delivery, Max would have the letter in a matter of hours. But how long would Max need to raise some money and send him water and ammunition? A day? 2 days? Morrison would have to figure out some way of holding out.
"I assume you have a stamp?"
the robot said. "I don't," Morrison replied, "but I'll buy one from you. Solid Port Special."
"Excellent," said the robot. "We have just put out a new series of Venus-Borg triangulars. I consider them quite an aesthetic accomplishment. They cost $3 apiece."
"That's fine, very reasonable. Let me have one."
"There is the question of payment,"
Here, Morrison said, handing the robot a piece of golden stone worth about $5,000 in the rough. The postman examined the stone, then handed it back. "Oh, I'm sorry, I can accept only cash." "But this is worth more than 1,000 postage stamps," Morrison said. "This is golden stone." "It may well be," Williams-Forrest said, "but I've never had any assaying knowledge taped into me, nor is the Venus Postal Service run on a barter system. I'll have to ask for $3 in bills or coins." "I don't have it." "I'm very sorry." Williams-Forrest turned to go. "You can't just go and let me die." "I can and must," Williams-Forrest said sadly. "I'm only a robot, Mr. Morrison. I was made by men, and naturally I partake of some of their sensibilities. That's as it should be. But I also have my limits, which in their nature are similar to the limits most humans have on this harsh planet. And unlike humans, I cannot transcend my limits." The robot started to climb into the whirlpool. Morrison stared at him blankly, and saw beyond him the waiting wolf pack. He saw the soft glow of several $1 million worth of golden stone shining from the ravine's walls. Something snapped inside him. With an inarticulate yell, Morrison dived, tackling the robot around the ankles. Williams-Forrest, half in and half out of the porting vortex, struggled and kicked, and almost succeeded in shaking Morrison loose. But with maniac strength, Morrison held on. Inch by inch, he dragged the robot out of the vortex, threw him on the ground, and pinned him. "You are disrupting the mail service," said Williams-Forrest. "That's not all I'm going to disrupt," Morrison growled. "I'm not afraid of dying. That was part of the gamble. But I'm damned I'm going to die 15 minutes after I've struck it rich." "You have no choice." "I do. I'm going to use that emergency telephone of yours." "You can't," Williams-Forrest said. "I refuse to extrude it, and you could never reach it without the resources of a machine shop." "Could be," said Morrison. "I plan to find out." He pulled out his empty revolver. "What are you going to do?" Williams-Forrest asked. "I'm going to see if I can smash you into scrap metal without the resources of a machine shop. I think your eye cells would be a logical place to begin." "They would indeed," said the robot. "I have no personal sense of survival, of course, but let me point out that you would be leaving all Venus without a postman. Many would suffer because of your antisocial action." "I hope so," Morrison said, raising the revolver above his head. "Also," the robot said hastily, "you'll be destroying government property. That is a serious offense." Morrison laughed and swung the pistol. The robot moved its head quickly, dodging the blow. It tried to wriggle free, but Morrison's 200 pounds was seated firmly on its thorax. "I won't miss this time," Morrison promised, hefting the revolver. "Stop," Williams-Forrest said. "It is my duty to protect government property, even if that property happens to be myself. You may use my telephone, Mr. Morrison. Bear in mind that this offense is punishable by a sentence of not more than 10 and not less than 5 years in the Solar Swamp Penitentiary." "Let's have that telephone," Morrison said. The robot's chest opened, and a small telephone extruded. Morrison dialed Max Crandall and explained the situation. I see, Crandall said. "All right, I'll try to find works, but Tom, I don't know how much I can do. It's after business hours. Most places are closed." "Get them open again," said Morrison. "I can pay for it. And get Jim Remstad out of trouble, too." "It can't be done just like that. You haven't established any rights to your claim. You haven't even proved that your claim is valuable." "Look at it." Morrison turned the telephone so that Crandall could see the glowing walls of the ravine. "Looks real," Crandall said, "but unfortunately, all that glitters is not golden stone." "What can we do?" Morrison asked. "We'll have to take it step by step. I'll port you the public surveyor. He'll check your claim, establish its limits, and make sure no one else has filed on it. You give him a chunk of goldenstone to take back. A big chunk." "How can I cut goldenstone? I don't have any tools." "You'll have to figure out a way. He'll take the chunk back for assaying. If it's rich enough, you're all set." "And if it isn't?" "Perhaps we better not talk about that," Crandall said. "I'll get right to work on this, Tommy. Good luck." Morrison signed off. He stood up and helped the robot to its feet. "In 23 years of service," Williams-Forrest said, "this is the first time anybody has threatened the life of a government postal employee. I must report this to the police authorities at Venusborg, Mr. Morrison, and I have no choice." "I know," Morrison said, "but I guess 5 or 10 years in the penitentiary is better than dying." "I doubt it. I carry mail there, you know. You will have the opportunity of seeing for yourself in about 6 months." "What?" said Morrison, stunned. "In about 6 months, after I've completed my mail calls around the planet and returned to Venusborg. A matter like this must be reported in person. But first and foremost, the mails must go through. Thanks, Williams. I don't know how. I am simply performing my duty, Robert said as it climbed into the vortex. If you are still on Venus in 6 months, I will be delivering your mail to the penitentiary. I won't be here, Morrison said. So long, Williams. The robot disappeared into the porting vex. Then the vortex disappeared. Morrison was alone in the Venusian twilight. He found an outcropping of golden stone larger than a man's head. He chipped at it with his pistol butt, and tiny particles danced and shimmered in the air. After an hour, he had put 4 dents in his revolver, but he had barely scratched the highly refractory surface of the golden stone. The sand wolves began to edge forward. Morrison threw stones at them and shouted in his dry, cracked voice. The wolves retreated. He examined the outcropping again and found a hairline fault running along one edge. He concentrated his blows along the fault. The golden stone refused to crack. Morrison wiped sweat from his eyes and tried to think. A chisel. He needed a chisel. He pulled off his belt. Putting the edge of the steel buckle against the crack, he managed to hammer it in a fraction of an inch. 3 more blows drove the buckle firmly into the fault. With another blow, the outcropping sheared off cleanly. He had separated a 20-pound piece from the cliff. At $50 a troy ounce, this lump should be worth about $12,000, if it assayed out as pure as it looked. The twilight had turned a deep grey when the public surveyor ported in. It was a short, squat robot with a conservative, crackle-black finish. "Good day, sir," the surveyor said. "You wish to file a claim, a standard unrestricted mining claim?" "That's right," Marston said. "And where's the centre of the aforesaid claim?" "Huh? The centre? I guess I'm standing on it." "Very well," the robot said. Extruding a steel tape, it walked rapidly away from Morrison. At a distance of 200 yards, it stopped. More steel tape fluttered as it walked, flew and climbed a square with Morrison at the center. When it had finished, the surveyor stood for a long time without moving. "What are you doing?" Morrison asked. "I'm making depth photographs of the terrain," the robot said. "It's rather difficult in this light. Couldn't you wait till morning?" "No." "Well, I'll just have to cope," the robot said. It moved and stood, each subterranean exposure taking longer than the last as the twilight deepened. If it had had pores, it would have sweated. "There," said the robot at last. "That takes care of it. Do you have a sample for me to take back?" "Here it is," Morrison said, hefting the slab of golden stone and handing it to the surveyor. "Is that all?" "Absolutely all," the robot said. "Except, of course, that you haven't given me the deed of search." Morrison blinked. "Haven't given you the what?" "The deed of search. That is a government document showing that the claim you are filing on is free, as per government order, of fissionable material in excess of 50% of the total mass to a depth of 60 feet. It's a mere formality, but a necessary one." "I never heard of it," Morrison said. "It became a requirement last week," explained the surveyor. "You don't have the deed, and I'm afraid your standard unrestricted claim is invalid." "Is there anything I can do?" "Well," the robot said, "you could change your standard unrestricted claim to a special restricted claim. That requires no deed of search." "What does the special restricted part mean?" "It means that in 500 years all rights revert to the government of Venus." "All right," Morrison shouted. "Fine, good. Is that all?" "Absolutely all," the surveyor said. "I shall bring this sample back and have it assayed and evaluated immediately. From it and the depth photographs, we can extrapolate the value and extent of your claim." "Send me back something to take care of the wolves," Morrison said. "And food. And listen, I want a Prospector special." "Yes, sir, it will be ported to you, if your claim has sufficient value to warrant the outlay." The robot climbed into the vortex and vanished. Time passed and the wolves edged forward again. They snarled at the rocks Morrison threw, but they didn't retreat. Jaws open and tongues lolling, they crept up the remaining yards between them and the Prospector. Then the leading wolf leaped back and howled. A gleaming vortex had appeared over his head, and a rifle had fallen from the vortex, striking him on a forepaw. The wolves scrambled away. Another rifle fell from the vortex. Then a large box marked "Grenades, handle with care." Then another box marked "Desert Ration K." Morrison waited, staring at the gleaming mouth of the vortex. It crossed the sky to a spot a quarter of a mile away and paused there. And then a great round brass base emerged from the vortex and the mouth widened to allow an even greater bulge of brass to which the base was attached. The bulge grew higher as the base was lowered to the sand. When the last of it appeared, it stood alone in the horizon-to-horizon expanse, a gigantic, ornate brass punch bowl in the desert. The vortex rose and paused again over the bowl. Morrison waited, his throat raw and aching. Now a small trickle came out of the vortex and splashed down into the bowl. Still Morrison didn't move. And then it came. The trickle became a roar that sent the wolves and kites fleeing in terror, and a cataract poured from the vortex to the huge punch bowl. Morrison began staggering toward it. He should have ordered a canteen, he told himself thirstily, stumbling across the quarter of a mile of sand. But at last he stood beneath the Prospector's special, higher than a church steeple, wider than a house, filled with water more precious than golden stone itself. He turned the spigot at the bottom. Water soaked the yellow sands and ran in rivulets down the dune. He should have ordered a cup or glass, Morrison thought, lying on his back, with open mouth. End of Story 8.
Story 9. Of the Almighty Dollar. In Space. Ed Reed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 6.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
The Luckiest Man in Denv by Simon Eisner.
May's man Reuben, of the 83rd level, atomist, knew there was something wrong when the binoculars flashed and then went opaque. Inwardly he cursed, hoping that he had not committed himself to anything. Outwardly he was unperturbed. He handed the binoculars back to Rudolph's man Alman, of the 89th level, maintainer, with a smile. "They aren't very good," he said. Alman put them to his own eyes, glanced over the parapet, and swore mildly.
"Blacker than the heart of a crazy angel, eh? Never mind. Here's another pair."
This pair was unremarkable. Through it, Reuben studied 1,000 setbacks and penthouses of Denv that ranged themselves below. He was too worried to enjoy his first sight of the vista from the 89th level, but he let out a murmur of appreciation. Now to get away from this sudden, sinister fellow and try to puzzle it out. "Could we?" he asked cryptically, with a little upward jerk of his chin.
"It's better not to," Alman said hastily, taking the glasses from his hands. "What if somebody with stars happened to see, you know? How'd you like it if you saw some impudent fellow peering up at you?"
"You wouldn't dare," said Reuben, pretending to be stupid and indignant, and joined a moment later in Alman's sympathetic laughter.
"Never mind," said Alman. "We are young. Some day, who knows? Perhaps we shall look from the 95th level, or the 100th.
Though Reuben knew that the maintainer was no friend of his, the generous words sent blood hammering through his veins. Ambition for a moment. He pulled a long face and told Alman, "Let us hope so. Thank you for being my host. Now I must return to my quarters." He left the windy parapet for the serene luxury of an 89th level corridor, and descended slow-moving stairs through gradually less luxurious levels to his own Spartan floor. Celine was waiting, smiling as he stepped off the stairs. She was decked out nicely, too nicely. She wore a steely-hued corselet and a touch of scent. Her hair was dressed long. The combination appealed to him, and instantly he was on his guard. Why had she gone to the trouble of learning his tastes? What was she up to? After all, she was Griffin's woman. "Coming down?" she asked, awed. "Where have you been?" "The 89th. As a guest of that fellow Alman. The vista is immense." "I've never been," she murmured, and then said decisively, "You belong up there, and higher. Griffin laughs at me, but he's a fool. Last night in chamber we got to talking about you. I don't know how, and he finally became quite angry and said he didn't want to hear another word." She smiled wickedly. "I was revenged, though." Blank-faced, he said, "You must be a good hand at revenge, Celine, and at stirring up the need for it." The slight hardening of her smile meant that he had scored, and he hurried by with a rather formal salutation. Burn him for an Angelo, but she was easy enough to take. The contrast of the metallic garment with her soft white skin was disturbing, and her long hair suggested things. It was hard to think of her as scheming something or other. Scheming Celine was displaced in his mind by Celine in chamber. But what was she up to? Had she perhaps heard that he was to be elevated? Was Griffin going to be swooped up by the maintainers? Was he to kill off Griffin so she could leech onto some rising third party? Was she perhaps merely giving her man a touch of the lash? He wished gloomily that the binoculars problem and the Celine problem had not come together. The trickster Alma had spoken of youth, as though it were something for congratulation. He hated being young and stupid, and unable to puzzle out the faulty binoculars and warmth of Griffin's woman. The attack alarm roared through the Spartan corridor. He ducked through the nearest door into a vacant bedroom and under the heavy steel table. Somebody else floundered under the table a moment later, and a third person tried to join them. First comer roared,
"Get out and find your own shelter. I don't propose to be crowded up by you or to crowd you out either and see your ugly blood and brains if there's a hit. Go now."
"Forgive me, sir. At once, sir,"
the latecomer wailed and scrambled away as the alarm continued to roar. Reuben gasped at the sirs and looked at his neighbour. It was May, trapped no doubt on an expectorator level. "Sir," he said respectfully, "if you wish to be alone, I can find another room."
"You may stay with me for company. Are you one of mine?"
There was power in the general's voice and on his craggy face. "Yes, sir, May's man Reuben of the 83rd level, atomist." May surveyed him, and Reuben noted that there were patches of skin depending from cheekbones and the jawline. Dead-looking, coarse-pored skin.
"You're a well-made boy, Reuben. Do you have women?"
"Yes, sir," said Reuben hastily. "One after another. I always have women. I'm making up at this time to a charming thing called Celine. Well-rounded, yet firm, soft but supple, with long white hair and long white legs."
"Spare me the details," muttered the general. "It takes all kinds. Anatomist, you said. That is a future, to be sure. I myself was a controller long ago. The calling seems to have gone out of fashion."
Abruptly the alarm stopped. The silence was hard to bear. May swallowed and went on.
"For some reason or other, why don't youngsters elect for controller any more? Why didn't you, for instance?"
Reuben wished he could be saved by a direct hit. The binoculars, Celine, the raid, and now he was supposed to make intelligent conversation with the general. "I didn't know, sir," he said miserably. "At the time there seemed to be very little difference. Controller, atomist, missile, and maintainer. We have a saying, the buttons are different, which usually ends any conversation on the subject."
"Indeed?"
asked May distractedly. His face was thinly filmed with sweat.
"Do you suppose LA intends to clobber us this time?"
he asked almost hoarsely.
"It's been some weeks since they made a maximum effort, hasn't it?"
"4," said Reuben. "I remember because one of my best servers was killed by falling corridor roof. The only fatality. And it had to happen to my team." He laughed nervously and realized that he was talking like a fool, but May seemed not to notice. Far below them there was a series of screaming whistles as the interceptors were loosed to begin their intricate double basket-work wall of defense in a towering cylinder about Denv.
"Go on, Reuben,"
said May.
"That was most interesting."
His eyes were searching the underside of the steel table. Reuben averted his own eyes from the frightened face, feeling some awe drain out of him. Under a table with a general. It didn't seem so strange now. "Perhaps, sir, you can tell me what a puzzling thing that happened this afternoon means. A fellow, Rudolph's man, Almond of the 89th level, gave me a pair of binoculars that flashed in my eyes and then went opaque. Has your wide experience—" May laughed hoarsely and said in a shaky voice,
"That old trick. He was photographing your retinas for the blood vessel pattern. One of Rudolph's men, eh? I'm glad you spoke to me. I'm old enough to spot a revival like that. Perhaps my good friend Rudolph plans—"
There was a thudding volley in the air, and then a faint jar. One had got through, exploding from the feel of it, far down at the foot of Denv. The alarm roared again in bursts that meant all clear, only one flight of missiles, and that disposed of. The atomist and the general climbed out from under the table. May's secretary popped through the door. The general waved him out again and leaned heavily on the table, his arms quivering. Reuben hastily brought a chair.
"A glass of water,"
said May. The atomist brought it. He saw the general wash down what looked like a triple dose of XXX, green capsules, which it was better to leave alone. May said after a moment,
"That's better. And don't look so shocked, youngster. You don't know the strain we're under. It's only a temporary measure, which I shall discontinue as soon as things ease up a bit. I was saying that perhaps my good friend Rudolph plans to substitute one of his men for one of mine. Tell me, how long has this fellow Almond been a friend of yours?"
"He struck up an acquaintance with me only last week, I should have realized."
"You certainly should have. 1 week, time enough and more. By now you've been photographed, your fingerprints taken, your voice recorded, and your gait studied without your knowledge. Only the retinoscope is difficult, but one must risk it for a real double. Have you killed your man, Reuben?"
He nodded. It had been a silly brawl 2 years ago over precedence at the refectory. He disliked being reminded of it.
"Good," said May grimly. "The way these things are done, your double kills you in a secluded spot, disposes of your body, and takes over your role. We shall reverse it. You will kill the double and take over his role."
The powerful, methodical voice ticked off possibilities and contingencies, measures and countermeasures. Reuben absorbed them and felt his awe return. Perhaps May had not really been frightened under the table. Perhaps it had been he reading his own terror in the General's face. May was actually talking to him of backgrounds and policies. Up from the 83rd level, he swore to himself, as the great names were uttered.
"My good friend Rudolph, of course, wants the 5 stars. You wouldn't know this, but the man who wears the stars is now 80 years old and failing fast. I consider myself a likely candidate to replace him. So evidently must Rudolph. No doubt he plans to have your double perpetuate some horrible blunder on the eve of the election, and the discredit would reflect on me. Now what you and I must do."
You and I, May's man, Reuben and May, up from the 83rd, up from the bare corridors and cheerless bedrooms to marble halls and vaulted chambers, from the clatter of the crowded refectory to small and glowing restaurants, where you had your own table and servant and where music came softly from the walls, up from the scramble to win this woman or that, by wit or charm or the poor bribes you could afford, to the eminence from which you could calmly command your pick of the beauty of Denv, from the moiling intrigue of tripping your fellow atomist and guarding against him tripping you, to the heroic thrust and parry of generals, up from the 83rd. Then May dismissed him with a speech whose implications were deliriously exciting.
"I need an able man and a young one, Reuben. Perhaps I've waited too long looking for him. If you do well in this touchy business, I'll consider you very seriously for an important task I have in mind."
Late that night, Celine came to his bedroom. "I know you didn't like me," she said pettishly, "but Griffin's such a fool, and I wanted somebody to talk to. Do you mind? What was it like up there today? Did you see carpets? I wish I had a carpet." He tried to think about carpets, not the exciting contrast of metallic cloth and flesh.
"I saw one through an open door," he remembered. "It looked odd, but I suppose a person gets used to them. Perhaps I didn't see a very good one. Aren't the good ones very thick?"
"Yes," she said. "Your feet sink into them. I wish I had a good carpet and 4 chairs and a small table as high as my knees to put things on, and as many pillows as I wanted. Griffin's such a fool. Do you think I'll ever get those things? I've never caught the eye of a general. Am I pretty enough to get one, do you think?"
He said uneasily, "Of course you're a pretty thing, Celine, but carpets and chairs and pillows."
It made him uncomfortable, like the thought of peering up through binoculars from a parapet. "I want them," she said unhappily. "I like you very much, but I want so many things, and soon I'll be too old even for the 83rd level, before I've been up higher, and I'll spend the rest of my life tending babies or cooking in the creche or the refectory." She stopped abruptly, pulled herself together, and gave him a smile that was somewhat ghastly in the half-light.
"You bungler," he said,
and she instantly looked at the door with the smile frozen on her face. Reuben took a pistol from under his pillow and demanded,
"Where did you expect him?"
"What do you mean?" she asked shrilly. "Who are you talking about?"
"My double. Don't be a fool, Celine. May and I," he savered. "May and I know all about it. He warned me to beware of a diversion by a woman, or the double slipped in and killed me. When do you expect him?"
"I really do like you," Celine sobbed, "but Elmer promised to take me up there, and I knew when I was there they'd see me, that I'd meet somebody really important. I really do like you, but soon I'll be too old."
"Celine, listen to me. You'll get your chance. Nobody but you and me will know that the substitution didn't succeed."
"Then I'll be spying for you and Elman, won't I?" she asked in a choked voice. "All I wanted was a few nice things before I get too old." "All right, I was supposed to be in your arms at 23:50 hours.
It was 23:49. Reuben sprang from bed and stood by the door, his pistol silenced and ready. At 23:50, a naked man slipped swiftly into the room. Heading for the bed as he raised a 10-centimeter poignard, he stopped in dismay when he realized that the bed was empty. Reuben killed him with a bullet through the throat.
"But he doesn't look a bit like me," he said in bewilderment, closely examining the face. "Just in a general way."
Celine said dully, "Armand told me people always say that when they see their doubles. It's funny, isn't it? He looks just like you, really."
"How is my body to be disposed of?"
She produced a small flat box. A shadow suit. You would be left here and somebody would come tomorrow.
We won't disappoint him. Reuben pulled the web of the shadow suit over his double and turned on the power. In the half-lit room, it was a perfect disappearance. By daylight, it would be less perfect. We won't disappoint him. Reuben pulled the web of the shadow suit over his double and turned on the power. In the half-lit room, it was a perfect disappearance. By daylight, it would be less perfect. They'll ask why the body was shot instead of knifed. Tell them you shot me with a gun from under the pillow. Just say I heard the double come in and you were afraid there might have been a struggle. She listlessly asked, How do you know I won't betray you? You won't, Celine. His voice bit. You're broken. She nodded vaguely, started to say something, and then went out without saying it. Reuben luxuriously stretched in his narrow bed. Later his beds would be wider and softer, he thought. He drifted into sleep on a half-formed thought that someday he might vote with other generals and the man to wear the 5 stars, or even wear them himself, master of Denv. He slept healthily through the morning alarm and arrived late at his regular 20th level station. He saw his superior, mazeman Oscar of the 85th level, atomist, ostentatiously take his name. Let him. Oscar assembled his crew for a grim announcement. We are going to even the score and perhaps a little better with a lay. At sunset there will be 3 flights of missiles from Deck 1. There was a joyous murmur and Reuben trotted off on his task. All forenoon he was occupied with drawing plutonium slugs from hyper-suspicious storekeepers in the great rock-quarried vaults, and seeing them through countless audits and assays all the way to weapons assembly. Oscar supervised the scores there who assembled the curved slugs and the explosive lenses into 60-kilogram warheads. At mid-afternoon there was an incident. Reuben saw Oscar step aside for a moment to speak to a maintainer whose guard fell on one of the assembly servers and dragged him away as he pleaded innocence. He had been detected in sabotage. All forenoon he was occupied with drawing plutonium slugs from hyper-suspicious storekeepers in the great rock-quarried vaults and seeing them through countless audits and assays all the way to weapons assembly. Oscar supervised the scores there who assembled the curved slugs and the explosive lenses into 60-kilogram warheads. In mid-afternoon there was an incident. Reuben saw Oscar step aside for a moment to speak to a maintainer whose guard fell on one of the assembly servers and dragged him away as he pleaded innocence. He had been detected in sabotage. When the warheads were in and the missiles seated, waiting at their boards, the 2 atomists rode up to the 83rd's refectory. The news of a near-maximum effort was in the air. It was electric. Reuben heard on all sides in tones of self-congratulation. We'll clobber them tonight. That server you caught, he said to Oscar. What was he up to? His commander stared. Are you trying to learn my job? Don't try it, I warn you. If my black marks against you aren't enough, I could always arrange for some fissionable material in your custody to go astray. No, I was just wondering why people do something like that. Oscar sniffed doubtfully. He's probably insane, like all the Angelos. I've heard the climate does it to them. You're not a maintainer or a controller. Why worry about it? They'll brain burn him, I suppose. I suppose. Listen. Deck 1 was firing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. People turned to one another and shook hands, laughed, and slapped shoulders heartily. 18 missiles were racing through the stratosphere, soon to tumble on L.A. With any luck, 1 or 2 would slip through the first wall of interceptors and blast close enough to smash windows and topple walls in the crazy city by the ocean. It would serve the lunatics right. 5 minutes later, an exultant voice filled most of Denv. Recon missile report, it said. 18 launched, 18 perfect trajectories, 15 shot down by L.A. first-line interceptors, 3 shot down by L.A. second-line interceptors, extensive blast damage observed in Griffith Park area of L.A. There were cheers, and 8 full maintainers marched into the refectory silently and marched out with Reuben. He knew better than to struggle or ask futile questions. Any question you asked of a maintainer was futile. But he goggled when he marched him onto an upward-bound stairway. They rode past the 89th level, and Reuben lost count, seeing only the marvels of the upper reaches of Denv. He saw carpets that ran the entire length of corridors, and intricate fountains and mosaic walls, stained glass windows, more wonders than he could recognize, things for which he had no name. He was marched at last into a wood-panelled room with a great polished desk and a map behind it. He saw May and another man who must have been a general.
Rudolph, but sitting at the desk was a frail old man who wore a circlet of stars on each khaki shoulder. The old man said to Reuben,
"You are an L.A. spy and saboteur."
Reuben looked at May. Did one speak directly to the man who wore the stars, even in reply to such an accusation?
"Answer him, Reuben,"
May said kindly. "I am May's man Reuben of the 83rd level, an atomist," he said.
"Explain," said the other general heavily, "if you can, why all 18 of the warheads you procured today failed to fire."
"But they did," gasped Reuben. "The recon missile report said there was blast damage from the 3 that got through, and it didn't say anything about the others failing to fire." The other general suddenly looked sick, and May looked even kindlier. The man who wore the stars turned inquiringly to the chief of the maintainers, who nodded and said, "That was a recon missile report, sir." The general snapped. "What I said was that he would attempt to sabotage the attack. Evidently he failed. I also said he is a faulty double, somehow slipped with great ease into my good friend May's organization. You'll find his left thumbprint is a clumsy forgery of the real Reuben's thumbprint, and that his hair has been artificially darkened." The old man nodded at the chief of the maintainers, who said, "And we have his card, sir." Reuben abruptly found himself being fingerprinted and deprived of some hair. "The FBS check, sir," one maintainer said. "He's Reuben."
"That's natural, sir,"
said another. The general began a rearguard action. "My information about his hair seems to be inaccurate, but the fingerprint means only that L.A. spy has substituted his prints for Reuben's prints in the files."
"Enough, sir,"
said the old man with the stars.
"Dismissed all of you. Rudolph, I'm surprised. All of you go."
Reuben found himself in a vast apartment with May, who was bubbling and chuckling uncontrollably until he popped 3 of the green capsules into his mouth hurriedly.
"This means the eclipse for years, my good friend Rudolph," he crowed. "His game was to have your doubles sabotage the attack warheads, and so make it appear that my organization is rotten with spies. The double must have been under post-hypnotic, primed to admit everything. Rudolph was so sure of himself that he made his accusations before the attack. A fool."
He fumbled out the green capsules again. "Sir," said Reuben, alarmed.
"Only temporary," May muttered, and swallowed a fourth. "But you're right. You leave them alone. There are big things to be done in your time, not in mine. I told you I needed a young man who would claw his way to the top. Rudolph's a fool. He doesn't need the capsules because he doesn't ask questions. Funny, I thought a coup like the double affair would hit me hard, but I don't feel a thing. It's not like the old days. I used to plan and plan. When the trap went snap, it was better than this stuff. But now I don't feel a thing."
He leaned forward from his chair. The pupils of his eyes were black bullets.
"Do you want to work?" he demanded. "Do you want your world stood on its head and your brains to crack? Do the only worthwhile job there is to do? Answer me."
"Sir, I am a loyal Maze man. I want to obey your orders and use my ability to the full."
"Good enough," said the general. "You've got brains, you've got push. I'll do the spade work. I won't last long enough to push it through. You'll have to follow. Ever been outside of Denv?"
Reuben stiffened.
"I'm not accusing you of being a spy. It's really all right to go outside of Denv. I've been outside. There isn't much to see at first. A lot of ground packed and torn up by shorts and overs from L.A. and others. Farther out, especially east, it's different. Grass, trees, flowers. Places where you could grow food. When I went outside, it troubled me. It made me ask questions. I wanted to know how we started. Yes, started. It wasn't always like this. Somebody built Denv. Am I getting the idea across to you? It wasn't always like this. Somebody set up the reactors to breed uranium and make plutonium. Somebody told us up the missiles. Somebody wired the boards to control them. Somebody started the hydroponics tanks. I've dug through the archives. Maybe I found something. I saw mountains of strength reports, ration reports, supply reports, and yet I never got back to the beginning. I found a piece of paper and maybe I understood it and maybe I didn't. It was about the water of the Colorado River, and who should get how much of it. How can you divide water in a river? But it could have been the start of Denv, L.A., and the missile attacks.
The general shook his head, puzzled, and went on.
I don't see clearly what's ahead. I want to make peace between Denv and L.A., but I don't know how to start or what it will be like. I think it must mean not firing, not even making any more weapons. Maybe it means that some of us, or a lot of us, will go out of Denv and live a different kind of life. That's why I've clawed my way up. That's why I need a young man who can claw with the best of them. Tell me what you think."
"I think," said Reuben measuredly, "it's magnificent. The salvation of Denv. I'll back you to my dying breath if you'll let me." May smiled tiredly and leaned back in the chair as Reuben tiptoed out. What luck, Reuben thought. What unbelievable luck to be at a fulcrum of history like this. He searched the level for Rudolph's apartment and gained admission. The general, he said, "Sir, I have to report that your friend May is insane. He's been raving to me, advocating the destruction of civilization as we know it. and urging me to follow in his footsteps. I pretended to agree, since I can be of greater service to you if I'm in May's confidence. So, said Rudolph thoughtfully, tell me about the double. How did that go wrong? The bunglers were Celine and Alman. Celine because she alarmed me instead of distracting me. Alman because he failed to recognize her incompetence. You should be brain-burned. That leaves an 89th level vacancy in my organization, doesn't it? You're very kind, sir, but I think I should remain a Mays man, outwardly. If I earn any rewards, I can wait for them. I presume that May will be elected to wear the 5 stars. He won't live more than 2 years after that, at the rate he's taking drugs. We can shorten it, grinned Rudolph. I have pharmacists who can see that his drugs are more than normal strength. That'll be excellent, sir. When he's too enfeebled to discharge his duties, there may be an attempt to rake up the affair of the double to discredit you. I could then testify that I was your man all along and that May coerced me. They put their heads together, the two saviors of civilization as they knew it, and conspired ingeniously long into the endless night.
End of story 9.
Story 10 of the Almighty Dollar in Space.
Ed Reed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
No Charge for Alterations by H.L. Gold. If there was one thing Dr. Karma hated, and there were many, it was having a new assistant fresh from a medical school on Earth. They always wanted to change things. They never realized that a planet develops its own techniques to meet its own requirements, which are seldom similar to those of any other world. Dr. Karma never got along with his assistants, and he didn't expect to get along with this young Dr. Hoyt, who was coming in on the transport ship from Vega. Dr. Karma had been trained on Earth himself, of course, but he wistfully remembered how he had revered Dr. Lowell when he had been Lowell's assistant. He had known that his own green learning was no match for Dr. Lowell's wisdom and experience after 30 years on Deneb, and he avidly accepted his lessons. Why, he grumbled to himself on his way to the spaceport to meet the unknown whippersnapper, why didn't Earth turn out young doctors the way it used to? They ought to have the arrogance knocked out of them before they left medical school. That's what must have happened to him, because his attitude had certainly been humble when he landed. The spaceport was jammed, naturally. Ship arrivals were infrequent enough to bring everybody from all over the planet who was not on duty at the farms, mines, factories, freight and passenger jets, and all the rest of the busy activities of this comparatively new colony. They brought their lunches and families and stood around to watch. Dr. Karma went to the platform. The ship sat down on a mushroom of fire that swiftly became a flaming pancake, and then was squashed out of existence. "I'm waiting for a shipment of livestock," enthused the man standing next to Dr. Karma. "We're lucky," the doctor said. "I can't talk back." The man looked at him sympathetically. "Meeting a female?" "Gabbier and more annoying," said Dr. Karma, but he didn't elaborate, and the man, with the courtesy of the Fronteir, did not pry for an explanation. Livestock and freight came down on one elevator, and passengers came down another. Sidewalks carried the cargo to sterilization, and travelers to the greeting platform. Dr. Karma felt his shoulders drop. The man with the medical bag had to be Dr. Hoyt, and he was even more brisk, erect, and muscular than Dr. Karma had expected, with a superior and inquisitive look that made the last assistant, unbearable as it'd been, seem as tractable as one of the arriving cows. Dr. Hoyt spotted him instantly and came striding over to grab his hand in a grip like an ore-crusher. "You're Dr. Karma. Glad to know you. I'm sure we'll get along fine together. Miserable trip. Had to change ships 4 times to get here. Hope the food's better than the shipboard slop. Got a nice hospital to work in? Do I live in or out?" Dr. Karma was grudgingly forced to say rapidly, "Right, likewise, I hope so. Too bad. Suits us, I think so. In." He got Dr. Hoyt into a jet cab and told the driver to make time back to the hospital. Appointments were piling up while he had to make the courtesy trip out to the spaceport, which was another nuisance. Now I'd have all of those, and a talkative assistant who'd want to know the reasons for everything. "Pretty barren," said Dr. Hoyt, looking out the window at the vegetationless ground below. "Why is that?" He'd known he was going to Deneb, Dr. Karma thought angrily. The least he could have done was read up on the place. He had. "It's an Earth-type planet," Dr. Karma said in a blunt voice, "except that life never developed on it. We had to bring everything. Benign germ coaches, seed, animals, fish, insects, a whole ecology. Our farms are close to the cities.
too wasteful of freight to move them out very far. Another few centuries and we'll have a real population. Millions of people instead of the 20,000 we have now in a couple of dozen settlements around the world. Then we'll have the whole place a nice shade of green. City boy myself, said Dr. Hyde. Hate the country. Hydroponics and synthetic meat. That's the answer. For Earth, it'll be a long time before we get that crowded here on Deneb. Deneb, the young doctor repeated, dissatisfied. That's the name of the star. You mean to tell me the planet is the same name? Most solar systems have only one Earth-type planet. It saves a lot of trouble to just call that planet Deneb, Vega, or whatever. Is that Clutch of Shacks the city? Exclaimed Dr. Hoyt. Denebia, said Dr. Calmer, beginning to enjoy himself finally. Why, you could lose it in a suburb or bust York-Delphia. That monstrosity that used to be New York, Pennsylvania, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts. I wouldn't want to. He was pleased when Dr. Hoyt sank into stunned silence. If luck was with him, that stupefaction might last the whole day. It seemed as though it might, for the sight of the modest little hospital was too much for the youngster who had just come from the mammoth health factories of Earth. Dr. Hoyt revived somewhat when he saw the patients waiting in a scantily furnished outer room, but Dr. Calmer said, Better get yourself settled, and opened a door for his immature colleague. But there's only one bed in this room, Dr. Hoyt objected. You must have made a mistake. Dr. Calmer, recalling the crowded cubicles of Earth, gave out a proud little dry laugh. You're in Deneb now, boy. Here you'll have to get used to spaciousness. We like elbow room. The young doctor went in hesitantly, leaving a door open for a fast escape in case an error had been made. Dr. Calmer had done the same when it arrived 9 years ago. Judging by his own experience, it would take Dr. Hoyt a full 6 months to get used to having a room all to himself. There would be plenty of time to start showing him the ropes tomorrow, and in the meantime, there were the backed-up appointments to be taken care of. Dr. Calmer went to his office and had his nurse, Miss Dupont, send in the first patient. It was a girl of 17, Averse Emery, who had been brought by her parents. She sat sullenly, dark-haired, too daintily pretty and delicately shapely for a frontier world like this, while Mr. Emery put the file from social control on the doctor's desk.
Farmers,
the man began. Dr. Calmer interrupted. The information's in the summary. Avis is to be assigned her mate next year, but she wants to go to Earth and become a nightclub singer. She refuses to marry a boy who'd be able to help her on the farm, and she won't work in it herself. He looked up severely at the parents. This is your own fault, you know. You pampered her. Farm labor is too valuable for pampering. We can't afford it.
You can blame me, Doc, said Mr. Emery miserably. She's such a pretty little thing. I couldn't work her the way Sue and I work ourselves.
And then she started getting notions, Mrs. Emery added, giving her husband a vicious glare. Dr. Calmer could imagine the nights of argument and accusation before they were at last forced to go for medical help to solve their self-created problem. Singing in nightclubs back on Earth, marrying a billionaire, living in a sky yacht. Avis, said Dr. Calmer gently, you know it's not that easy, don't you? There were lots and lots of pretty girls on Earth, and very few billionaires. If you did get a job singing in a nightclub, you know you'd have to do some unpleasant things because there's so much competition for customers. Things like strip-teasing, drinking at the tables, and going out with whoever the owner tells you to. The girl's face grew animated for the first time. Oh, sure. Why do you think I want to go? And you don't love Deneb and your farm. I hate both of them. But you realize that we must have food. Doesn't it make you feel important to grow more food so we can increase our population? No. Why should I care? I want to go to Earth. Dr. Calmer shook his head regretfully. He pushed a button on his desk. It was connected to a gravity generator directly under the girl's chair. 4 gravities suddenly pushed her down into it, and a hypodermic needle jabbed her swiftly with a hypnotic drug. She slumped. She released the button, and the artificial gravity abated, but she remained dazed and relaxed.
You're not going to hurt her, are you, Doc?
Mr. Emery begged. Certainly not, but I suppose you know social control's orders. They nodded, the husband gloomily, the wife with a single sharp jerk of her head. You go right ahead and do it, she said. I'm sick of working my fingers to the bone while she primps and preens and talks all the time about going to Earth. Come, Avis, Dr. Calmer said in a low, commanding voice. She stood up, blank-faced, and followed him out to the Ego altar room. He closed the door, sat her down in the insulated seat next to the control console, put the wired plastic helmet on her, and adjusted it to fit her skull snugly. Running his fingers down the treatment sheet of her social control file,
He set the dials according to its instructions. The psychic areas to be reduced was sex drive, competitiveness, and imagination, while the areas of reproductive urge and cooperation were to be intensified. He regulated the individual timers and sent the varying charge through her brain. There was no reaction, no convulsion, no distortion of features. She sat there as if nothing had happened, but her personality had changed as completely as though she had been retrained from birth. Miss Dupont came in without knocking. She knew, of course, that any patient in the ego alter room would be incapable of being disturbed.
"We physical that camera?" she asked. "I'm afraid so. Will you prepare her, please?"
The nurse removed the girl's clothes. There was no resistance.
"Such a lovely body," she said. "It's a shame."
He shrugged.
"Until we have enough people and farms and industries, Miss Dupont, we'll just have to get used to altering people to fit the needs of our society. I'm sure you understand that." "Yes, but it still seems a shame. Bodies like that don't grow on trees."
He gently moved the girl into the rephysical chamber.
"You go in this machine, though, as soon as we can afford it, which ought to be only a few 100 years from now. We can make any woman look like this, or even better." "And don't forget the men," Mr. Dupont said, as he started the mitogenic generator. "We could use some Adonises around here." "We'll have them," he assured her.
"Somebody will. None of us will live that long."
Working like a sculptor with a cathode in one hand and an anode in the other, Dr. Karma began reshaping the girl who stood fixedly in the box-like chamber. The flesh fled from the cathode and chased after the anode as he broadened the fine nose, thickened the mobile lips, squared the slender jaw, and drew out carefully the delicately arched orbital ridges.
"I'll leave the curl in her hair," he said. "Every woman needs at least one feature she can be proud of."
"You're telling me?"
Miss Dupont replied. "Synthetic tissue, please."
She drew out a tube with a variable nozzle and started working just ahead of him. A spray of high-velocity cells shot through the girl's smooth skin at the neck, shoulders, breasts, hips, and legs, forming shapeless lumps that he guided into cords and muscles. The slim figure quickly broadened, grew brawny and competent-looking, the body of a woman who could breed phenomenally while farming alongside her man. Dr. Karma racked up the instruments and helped Miss Dupont dress the girl in coveralls and sandals. He felt the pride of craftsmanship when he found that the clothing supplied for her by social control exactly fitted her. He injected an antidote to the hypnotic and gave her the standard test for emotional response as her expressionless face cleared to placidity.
"Do you know where you are, Avis?"
"Yes. Ego alter and rephysical."
"What have we done to you?"
"Changed me to fit my environment."
"Do you resent being changed?"
"No."
She paused and looked worried.
"Who's taking care of the crops while I'm here?"
"They can wait till you and your parents get back, Avis. Let's show them the change, shall we?"
"All right," she said. "I think they'll be proud of me. This is how they always wanted me to be."
"And you?"
"Oh, I feel much better, as if I don't have to try so hard."
"I'm glad, Avis. Miss Dupont better have a sedative ready when her father sees her. I think he'll need it."
"And her mother?"
asked the nurse practically. "She'll probably want a drink to celebrate. Give her one."
Dr. Karma's prognosis was correct, only it didn't go far enough. His young assistant from Earth had come scooting out of his disquietingly large quarters and was jittering in the office when they entered.
"Is that the pretty girl who was waiting when we came in?" he yelped in outrage. "What have you done to her?"
Dr. Karma gave the sedative to him instead of Mr. Emery, who was shocked, but had known in advance what to expect. Miss Dupont prepared another sedative quickly, gave Mrs. Emery a celebration drink, and moved the family toward the door.
"She looks fine, Doctor," the mother said happily. "Avis ought to be a big helper on the house and farm from now on."
"I'm sure she will," he said.
"But she was so lovely," wept Mr. Emery, though in a rapidly becalming voice as the sedative took effect. The door closed behind them.
"You ought to be reported to the Medical Association back on Earth," Dr. Hoyt said angrily, "ruining a girl's looks like that."
Dr. Karma sighed. He had hoped to be able to put off this orientation lecture until the following day, when there wouldn't be so many patients jamming his appointment book.
"All right, let's get it over with. First, I was also trained on Earth and know how ego alter and rephysical are used there. Ego alter to remove psychic blocks so people can compete better, and rephysical so they'll be more attractive. Second, we're not under the jurisdiction of Earth's Medical Association. Third, we're damn well better not be, because our problems and solutions aren't the same at all."
You'd have been jailed for spoiling that girl's chances of a good marriage.
I didn't, Dr. Karma said quietly. I improved them.
You did nothing other... Dr. Hoyt stopped. Improved? How?
I keep telling you this is a frontier world, and you keep acting as if you understand, but you don't. Look, a family is an economic liability on Earth. It consumes without producing. That's why girls have so much trouble finding husbands there. Out here it's different. A family is an asset, if every member in it is willing to work.
But a pretty girl like that can always get by.
No Denebian can afford to marry a pretty girl. It's too risky. She can't work as hard as we do and still take care of her looks. And he'd worry about her constantly, which would cut into his efficiency. By having me make her a merely attractive girl, in a wholesome, hearty way, social control guarantees more than just a marriage for her. It guarantees a contented married life.
Sweating away on a farm, Dr. Hoyt said.
Now that her antisocial strivings are gone, she'll realize that Denv needs farmers instead of nightclub singers. She'll take pride in being a good worker. She'll raise as many children as she'll be capable of bearing. And she'll have a good husband and a prosperous farm. That wouldn't have satisfied her before. It will now, and she's better for it, and so is Denv.
Dr. Hoyt shook his head. It's all upside down.
You'll get used to it. Why not take today off and explore Denebia? You need a rest after all those months in space.
Maybe I will, said Dr. Hoyt, vaguely, slightly anesthetized.
Good. Dr. Karma buzzed for Miss Dupont. Send in the next patient, please. Oh, and Dr. Hoyt is taking the day off.
But the young assistant was stunned into staying by the huge size of the social control file that was carried by the next patient, Mr. Fallon and his wife.
I know just what you're thinking, Dr. Karma,
cried Mrs. Fallon distractedly, but with a nervously bright smile.
Those awful Fallons again. I don't blame you a bit, but...
As a matter of fact, that was exactly what Dr. Karma was thinking, plus the defeated feeling that they were all he needed to make the day complete. Good Lord, what's in all those files? Dr. Hoyt exclaimed. Dr. Karma could have explained, but he didn't feel up to it. Mr. Fallon, a wispy, shyly, affable, poetic-looking chap, did it for him.
Papers?
He said. I know, but why so many? Dr. Hoyt asked impatiently. Miss Dupont seemed wryly amused as she watched his consternation.
I guess you might say it's because I can't make my mind up,
confessed Mrs. Fallon with an uneasy giggle. She was a big woman who might have gurgled over a collection of toy dogs on Earth, but here she was a freight checker, and her husband was a statistician in the Department of Supply, though on Earth he might have been anything from a composer to a social worker.
No matter how often we read Physical Harry, I always get tired of his looks in a few months.
And how often has that been done? Dr. Hoyt demanded.
I think it's 11 times. Isn't that right, dear?
No, sweet, said Mr. Fallon. 13.
Dr. Karma could have interrupted, but he considered it wiser to let his assistant learn the hard way. Miss Dupont was enjoying it too much to interfere.
We made him tall, and we made him short, skinny, fat, bulging with muscle, red hair, black hair, blonde hair, grey hair. I don't know about everything in the book, said Mrs. Fallon, and I simply can't seem to find one I'd like for keeps.
Then why the devil don't you get another husband? Mrs. Fallon looked shocked.
Why, he was assigned to me.
Dr. Hoyt just came from Earth. Dr. Karma cut in at last, before a brawl could start. He's not familiar with our methods.
Let's hear the cockeyed reason, Dr. Hoyt said resignedly.
We keep our population balanced, said Dr. Karma. Too many of either sex creates tension, hostility, loss of efficiency. Look at Earth if you want proof. We can't risk even a little of that, so we use prenatal sex control to keep them exactly equal.
There's a wife for every man, Mr. Fallon put in genially, and a husband for every woman. Works out fine.
With no surplus, Dr. Karma added. There are no floaters to allow the kind of marital moving day you have on Earth, where so many just up and shift over to the new mates. We get hours for life. That's where ego-altering physical come in.
You mean people bring in their mates to have them done over?
If they're not satisfied, and if the mates agree to be changed.
I don't mind,
said Mr. Fallon virtuously.
I figure Mabel will decide what she wants one of these changes, and when we can settle down and be happy with each other.
But what about you? Asked Dr. Hoyt, bewildered. Don't you want her changed?
Oh, no, I like her fine just as she is. You see now how it works? Dr. Karma asked. We can't have a variety of mates, but we can have all the variety we want in one mate. It comes to the same thing, as far as I can see, and causes much less confusion, especially since we need stable relationships.
Dr. Hoyt was striving heroically to stay indignant in spite of the sedative. "And do many ask to have their mates changed?"
"I guess we're a sort of record, aren't we?" Mr. Fallon boasted. "I guess you are," agreed Dr. Karma. "And now, Dr. Hoyt, if there aren't any more questions, I'd like to proceed with this couple."
Dr. Hoyt stretched his eyes wide to keep them open.
"It's all screwy to me, but it's none of my business. As soon as I finish my internship, I'm heading back to Earth, where things make sense, so I don't have to understand this mishmash you call a planet. Need help?"
"If you can find out what Mrs. Fallon has in mind this time, it would let me run the patients through a lot faster."
"How would they feel about it?" Dr. Hoyt asked.
"It's all right with me," Mr. Fallon said amiably. "I'm pretty used to this, you know."
"But what are we going to make you look like, Harry?" his wife fretted. "I felt very jealous of other women when you were handsome, and I didn't like you just ordinary looking."
"Why not go through the model book with Dr. Hoyt?" suggested Dr. Karma. "There's still some types you haven't tried."
"There are?" she asked in a gratified astonishment. "Would you mind very much, Dr. Hoyt?"
"Glad to," he said.
Miss Dupont brought out the model book for him, and he and Mrs. Fallon studied the facial and physical types that were very explicitly illustrated there in three-dimensional full color. Mr. Fallon, contentedly working out math problems on a sheet of paper, left the choice entirely to her. Meanwhile, Dr. Karma and Miss Dupont swiftly took care of a succession of other patients, raising the tolerance level of frustration in a watchmaker, replating the acne-pitted skin of its sensitive youth, restoring a finger lost in a machine shop accident, and building up good-natured aggression in an ore miner whose productivity had slumped. Mrs. Fallon still hadn't decided when the last patient had been taken care of. She said unhappily, "I don't know. I simply absolutely don't know. Couldn't you suggest something, Dr. Hoyt?"
"Wouldn't be ethical," he told her bluntly. "Not allowed to."
Dr. Karma, checking the social control papers with Miss Dupont, wondered if he should interfere. It would lower confidence in Dr. Hoyt, which meant that people would insist on Dr. Karma's treating them. Then instead of having an assistant to remove some of the load, he'd have to do the work of two men. He decided to let the young doctor handle it. But Dr. Hoyt stood up in exasperation, slammed the book shut, and said, "Mrs. Fallon, if you know what you want, I'll be glad to oblige. But I'm not a telepathy."
"Is there anything I can do?"
Dr. Karma interrupted quickly, before his assistant could create any more damage.
"He doesn't have to get huffy," Mrs. Fallon said indignantly.
"All I asked for was a suggestion or two."
"Insult my wife, will he?" Mr. Fallon belligerently added. "It's my fault," Dr. Karma said. "Dr. Hoyt just got in today from Earth, and he's tired, and he naturally doesn't understand all our ways yet."
"Yet," Dr. Hoyt repeated in disgust. "What makes you think I'll ever—"
"And I shouldn't have burdened him with this problem until he's had a chance to rest up and look around," Dr. Karma continued in a slightly louder voice. "Now let's see if we can't settle this problem before closing time, eh?"
The Fallons subsided. Dr. Hoyt watched with a sarcastic eye, though he kept silent as Dr. Karma and Miss Dupont, working as a shrewd team, gave them the suggestion they had been looking for. It was all done very smoothly, so smoothly that Dr. Karma felt professional pride, because even his stiff-necked assistant was unable to detect the fact that it was a suggestion. Dr. Karma got Mrs. Fallon to reminisce about the alterations her husband had undergone, and Miss Dupont promptly agreed with her when she explained why each had been unsatisfactory. It took some time, but he eventually brought her back to what Mr. Fallon had looked like when she had first married him.
"Oh, isn't that the strangest thing?" she said, puzzled. "I can't remember. Can you, dear?"
"It's a little mixed up," Mr. Fallon admitted. "Let's see. I know I was taller, and I think I had a long, thin face."
"Oh, we don't have to guess," Dr. Karma said. "Nurse, we have the information on file, don't we?"
"Yes, doctor," she said, and instantly produced a photograph. They evidently thought it was merely filing efficiency. They hadn't noticed her searching for the picture quietly while Dr. Karma had been leading them on. He had, in fact, delayed asking her until she had nodded to indicate that she had found it. Mr. Fallon frowned as if he had recognized the face, but couldn't remember the name. His wife gave a little shriek of admiration.
"Why, Harry, you look perfectly wonderful."
"Those deep dimples made shaving pretty hard," he recalled.
"But they're darling. Why did you ever let me change you?"
"Because I wanted you to be happy, sweet." It was as simple as that, a bit of practical psychology based on knowledge of the patients. Dr. Karma wished wistfully that old Dr. Lowell had been there to observe. he would have approved, which might have made up for Dr. Hoyt's unpleasant expression. "I hope this is the one you want," Dr. Karma said as he took them to the front door after the re-physical. "Goodness, I hope so," Mrs. Fallon exclaimed. She looked fondly at her husband, and this time had to look up to see his face. "I'm almost positive this is what I want Harry to be." "Well, if it isn't, sweet," Mr. Fallon said, "we'll try something else. I don't mind as long as it makes you happy." They closed the door behind them, leaving the hospital empty of all but the small staff. "You're crazy," Dr. Hoyt exploded. "He's not the one we should be changing. That idiotic female needs a good ego alter." "He hasn't asked for it," Dr. Karma pointed out patiently. "Then he ought to. That's his decision, isn't it? There's such a thing as ethics, you know." "I've never seen anything more insane than the way you work," snapped Dr. Hoyt. "I can't wait to finish my stretch here and go home." He stamped out, weaving slightly because of the sedative. "Well, what do you think of our assistant?" asked Dr. Karma. "He's good," Miss Dupont said irrationally. Dr. Karma glowered at her. He'd forgotten that she was due to have a mate assigned to her this year. Routine at the hospital was anything but routine. Dr. Hoyt barely kept from yelling each time someone was treated, and his help was given so unwillingly that Dr. Karma, sweating under a double load, and with Dr. Hoyt to argue with at the same time, was all for putting him on the ship and asking Earth for another intern. But Miss Dupont talked him out of it. For no discernible reason other than loneliness, Dr. Hoyt was taking her out. She was pleased, even though he crabbed constantly about the shabby-looking clothes she wore, which were typical of Deneb, and the way they fitted her. Either the two of them didn't talk shop, or she had no influence with him. His criticism and impatience grew sharper each week. It bothered Dr. Karma more than he thought it should, and much more than Mrs. Karma wanted it to. She was a pleasant little woman who liked things as they were, which was why Dr. Karma had hesitated all this while to ask her to undergo a slight re-physical. He would have preferred her a little taller, more filled out, her slight wrinkles deleted out. While he was thinking about it, he wished he'd let him give her space black hair instead of her indeterminately blondish mop. But he'd rather have her as she was than peevish, so he had never mentioned it. "Don't let the boy upset you," she said. "It's only that he's so young and experienced. You can't expect him to adjust quickly to a new environment and a whole new medical orientation. But that's just what annoys me. Why, I used to hang on to every word of Dr. Lowell's when I came here. I never thought I knew better than he did." "Well, dear, you're you, and Dr. Lowell is Dr. Lowell, and Dr. Hoyt is Dr. Hoyt." He tried to think of an answer and couldn't. "I suppose so." "Maybe you'd feel better if you spoke to Dr. Lowell about it." "What could he do? This is really an internal problem that I should work out with Dr. Hoyt. I can't involve Dr. Lowell in it." But it became intolerable when I was a young girl who wanted to be a boy, and Dr. Karma and Dr. Hoyt got into the worst battle yet. Naturally, she had to be given an ego alter to make her happy about being a girl, whereas Dr. Hoyt argued that she should be allowed to be a boy if that was what she wanted. Dr. Karma explained angrily once more that the sexes were exactly balanced, and Dr. Hoyt quoted the rule of personal choice. It was applicable on Earth, but not on Deneb, Dr. Karma retorted, to which Dr. Hoyt snorted something about playing God. Dr. Karma confessed harshly to his wife that she was right. He had to bring old Dr. Lowell into the situation. It was out of Dr. Karma's control and was keeping the hospital in a turmoil. It was time for Dr. Lowell to inspect the hospital, the job he had taken in place of actual retirement. Dr. Karma needed help from Miss Dupont to bring the problem out into the open, but she became unexpectedly obstinate. "I want out Leo's career," she explained flatly. Dr. Karma gave her a vacant look. "Leo?" She blushed. "Dr. Hoyt. He's honestly trying to understand, but he finds it so different from Earth. Practically everything we do here is in reverse." "But so is our environment, Miss Dupont. Earth is overcrowded and Deneb is underpopulated, so of course our methods will be the opposite of Earth's. He has to be made to see that we must solve our problems our own way." She studied his face suspiciously. "That's all you want?" "Certainly. Damn it, do you think I want him fired and sent back to Earth before his internship's up? I know it would hurt his record. Besides, I need an assistant, but not one I have to bicker with every time I make a move." "Well, in that case—" "Good girl. All you have to do is help me hold off the cases you'd argue about until Dr. Lowell gets here." He stared down glumly at his hands, which were gripping each other tightly. "God knows I'm no diplomat, Dr. Lowell is. He convinced me easily enough when I came here. Maybe he can do the same thing with Dr. Hoyt."
"Oh, I hope he can," Miss Dupont said earnestly. "I want so much to have you and Leo work together in harmony."
He glanced up, curious. "Why?"
"'Cause I'm in love with him."
He found himself nodding bitterly. Having Dr. Hoyt go back to Earth wouldn't be a fraction as bad as Miss Dupont leaving with him. So now there was something else to worry about. Dr. Lowell came bouncing out of the jet cab a few days later. "The hospital better be spotless," he called out jovially, paying off the hacky. "I'm in a mean mood, liable to suspend everybody." There was a strange lift to Dr. Karma's spirits as the old man entered the office. He wished without hope that he could inspire the same sort of reverence and respect. Impossible, of course. Dr. Lowell was great. He himself was nothing more than competent. Dr. Karma introduced his young assistant to the old man. "Young and strong," Dr. Lowell approved. "That's what we need on Deneb. Skill is important, but health and youth even more so."
"For those who stay," said Dr. Hoyt frostily. "I'm not."
Dr. Karma felt himself quiver with rage. The wet-nosed pup couldn't talk to Dr. Lowell like that. But Dr. Lowell was saying cheerily, "You seem to have made up your mind to go back. No matter. Some decisions are like eggshells, made only to be broken. I hope that's what you'll do with yours."
"Not a chance," Dr. Hoyt said.
He didn't take the arrogant expression off his face, even when Miss Dupont looked at him pleadingly. "Then I say let's signal the next ship," Dr. Karma began. Dr. Lowell cut in quickly. "You two have patients to attend to, I see. Don't worry about me. I know my way around this poor little wretch of a building, not much like Earth hospitals, is it?" He headed for the medical supply room, adding just before he went in, "A lot can be said for small installations. The personal touch, you know." Dr. Karma enviously realized how deftly the old man had put the youngster in his place, whereas he would have stood there and slugged it out verbally. Lord, if he could only acquire that awesome wisdom. "Well, back to work," he said, trying to imitate the cheeriness at least.
"Sure, let's ruin some more lives," Dr. Hoyt almost snarled.
"Leo, please,"
whispered Miss Dupont imploringly. 5 minutes later, the two doctors were furiously arguing over a very old man who had been sent by social control to have his eyesight strengthened.
"You have no right to let anybody dodder around like this," Dr. Hoyt yelled. "What in hell is we physical for, if not for such cases?"
"You probably think we ought to make him look 25 again," Dr. Karma yelled back. "That's all you've learned working here?" Now, said Dr. Lowell soothingly. He came in unnoticed by either of the men. "Dr. Hoyt is right, of course. We would like to make old people young, and some day we'll be able to afford it. But not for some time to come."
"Why not?"
Dr. Hoyt demanded in a lower tone, visibly flattered by Dr. Lowell's seemingly taking his side. "We physical can't actually make anyone young. We can only give the outward appearance of youth and replace obviously diseased parts. But an old body is an old organism. It has to break down eventually. If we give it more vigor than it can endure, it breaks down too soon, much sooner than if we let it age normally. That represents economic loss as well as a humanitarian one."
"I don't follow you," Dr. Hoyt said bewilderingly.
"Well, our patient used to be a machinist, a good one. Now he's only able to be an oiler, a good one too, when you improve his eyesight. He can go on doing that for years, performing a useful function. But he'd wear himself out in no time as a machinist again if you de-aged him."
"Is that supposed to make sense?"
"It does," said Dr. Lowell. "For Deneb." Dr. Hoyt wanted to continue the discussion, but Dr. Lowell was already on his way to inspect another part of the hospital. Grumbling, the young man helped chart the optical nerves that had to be replaced and measure the new curve of the retinas ordered by social control. But he fought just as strenuously over other cases, especially a retired freight jet pilot who had to have his reflexes slowed down so he could become a contented meteorologist. Whenever there was a loud disagreement of this sort, Dr. Lowell was there to mediate calmly. At the end of the day, Dr. Karma was emotionally exhausted. He said, as he and Dr. Lowell were washing up,
"The kid's hopeless. I thought you could straighten him out. God knows I couldn't. But I'll never see why we have to work the way we do."
"What do you suggest?" Dr. Lowell asked through a towel.
"Send him back to Earth. Get an intern who's more malleable."
Dr. Lowell tossed the towel into the sterilizer. "Can't be done. We expanded so fast all over the galaxy that Earth can't train and ship out enough doctors for the new colonies. If we sent him back, I don't know when we'd get another." Dr. Karma swallowed.
"You mean it's him or nobody?"
"Afraid so.
It'll never fit in on Deneb."
"You did," Dr. Lowell said. Dr. Karma tried to smile modestly.
"I realized immediately how little I knew.
and how much more experience you had, I was willing to learn. Why, I used to listen to you and watch you work and try to see your reasons for doing things." "You think so?" asked Dr. Lowell. Dr. Karma glanced at him in astonishment. "You know I did. I still do, for that matter." "When you landed on Deneb," said Dr. Lowell, "you were the most stubborn, opinionated young ass I'd ever met." Dr. Karma's smile became an appreciative grin. "Damn, I wish I had that light touch of yours. You were so dogmatic and argumentative that Dr. Hoyt is a suggestible schoolboy in comparison." "Well, you don't have to go that far," Dr. Karma said. "I get what you're driving at. Every intern needs orientation, and I should be more patient and understanding." "Then you don't follow me at all," stated Dr. Lowell. "Invite Dr. Hoyt, Mr. Dupont, and me to your house for dinner tonight, and maybe you'll get a better idea of what I mean." "Anything for a free meal, eh?" "And to give a doctor here on Deneb that would lose otherwise." "Implying that I can't do it?" "Isn't that the decision you'd come to?" "Yes, I guess it is," Dr. Karma confessed. "All right. How about dinner at my house tonight? I'll round up the other two and call Harriet, so she'll expect us." "Delighted to come," said Dr. Lowell. "Nice of you to ask me." Mr. Dupont was elated at the invitation, and Dr. Hoyt said he had nothing else to do anyway. On the videophone, Mrs. Karma was dismayed for a moment, until Dr. Lowell told her to put through an emergency order to Central Commissary, and he'd verify it. That was when Dr. Karma realized how serious the old man was. On a raw planet where crises were everyday routine, a situation had to be catastrophic before it could be called an emergency. Dinner on Deneb was the same as anywhere else in the galaxy. To free women for other work, food was delivered weekly in cooked form. A special messenger from Central Commissary had brought the emergency rations, and Mrs. Karma had simply punctured the self-heat cartridges and put the servings in front of each guest. The containers were disposable plates and came with single-use plastic utensils. No garbage, no preparation, no cleaning up afterward, except to toss them all into the converter furnace. Dr. Hoyt was still not accustomed to wholly grown foods. He had been raised on synthetics, of course, which were the staples on Earth. "Well, that was good," said Dr. Lowell, getting up from the table with his round little belly comfortably expanded. "Now let's have a few drinks before we start a professional bull session. Where do you keep your liquor? I'd like to mix my special, so Dr. Hoyt can see we colonials are not so provincial." "Good Lord, I haven't had your special for years," exclaimed Dr. Karma. "Since about the time I came to Deneb, in fact." "That's why it's a special, reserved for state occasions, such as arrivals of colleagues from my dear old home planet." "Oh, you don't have to go to all that bother," said Dr. Hoyt. "You'd have to make it twice, once now and once when I leave." "That won't be for quite a while, will it?" Mr. Point asked, anxiously. "As soon as I finish my internship. No more alien worlds for me. I like Earth." Mrs. Karma got him to talk about it, which was much easier than getting him to stop, while Dr. Karma showed the old man where the liquor stock and fixings were kept. Watching him mix the ingredients with chemist's care, Dr. Karma felt a glow of nostalgia. He recalled the celebration at Dr. Lowell's house, several months after he had come from Earth, when he had enjoyed himself so much that he had passed out. It was one of the pleasanter memories of his start on Deneb. "Can't mix them all in a single batch," Dr. Lowell explained, bringing the drinks over one at a time as he finished preparing them. "Mrs. Karma, Miss Dupont, our gracious host Dr. Karma, and now Dr. Hoyt and myself." He lifted his glass at Dr. Hoyt.
"Welcome to our latest associate, product, like ourselves, of the great medical schools of Earth. It's a forlorn hope that he may learn as much from us about our peculiar methods as we learn from him about the latest terrestrial advances."
Dr. Hoyt, smiling as if he didn't think it possible, stood up when they downed their toast to him. "To Earth," he said. "May you get back in record time." He gulped it, said, "Delicious for a colonial drink," and froze with his smile as fixed as if it had been painted on. "Leo!" Miss Dupont cried and shook him, but he stayed frozen. "The man's allergic to alcohol," said Dr. Karma, astonished.
"Do something," Mrs. Karma begged. "Don't let him stand there like that. Here, he looks like a petrified man." "Don't get panicky," said Dr. Lowell in a quiet, confident voice. "That's when you passed out, Dr. Karma, right after your first taste of my special."
"But we haven't," Dr. Karma objected.
"Naturally, your drinks weren't drugged."
"Drugged?" shrieked Miss Dupont.
"You doped him?"
"That's rather obvious, isn't it?"
"But what for?" Dr. Karma stammered.
"Same reason I slipped you a Mickey not long after you got here. We can't take any chances that you'll ship back to Earth, you see."
"I don't,"
raged Miss Dupont.
I think it's a cheap, dirty, foul trick, and it won't work either. You can't keep him drugged.
I don't like you talking to Dr. Lowell like that, said Dr. Calmer indignantly.
You should be the last one to object, Mrs. Calmer pointed out. He said he drugged you, too.
I know, Dr. Calmer said blankly. I don't understand.
You will, promised Dr. Lowell. Just come along and don't interfere. Better give him the order. It'll keep things straighter.
Mrs. Calmer was grimly disapproving, and Miss Dupont was close to hysteria. Only Dr. Calmer retained his awed respect for Dr. Lowell. If the old man said it was all right, it was, even if he couldn't see the reason.
Go ahead,
urged Dr. Lowell.
Dr. Hoyt.
Yes, Dr. Calmer.
You will come with us.
Yes, Dr. Calmer.
Dr. Lowell took them back to the hospital.
Now what?
Asked Dr. Calmer.
You actually don't know? Miss Dupont demanded. He wants to put Leo through the ego order.
That's absurd, Dr. Calmer said angrily. And outright slander. Dr. Lowell wouldn't consider such a thing. The boy didn't ask for it, and it wasn't authorized by social control. Dr. Lowell smiled genially and opened the door to the ego altar room.
I hate to disillusion you, Dr. Calmer. That's exactly what I have in mind. The same thing I did to you.
That's absurd, Dr. Calmer repeated, but with less conviction and more confusion than before.
It worked. Tell him to sit down.
Dr. Calmer did, and automatically fitted the wired plastic helmet to Dr. Hoyt's head.
You can't,
cried Miss Dupont as he reached for the dials on the control console.
It's not fair.
Let's not get involved in a discussion on ethics, Dr. Lowell said. Deneb can't afford to lose him. We need every doctor we have. If he goes back to Earth, it may be years before we get a replacement.
But you can't do it without his consent.
There's time for that later, the old man grinned. Keep his eyes on you, Dr. Calmer, while you build up his father image. Cut down on hostility, aggression, and power drive. Boost social responsibility and adventurousness. But make sure he's looking at you constantly. I won't allow it, said Mrs. Calmer flatly. You won't make my husband violate his oath. I did it to him, didn't I? Dr. Lowell replied jovially. It got you a husband.
Miss Dupont grabbed at Dr. Calmer's hand, but he had already turned on the current.
Anything else? He asked.
Well, he has to get married, of course, Dr. Lowell said. Let him look at Miss Dupont. She's scheduled for this year, isn't she? While you give him a shot of mating urge. Now wipe out the memory of this instant and put him in a joy jag. We can validate that by liquoring him up afterward. When you're finished, bring him to.
Dr. Hoyt came out of it almost with a whoop. He lurched out of the insulated seat, stared at Miss Dupont for a moment with eyes that almost glittered, and seized and kissed her.
My goodness,
she gasped.
Now, what were you saying about ethics?
Dr. Lowell asked. There was no answer. Both Miss Dupont and Mrs. Calmer had frozen.
You drugged them too?
Dr. Calmer weakly wanted to know.
A bit slower acting, admitted the old man. All you have to do with them is wipe out the last half hour. Don't want any witnesses to an unethical act, you know. Oh, and put them on a jag also.
Dr. Calmer followed instructions. Finished, they left the three uproariously drunk in the waiting room and went to wash up. Dr. Calmer went along bewilderedly. The old man was as unconcerned as if he did this sort of thing daily.
I was as arrogant and belligerent as this squirt was.
Worse,
Dr. Lowell said.
He was willing to finish out his internship. You weren't. Still worried about the ethics?
Yes, naturally.
All right, apply some logic then. Are you happier on Deneb than you'd have been on Earth?
Well, certainly. I'd have been lucky to get a job doctoring in a summer camp. I wouldn't trade a roomy planet like this for the jammed cubicles of Earth. I like our methods better than terrestrial dogma. But those are my preferences. I can't inflict them on anybody else.
The hell they were your preferences. You bickered more about our methods and longed more loudly for the tenements of Earth than this lad ever did. All it took was a slight ego alter, and you have a happier life than you would have had, right?
Dr. Calmer felt his tension ease. If the old man said it was right, it was. He became momentarily resentful when he realized that that reaction had been installed by Dr. Lowell, but then he smiled. It really was right, a bit arbitrary perhaps, but for the good of Dr. Hoyt and Deneb in the long run, just as it had been for himself.
Look, he said, drying his arms, I've been wanting my wife to go through a slight rephysical.
Why didn't you ask her?
The fact is that I'm afraid she'll think I'm dissatisfied, and I don't want her to get resentful.
Maybe she'd like you to do some changing too.
What for? I'm all right.
She probably feels the same way about herself.
But all I want are a few changes in her. She's as high as a space pilot now. It would be a cinch to...
Dr. Lowell flung down the towel and gave him an outraged glare.
There's such a thing as professional ethics, Dr. Calmer.
But that's different. It was a social decision, not a selfish one. If you ask her and she agrees, that's up to her. But you can't take advantage of her in an egocentric, arbitrary way. You just try it, and I'll have you sent back to Earth. Dr. Calmer felt his knees grow weak in alarm. No, it's not that important. Just an insignificant kind of wish. And it was, he discovered, when they went out to the waiting room. Unused to Jags, Mrs. Calmer was more affectionate than she'd been since they were first married. He'd have to remember to go on them periodically with her. Miss Dupont, unwilling to budge out of Dr. Hoyt's tight arms, had glassily joyous eyes. Dr. Hoyt didn't let her go until he caught sight of Dr. Calmer.
"Greatest doctor I ever met," he said enthusiastically. "Wonderful planet, Denv. Just want to marry Miss Dupont. Stay here and learn at your feet. Okay?"
Dr. Calmer's glance at the old man was no less worshipful.
"It couldn't be okayer," he said.
End of story 10.
Story 11. Of the Almighty Dollar. In Space.
Ed Reed Short Sci-Fi, Volume 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
A Matter of Ethics by Russ Winterbotham.
The fly rod, the letter, and the small jar of paint were, in a sense, half the problem Homer Hopkins had to solve. The other half rested in his complex mind. Feda's fadeless formulae had offered him a position, not a job, to take charge of its research department at $10,000 a year, twice what he was paid at Faderville Junior College to teach chemistry. All this was in the letter.
"But I like being a teacher," said Homer,
and he looked at the fly rod.
"And I also like to fish."
Teaching chemistry had left him little time for fishing. The science had advanced with such gigantic strides that Homer was continually catching up on the subject. He spent his vacations going to colleges and his off days reading literature, orienting himself. The little jar of paint had brought it about. Homer had sent a jar like it to C.J. Feder, suggesting that it be placed on the market. All Homer had wanted was a fat check and a royalty which he could invest so he could retire some day. Instead, C.J. Feder had offered him a job. The old man, who ran the principal industry at Faderfield, would expect a new formula a month, and Homer was afraid he might not be able to turn one out every month. Homer knew enough about C.J. to realize that if he offered $10,000, he would expect a $90,000 profit. Homer could qualify for the first figure, but he wasn't so sure about the second. And then the doorbell rang. Homer glanced out the window at the row of lighted houses across the street. He lived by himself in a little four-room cottage near the junior college. Twice a week, the cleaning woman got rid of the male litter, and on Saturdays a student did the outside work to keep the little rented home in trim with the rest of the neat little neighborhood. Homer managed by himself the rest of the time. Whoever was at the door was not in line with the window. Callers were not infrequent. There were 3 other bachelor males in the chemistry department who dropped in occasionally, and some of the neighbors came over from time to time, usually to borrow a book. Students sometimes came to see him, especially when their grades were low. Homer opened the door. It was not a bachelor friend. It was not a neighbor. It was not a student. It was a very pretty young woman. She was dressed like she was going to a masquerade, with spangled tights or something of that nature, a glittering tiara, and shoes covered with rhinestones. Her hair was black, and her eyes were brown. There was a faint flush on her cheeks that looked well with the ivory shade of her smooth skin. Without being invited, she stepped past Homer and into the house. She looked around, from floor to the ceiling. She strode across the room and sank down on Homer's overstuffed divan. "I like this place," she said. "Do you want me to move, or will you share it with me?" Homer laughed nervously. "I beg pardon. What for? You didn't do anything?" "I misunderstood you," Homer said. "I thought you suggested taking my house away from me." "I didn't," said the young woman. "If you want to stay, it's all right with me. I'll only be here a few days. The place is much too large for one person." Homer's jaw dropped. He closed his mouth and bobbed his Adam's apple a couple of times, but he was beyond words. She rose, strode across the room, and opened the front door. She stepped out on the porch, and Homer felt a momentary relief. It was an illusion. C.J.'s offer had been more of a shock than he thought. Then she appeared again, carrying a black bag. "Where will I put my things?" she asked. "Ma'am," said Homer, "I am a gentleman." That, he decided, was the best way to state his position in mixed company. "What has that got to do with it? I'm a lady." "Certainly, ma'am, but you must realize that what you're suggesting is, most unorthodox. I don't propose to turn my house over to you with or without company." Even if Homer clamped his jaw shut, for he almost said that the offer was attractive. How could he have said such a thing? He'd hardly known this woman for a full minute. "Your house? Well, admit your arms and legs are yours, and so no doubt is your hair, your teeth, your eyes, and your ears. But how can you say this house is yours?" Homer looked at the girl. She spoke perfect English, although now that he noticed there was just a slight accent. She had something of an Italian grace, French fire, and a wholesome heartiness of Scandinavia in her, and yet she was different. "It's my private property," said Homer. "I'll admit I do not own it, but I rent it. I have a year's lease." "When I studied your customs and manners, I must have overlooked a few things," she said. "But I can't see how you own a dwelling." Homer was horrified. Undoubtedly she was from behind the iron curtain. "This is America, ma'am," he said stiffly. "I thought this was the earth," she said. Again Homer's jaw dropped, as if he had not heard correctly. "Do you mean that you are from some other place?" His voice applied capitals. "I'm assuredly not of this planet," she said. "I am Caliph of Planet 12, Star 10, Pleiades." Her smile was pleasant, too, Homer observed. "I learned your language by telepathy, but unfortunately I didn't go deeply into your economics and social customs." Homer decided she must have tuned in on Russia. Then he realized that English is not usually spoken there, so he assumed she had listened to some subversives somewhere. If she was from the Pleiades, more than likely she was a spy. "Do you think the revolution will come during our lifetime?" he asked. "There is a revolution every 24 hours on this planet," she smiled. "On my planet the revolution is 26 hours, your hours." This was a joke, Homer decided. A student trick, extremely in bad taste, especially since it entailed a girl to expose herself in such a costume. "I hope you don't pack your spaceship by a fire plug," he said sarcastically. "Fire plug? I missed that when I learned your language. Something electrical, no doubt. But if you mean my space shuttle, it is in a desolate area south of here." She pointed in the direction of the Cambridge Manor Country Club. "We know that spaceships have a disturbing effect on primitive races such as yours." In spite of Homer's determination not to believe this girl, he felt an admiration in the way she played her role. He wondered if there was really a spaceship on the golf course. It would certainly have a disturbing effect on early morning golfers. Good heavens, C.J. Fader belonged to Cambridge Manor. "Miss, Caliph," Homer said, "your being here presents problems, whether or not you're from the Pleiades. You must understand that this isn't the proper thing to do." Homer glanced toward the window and quickly moved over to the Venetian blinds, which he turned downward, just in case one of the neighbors looked in. "I must sit down and think a moment. Then we'll decide what must be done." "I know what I'm going to do," said Caliph, "so you decide what you're going to do." Homer had a bottle of bourbon in his kitchen cabinet. The Board of Trustees of Faderfield Junior College frowned on faculty drinking of any sort, and of course alcoholic beverages were forbidden on the campus under strictest penalties: expulsion for a student, dismissal for an instructor. But Homer was extremely moderate, and there were times when he felt that whiskey had a respectable place in the scheme of things. He poured himself a drink, after offering one to Miss Caliph. She declined. "I must be careful what I eat and drink on strange planets," she said. "A wise forethought," Homer said with a nod. He mixed the whiskey with tap water, dropped in an ice cube, and began sipping it as he sat in a straight-backed chair opposite her. "Now," he began, "I won't question anything you've said. It doesn't matter really whether you were born in Faderfield, the next county, or a planet 200 light-years distant. There's one fact we can't deny. You are a woman, right?" "You are perceptive, sir." "My name's Homer," he said. He smiled, and she smiled back. Homer finished his drink and put aside the glass. "I'm a man." "That I had already perceived." "Do men and women, occupy the same lodgings on Planet 12? "Certainly, and so do they here. I looked in all the houses on this street before I came to yours. I picked your house because you were alone." "But those people are married," said Homer. "I'm an unmarried man, a bachelor." "Are you a social outcast? An exile?" Caliph asked. "No, I have not chosen a mate as yet." He didn't want her to think he was opposed to the idea. On Earth it's not customary for an unmarried couple. Oh, said Calais, that old thing. Homer felt a little indignant. It isn't to be ignored. Far be it from me to upset the Earth, she said. I just dropped in for a brief time to complete our museum and catalogue of your system. We're not complete on the Earth, you see, and your little village seemed to have a pretty fair representation of human society, except a lack of primitive tribes. Now I'm not so sure it is anything but primitive. We are civilized, said Homer. Highly civilized. We have a certain moral code, and your being with me jeopardizes my position in respect to that code. He paused. If anyone saw you here, I'd be disgraced. I couldn't face my fellow citizens. He added mentally that he wouldn't get that job with Fader's formula if he wanted it. Is that why you closed the blinds? Homer nodded. It would seem to me to be worse if people knew I was here and didn't see us, she said. But I'm new to your planet, and I still have a problem. Where will I stay? Homer thought quickly. As a rooming house where some of the lady teachers stay. He paused, looking at her spangled costume, and shook his head. I bet your clothes wouldn't be understood. They'd think you were a burlesque queen. A burlesque queen? Another thing you'd never understand, said Homer. If I could find the proper clothes, I could say you were a cousin from Des Moines. What is a cousin from Des Moines? Homer shook his head. You'd give away the show. Why don't you say I'm from another planet? No one would believe it. In fact, I'm not sure I believe it myself. If Earthlings won't believe the truth, why not let me stay here? No one would believe I did. You don't understand, Homer groaned. There's such a thing as custom, moral law, ethics, social behavior. There are ways a person can act, because to act otherwise is not the thing to do. Certain things cannot be done, and people are quick to suspect that they are being done sometimes when they're not being done. Am I clear? No, said Calais, but the earth file in our museum is going to be a large one. Suddenly the phone rang. Homer jumped and knocked his empty glass to the floor. Quickly he rose and lifted the phone.
This is Fader, Hopkins, came a voice over the wire. About my letter.
Oh, yes, CJ. It came today.
This is a big thing, my boy.
I know it is, CJ.
I want to get started on it immediately.
To be frank, CJ, I wanted a little time to think it over.
I'll make it at 12,000 if you make up your mind now, tonight, Fader said. I'm going to expand. I'll make Fader's Fatalist the biggest line of paints in the world. But I got to have research. You've convinced me you can do the job.
Can I call you back, CJ? I just want to study this thing and get rid of Calais, Homer taught himself.
No, I'm coming over to talk to you.
There's a click in the receiver, and Homer held a silent phone.
A funny instrument, said Calais. It'll never take the place of telepathy.
Homer put the phone back in its cradle and picked up the empty liquor glass. He took it to the kitchen. It wasn't the first thing he had to do, but CJ might not approve, so Homer had to get it out of sight. He closed the kitchen cabinet door so the whiskey was out of sight, and he went to the living room and saw that Calais was unpacking her bag. Homer could see the spangles of garments like the one she wore. She was setting out small boxes, which looked a great deal like boxes of things that women always carry, perfume, cosmetics, and so on. No, 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 Homer shouted. You mustn't unpack your bag. CJ will be here any minute.
I was here first, said Calais.
Listen, Calais, said Homer. On your planet there must be certain rules of conduct that may seem outlandish when considered alone, but have very good reason for being when you consider them in the light of other facts.
Oh, yes, said Calais. One should always wear a telepathy helmet when he's keeping a secret.
Homer took Calais by the arm, led her to the divan, and sat down beside her. Quickly and pointedly he told her about Fader's formulae and the opportunity that faced him, and he gave her the facts of life. The only drawback is that old skinflint Fader himself, Homer explained. As I'm fixed now, I have a pleasant job. The dean's nice and easy-going. I get along fine, and I like my work. Fader will pay me twice as much, but he'll be breathing down my neck every minute, making sure he's making 90% profit in everything I do.
You don't know whether to take a job in which you'll be unhappy, but which can give you what you want, or to stay on a job where you'll be happy, but poor. Is that it?
Calais looked at him with a curious expression in her eyes. That's it, said Homer. The front doorbell rang, and Homer realized he'd spent more time explaining to Calais than he should have spent. He jumped to his feet. His arms swept up the boxes and piled them into the bag. He lifted the bag and ran to the kitchen. Hide, Calais, hide quickly. In the bedroom, and close the door, he said. He thrust the bag in the broom closet of the kitchen. When he returned, he saw Calith admitting C.J. Fader at the front door. "Humph," said Mr. Fader. His eyes travelled over Calith from spangled boots to gleaming tiara. "Oh, Mr. Fader," said Homer thickly.
"I must have arrived more quickly than you anticipated," said Fader.
He stepped forward and nudged Homer.
"You sly young dog."
"It's not what you think, C.J.," said Homer.
"I haven't said a word about what I thought," said Fader. "What I want to know is where you found her."
"I didn't." "I'm from another planet," said Calith.
"I'll say you are, baby,"
said Fader, chucking her under the chin.
"You know, Homer here had me fooled, but I can see he's not a namby-pamby as I thought. Yes, sir, he's quite a boy."
"He's been explaining all the manners and customs of the earth to me," said Calith.
"And I'll bet he knows how,"
said Fader. "It's really the truth," said Homer. "Calith is from the Pleiades."
"Oh, yes, near Cincinnati. Well, I always heard those Cincy girls were pretty cute, playing at the Roxy."
Homer shuddered. "She has left her spaceship on the Cambridge Manor golf links," he said. Mr. Fader roared.
"Homer, you're a man after my own heart. I'll tell you what, boy. You come into my organization, and I'll make you a vice president with a big chunk of stock. You can have charge of research, and if you can line up the babes for our conventions, we'll put the whole damned paint trade in our pocket inside of 2 years. After all, boy, it's girls and salesmen, not the quality of your product, that wins on today's market."
Slowly the idea sank into Homer's brain. Mr. Fader hadn't wanted to hire him because of anything special as a chemist. "How much will I get?" Homer asked bluntly.
"The stock ought to be worth $12,000 a year," said Fader. "On top of that, you get $25,000 as vice president in charge of research and conventions."
And the $10,000 that Homer hoped to get had been cheap. $10,000 for a chemist, $25,000 for a salesman, plus a bundle of stock, a high-priced pimp. "Are you sure it'll be worth it?"
"Don't talk like a nincompoop, boy. We're in."
He turned to Calith.
"Got any friends, honey?"
Calith's eyes seemed to gleam. Fader's hand straightened with a jerk. He stood stiffly.
"He's hypnotized," said Calith. "We can talk and he won't hear or remember what we say."
"There's not much to be said," said Homer.
"You don't want the job?"
"With this lecherous old tomcat?"
Calith smiled. "You are puritanical," she said. "You're stuffy and naive and innocent. But I like you."
"I'm probably crazy, too," said Homer. Calith shook her head.
"No, you're unhappy. You don't like being a teacher either, do you?"
"Of course I do," Homer spoke with too much emphasis. "It's a pleasant life."
"But you've seen broken old men teaching. Men who had brains and who didn't have a cent in their savings account. You know you'll starve all your life and get very little thanks for discovering genius. You know, and you want to get away from it. That's why you even considered going with Fader in the first place. If you'd really been contented, you'd have turned him down right off."
Homer realized she spoke the truth. But any job has its drawbacks. I've either got to teach chemistry or become a research chemist. From what I've seen, Fader and Faderfield Junior College are my only choices, and chemistry is all I know.
You know about ethics and customs of your planet. You know what people are supposed to do and rarely do.
It doesn't make a living for me.
Not on Earth. But on Planet 12, you've been authority on the planet Earth. The only authority because you know all about the Earth's unkept laws of social conduct, and you're one of the few that ever kept those laws.
One thing held Homer back. "Is your planet really communistic? Don't you have private property?"
"Do you own this house?"
"Well, I rent it. But some people do own their houses."
"Are you sure?"
"Well, they have mortgages and taxes and so on."
"Actually, very few people own what they think they have, excepting their bodies."
"But men move in with women, and women move in with men."
"This thing you call marriage corresponds with a custom we have," said Calith. "I was going to marry you."
"I don't know you. You don't know me."
"How do you think I found you without telepathy? And you've seen me now. Is there anything wrong about me that...
"Nothing," Homer said fervently. He thought of people who had courted many years and still didn't know each other. Then he glanced down at Fader, still staring hypnotically. "What a tale he's going to spread about town tomorrow," Homer said.
"You won't believe it," said Calith.
"I'll be gone," said Homer.
"Then we'd better get going. You can work on the Earth file on the trip to Pleiades."
"Says you," said Homer. He got her bag from the broom closet, and as an afterthought, he picked up his rod and tackle. Maybe he'd get some fishing done on Planet 12. Among other things.
End of story 11.
Story 12 of the Almighty Dollar. In space.
Ed Reed, Short Sci-Fi, Volume 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Fee of the Fronteir by H.B. Fyfe.
From inside the dome, the night sky is a beautiful thing. Even though Deimos and Phobos are nothing to brag about. If you walk outside, maybe as far as the rocket field, you notice a difference. Past the narrow developed strip around the dome, the desert land lies as chilled and brittle as it did for eons before Earthmen reached Mars. The sky is suddenly raw and cruel. You pull your furs around your nose and check your oxygen mask, and wish you were inside something, even a thin wall of clear plastic. I like to stand here, though, and look out at it, just thinking about how far those ships grope out into the dark nowadays. And about the men who have gone out there on a few jets and a lot of guts. I knew a bunch of them. Some still out there, I guess. There was a time when nearly everything had to be rocketed out from Earth, before they organized all those chemical tricks that changed the Martian crops to real food. Domes weren't fancy then. Adequate, of course. No sense in taking chances with lives that cost so much fuel to bring here. Still, the colonies kept growing. Where people go, others follow to live off them, one way or another. It began to look like time for the next step outward. Oh, the asteroids, sure. Not them. I did a bit of hopping there in my own time. In fact, on account of conditions beyond my choice and control, I spent too much time on the wrong side of the hull shields. One fine day, the medics told me I'd have to be a Martian for the rest of my life. Even the one-way hop back to Earth was not recommended. So I used to watch the ships go out. I still remember one that almost missed leaving. The Martian Merchant. What joker thought that would be a good name for an exploring ship, I can't imagine, but it always happens that way. I was starting my cross-country tractor line then, and I just made the run from Schiaparelli to Asaf Dome, which was not as nice as it is now, but still pretty civilized for the time. They had 8 or 10 bars, taverns, and other amusements, and were already getting to be quite a city. One of the taverns near the western airlock was named the Stardust, and I was approaching, measuring the sand in my throat, when these spaces came out. The first one in sight was a blocky, dark-haired fellow. He came rolling through the door with a man under each arm. Just as I got there, he made it to his feet somehow, and cracked their heads together exactly hard enough to bring peace. He acted like a man used to handling things with precision. He glanced quickly at me out of a square, serious face, then plunged back through the splintered door toward the break-up inside. In a moment he came out again, with 2 friends who looked the worse for wear. The tall, lean youngster wore a junior pilot's bands on the sleeves of his blue uniform. His untidy hair was rumpled, as if someone had been hanging onto it while in the process of giving him the shiner. The other one was shorter and a good deal neater. Even with his tunic ripped down the front, he gave the impression of making it his life business to be neat. He was turning grey at the temples and growing a little bold under his belt, which lent a dignity worthy of his trim moustache and expression of deferential politeness. He paused briefly to hurl an empty bottle at someone's head. "Better take the alley there," I told the blocky one on impulse. "I'll bring you out at the tractor lot, and I'll give you a lift to your ship." He wasted no time on questions, just grabbed his friends and disappeared before the crowd came out. I walked around a couple of corners and back to my tractor bus. This lot was only a clear space inside the number 4 airlock. At that time, 2 or 3 tractors came in every day from the mines or other domes. Most of the traffic was to and from the spaceport. "Who's that?" asked a low voice from the shadows. "Tony Lewis," I answered. The 3 of them moved into the dim light from the airlock guard post. "Thanks for the steer," said the blocky one. "But we can stay till morning." He seemed as fresh as if he had just landed.
His friends were a trifle worn around the edges. "Keep playing that rough," I said, "and you may not make it to morning." He just grinned.
"We have to," he said, "or the ship can't blast off."
"Oh, you three make the ship go, huh?"
"Just about. This is Hugh Connell, the third pilot. The gent with the dignified air is Ron Meadows, the steward. I'm Jim Howlett, and I look after the fuel system."
I admitted that the ship could hardly do without them. Howlett's expression suggested that he was searching his memory.
"Lewis," he murmured. "I've heard of Tony Lewis somewhere. You a spacer?"
"Used to be," I told him. "Did some piloting in the belt." Young Connell stopped fingering his eye.
"Oh, I've heard of you," he said. "Even had to read some of your reports."
After that, one thing led to another, with the result that I offered to find somewhere else to relax. We walked south from the airlock, past a careless assortment of buildings. In those days, there was not much detailed planning of the domes. What was necessary for safety and for keeping the air thicker and warmer than outside was done right. The remaining space was grabbed by the first-comers. Streets tended to be narrow. As long as an emergency truck could squeeze through at moderate speed, that was enough. The buildings grew higher toward the center of the dome, but I stopped while there were still 2 stories. The outside of Jorgensen's looked like any other flimsy construction under the dome. We just passed a row of small warehouses, and the only difference seemed to be the lighted sign at the front. "We can stop at the bar inside while we order dinner," I said.
"Sounds good," said Howlett. "I could go for a decent meal. Rations on an exploring ship run more to calories than taste."
The pilot muttered something behind us. Howlett turned his head.
"Don't worry about it, Huey," he retorted. "It'll be all over the dome by tomorrow anyway."
"But they said not to—"
"Mr. Lewis won't say anything, and he's not the only spacer who'll guess it."
It was easy to figure out. Ships did little exploring in the belt now. Plenty of untouched rocks there, but nothing really unknown. Exploring could only mean that a hop to Jupiter was in the works at last. There had already been rumors about a few wide swings outside the belt. Well, it was just about time. I would have liked to go too, and it was more than just a spacer's curiosity. To my mind, man had to move out into space. Being only halfway in control of his own planetary system was no state to be found in by the first interstellar visitors. That is a meeting bound to happen sooner or later. It would be better for the human race to be able to do the visiting, I thought. The inside of Jorgensen's always surprised new visitors to SF Dome. It was different from anything on Earth, and yet not too much like the real Mars either. That way Jorgensen hoped to catch both the sand-eaters and the tourists. The latter came to rough it in local color, the former to dream of a better world.
"Hey, look at the stars over the bar,"
exclaimed Howlett. To begin with, the bar was of pinkish sandstone, smoothed and covered by a coating of plastic. Behind it, instead of less imaginative mirrors or bottle displays, Jorgensen had had some drifter paint a night desert, all dull pink and bronze crags, smothering in sand under a black sky. The stars twinkled like glass beads, which they were. Lights were dim enough to hide the marginal austerity of the metal furnishings. "The Earth tourists spend a lot of time here," I told the trio. "Seems they'd rather look at that sky than a real one outside the dome." The dining room was for the souls of the locals, who could admire the desert more conveniently than find a good meal. It was mostly green and white, with a good deal of the white being crystal. In the corner stood fake pine trees, which Jorgensen had repainted every month, but what drew the sand-eaters was the little fountain in the middle of the room. Real water. Of course, it was the same gallant who pumped around and around, but clear, flowing water is a sight on Mars. When the muddy trickles in the canals began to make you feel like diving in for a swim, you stopped in at Jorgensen's to watch the fountain, while his quiet, husky waiters served your dinner most efficiently.
"Say, this is a cut or two above space chow," admitted Connell when the food arrived. "What's that music, too?"
"They have a trio of plays now and then," I told him. "Sometimes a singer, too, when not much is going on in the back room."
"Back room?"
Harold caught up the words. "Never mind. What would you do right now with $1 million? Assuming you could beat the wheel at the other games in the first place."
"Do they use real money?" asked Meadows, cocking an eyebrow.
"Real as you like," I assured him. "It collects in these places. I guess lots of sand-eaters think they might pick up a first-class fare back to Earth."
"Do they?"
inquired Connell, chewing on his steak. The string trio, which had been tuning up, eased into a quiet song as he spoke. We listened as the question hung in the air, and I decided that the funny feeling under my belt was homesickness. All the stranger because I owned 3 homes not too far from the Martian equator. As far as I know, I answered, the luck seems to run to those who can't go back anyway, for one reason or another. The ones just waiting for a lucky night to go home rich are still waiting. The door to the back room opened, letting through a blend of talk and small mechanical noises. It also emitted a strikingly mismatched couple. The girl was dark-haired and graceful, though not very tall. She wore a lavender gown that showed a good deal of trim back as she turned to walk toward the musicians, and what the gown overlooked, the walk demonstrated. The man was fat enough to make him seem short until he approached. His face and baldish dome were desert-reddened, and his eyebrows were faded to invisibility. Jorgensen. Nodding casually to various diners, he noticed the new faces at our table. He ambled over lightly for one of his bulk, and it became apparent that he was far from being blubbery. His belly stuck out, but he could probably knock the wind out of you with it.
"Hello, Tony," he said in a wheezy tenor. "Introducing some friends to the best hamburger joint on Mars."
Then he leaned on the back of Connell's chair and took a couple of his old prospecting yarns to make sure everybody was happy, while the girl began to sing with the trio. She had hardly enough voice to be heard over Jorgensen's stories. I noticed Connell straining to listen. Finally, Jorgensen saw it too. Leaving Howlett and Meadows grinning at a highly improbable adventure, he slapped the boy on the shoulder.
"I see you noticed Lilac Malone, boy. Like to buy her coffee?"
"Coffee?" started Connell. "Made with water," I reminded him. "Awful waste here. Like champagne."
"I'll tell her she's invited," said Jorgensen,
waggling a finger at her. "The fellows are going out in the morning." I tried to head him off. "They don't have much time."
"All the more reason to meet Lilac while they can."
We watched her finish her song. She had rhythm, and the lavender dress swirled cutely around her in the Martian gravity. But of course, Lilac would never have made a singer on Earth. Her voice was more good-natured than musical. She arrived with a coffee, said hello to me, waved goodbye to Jorgensen's back, and set out to get acquainted with the others. Catching Howlett's wink, and suspecting that he was used to getting Connell back to spaceships, I relaxed, and offered to show Meadows the back room. He muttered something about his grey hairs, but came along after an amused glance at Lilac and Connell. Jorgensen's gambling room was different from the bar and dining room as they were from each other. Decorations were simple. Drapes of velvety synthetic, dyed the deep green that Martian colonists like, covered the walls. Indirect lighting gave a pretty gleam to the metal gadgets on the tables. Because they used a heavier ball, roulette looked about the same as on Earth, and the same went for the dice games.
"Interesting,"
Meadows murmured, feeling in his pocket. He pointed a thumb at the planets table. It was round, with a small rectangular projection for the operator's controls and calculator. In the 9 differently colored circular tracks rolled little globes representing the planets. These orbits were connected by spirals of corresponding colors, symbolic of ship orbits swooping inward or outward to other planets. "You pick yourself 2 planets," I explained. "For better odds, pick a start and a destination. The man throws a switch and each little ball is kicked around its groove by a random number of electrical impulses."
"And how do I win?"
"Say you pick Venus to Saturn. See that silver spiral going out from Venus and around the table to the orbit of Saturn? Well, if Venus stops within that 6-inch zone where the spiral starts, and if Saturn is near where it ends, you scoop in the stardust." Meadows fingered his moustache as he examined the table.
"I suppose the closer you come, the more you win, eh?"
"That's the theory. Most people are glad to get anything back. It's honest enough, but the odds are terrific." A couple of spacers made room for us, and I watched Meadows play for a few minutes. The operator grinned when he saw me watching. He had a lean, pale face and had been an astrogator until his heart left him in need of Martian gravity.
"No coaching, Tony,"
he kidded me. "Stop making me look like a partner in the place," I answered.
"Thought one night you were going to be. No winners, gentlemen. Next bets."
The spheres had come to rest with Pluto near one end of a lavender spiral and Mercury touching the inner end, but no one had had the insanity to bet that way. Meadows began to play inner planet combinations that occasionally paid, though at short odds. He made a bet and some near misses, and I decided to have a drink while he lost it. I found Howlett, Connell, and Lilac Malone in the bar admiring the red-bronze landscape. When he heard about Meadows, Howlett smiled.
If it isn't fixed, they better prepare to abandon, he laughed. People look at that face and won't believe he always collects half the ship's pay.
Lilac saw a chance to do her duty and suggested that we all go in to support Meadows. I stayed with my drink until Jorgensen drifted in to have a couple with me and talk of the old days. After a while, one of his helpers came up and murmured something into his big red ear. He shrugged and waved his hand. The next time it happened, about 20 minutes later, I was on the point of matching him with a story about a petrified ancient Martian that the domers at Schiaparelli dug out of a dry canal. Jorgensen lowered his faded eyebrows and strode off like a bear on eggshells, leaving me there with the unspoken punchline about what they were supposed to have dug up with the Martian. Well, that build-up was wasted, I thought. Quite a number of sand-eaters, as time passed, seemed to drift in and out of the back room. Finally, Howlett showed up again. "How'd you make out?" I asked when he had a drink in his hand.
"I left my usual deposit," he grinned. "But you ought to see Meadows. Is he ever plugging the pipes? He ran Mercury to Pluto and it paid off big."
"It ought to. No one ever makes it."
"He did it twice, plus other combinations. With him making out our daily menus, I'll never know why I'm not lucky to. Know what he's doing?"
I lifted an eyebrow.
"He's lending money to every loafer that puts the beam on him, but the guy has to show a non-transferable ticket for passage to Earth."
"Darn few can," I grunted.
"That's why he keeps sending them out with the price of one and the promise to stake them when they get back. I never saw such expressions."
At that point, Jorgensen sailed through the curtained doorway between the bar and back room. A craggy desert look had settled on his red moon face. He introduced me to two men with him, as if someone were counting down from 10. "Glad to meet you, Mr. Howlett," said the one called McNaughton. I recognized Mr. Van Oo as Van Etten, a leading citizen of the Dome who had been agitating with McNaughton and others of the operating committee to form a regular police department. Jorgensen seemed to have something else on his mind.
"Howlett, how about having a word with your shipmate?"
"What's he done wrong?" asked Howlett blandly. Jorgensen scowled at a pair of baggy-seated sand-eaters who strode through the front door with pale green tickets clutched in their hands. They sniffed once at the bar, but followed their stubbled chins into the back room at Mack's ack.
"I don't say it's wrong," growled Jorgensen, glaring after the pair. "It just makes the place look bad."
"Oh, that's good advertising, Jorgie," laughed McNaughton. "People were forgetting that game could be beaten. Now, Mr. Howlett." Jorgensen talked him under.
"It's not losing a little money that I mind."
Some of the drink I was sneaking slipped down the wrong way.
"Well, it's not," bellowed Jorgensen. "But if they all pick up the broadcast that this is where to get a free ride home, I'll have just another sand trap here."
Howlett shrugged and put down his glass. Van Etten nudged me and made a face, so I got up first. "Never mind," I said. "Being the one that took him in there, I'll check." 2 more men came through the front door. The big one looked like a bodyguard. The one with the dazed look carried a small metal case that could be unfolded into a portable desk. He went up to Jorgensen and asked where he could set up a temporary ticket office for Interplanet. While I was watching over my shoulder, 3 or 4 sand-eaters coming out of the back room shoved me aside to get at him. The last I saw before leaving was Van Etten shushing Jorgensen while McNaughton grabbed Howlett by the tunic zipper for a sales talk. Inside, after getting through the crowd at the planet's table, I could see that a number of bettors were following Meadows' plays, making it that much worse for Jorgensen. Even Connell had a small pile before him, although he seemed to be losing some of Lilac's attention to Meadows. While the little spheres spun in their orbits, the steward counted out money into twitching palms, wrote names on slips of paper, and placed bets. Somehow he hit a winner every 5 or 6 bets, which kept his stack growing. I joggled Lilac's elbow and indicated Connell. "How about taking him out for a drink so an old customer can squeeze in for a few plays?" I said. The money glow faded gradually from her eyes as she focused on me. She took her time deciding, but from the way she snuggled up to Connell to whisper in his ear, it looked as if she might really be stuck on him. He winked at me. Such a gas went up as we changed places that I thought my cuff must have brushed Pluto, but it was just Meadows making a long-odds hop from Earth to Uranus. The operator no longer even flinched before punching the distances and bet on his little computer and groping in his cash drawer to pay off. I stood there a few minutes, wondering if the game could be fixed after all. Still, the man who invented it also made encoding machines for the Earth's space fleet. Meadows must be having a run of blind luck. No time to interrupt. On my way out, Howlett caught me at the door of the bar.
"How about some coffee?" he asked. "We'll have to start back soon. You'll be surprised at the time. Dining room still open?
Always. Okay, let's sober up and watch the fountain. Only 2 or 3 women and a dozen men sat in the restaurant now. The part-time musicians had disappeared for a few hours of sleep before their usual jobs. We ordered a thermos pot of coffee, and Howlett asked me about McNaughton.
I guess it was on the level, he said when I described the man's committee position. He got a boost out of how they had to patch up some troublemaker he knew after that bar fight we had. Wanted to make me chief cop here.
Some domes have regular police forces already, I confirmed.
So he said. Claimed a lot of police chiefs have been elected as mayors. Then he said that someday there will be a Martian assembly, and men with a start in dome politics will be ready for it, and so on.
He's exactly right, I admitted. When do you figure to start?
Maybe the next time I pass through.
He winked.
If it's still open.
I relaxed and grinned at him. Somehow I liked his looks just then. You shouldn't be gone too long. It's a good spot to put your ladder down. He helped himself to more coffee and stared into his cup. I knew. The watches near the end of a hop when you wondered about the dead oily air, when the ones off watch kept watching the astrogator's expression, when you got the idea it was time to come in out of the dark before you made that one slip. How many pick their landing, I thought. How many never know how close they came to making their mistake or being a statistic in somebody else's?
Why the double trance? Asked Meadows.
He brought with him a vague memory of departing chatter and tramping feet in the background. Howlett shoved out a chair for him.
Everything okay? Asked Jorgensen, bustling up. Buy anyone a drink? What I got there? Coffee? Asked Meadows, sniffing. Jimmy, yelled Jorgensen to a waiter. Pot of coffee for Ron. Hot.
He slapped Meadows' shoulder and took his glowing red face away. What makes him your buddy? I asked Meadows.
In the end, I missed Mercury by 10 inches, and they got most of it back.
There was no answer to that. He must have been $500,000 ahead.
What about the sand-eaters you promised to stake?
Asked Howlett, grinning like a man who has seen it happen before, but still enjoys it.
Some of them helped me lose it, said Meadows. Now they will all just have to use those tickets, I suppose. Where's Huey and his little friend? Coffee all around and we'll get on course, eh?
Thought he was with you,
answered Howlett. I'll look in the bar, I volunteered, remembering the kid had left with more of a role than Meadows had now. A casual search of the bar and back room revealed both nearly empty, a natural condition just before dawn. No one had seen Connell, apparently, so I went outside and sprinted along the dim, narrow street. 4 or 5 drunks, none tall enough to be Connell, were slowly and softly singing their way home. The door slid open behind me, and the other 2 came out quickly.
Oh, there you are. I asked around too, said Howlett in a low voice. Can you trust that Jorgensen? He wouldn't let me in the office behind the back room.
He's a better sport than he looks, I said.
I wonder, murmured Meadows. He looked queer when I was so far ahead. Or maybe one of his huskies got ideas about keeping a handy hostage.
Howlett suddenly looked dangerous. I gathered that he thought something of the boy and was heating up to the door-smashing stage. Let's check one other place, I suggested, before we make a mistake. My starting off fast up the street left him the choice of coming quietly or staying to wonder. They both came. I could feel them watching me. I turned right into a narrow street, went along it about 50 yards, and paused where it was crossed by a still narrower alley. Hoping I remembered the way, I groped along the left-hand branch of the alley. A trace of light had begun to soften the sky over the dome, but had not yet seeped down to ground level. Howlett's soft footsteps trailed me. I knocked on what seemed to be the right door. There was no answer, only to be expected. I hammered again.
No one aboard, it would appear, murmured Meadows.
It was meant as a question. I shrugged in the darkness and banged longer and louder. Finally, listening at the flimsy panel, I detected muffled footsteps. The door opened a crack. It's Tony Lewis, Lilac. The black opening widened until she must have seen the two behind me. She wore a thin robe that glimmered silver in the dim light. Send the boy out, Lilac, I said.
Why should I?
That much was good. She might have pretended not to have him there. He has to catch his ship, Lilac. Behind me I heard Howlett stir uneasily. The door began to close, but my foot was in the track. Howlett could not see that.
Don't shut it, sister, he said, or we'll smash it down.
He could have, too, in about 10 seconds, the way they build on Mars.
You want to get yourself lynched?
Lilac warned him.
Over on account of you?
Shut up, Howlett, I interrupted. Let me talk to the lady alone. He must have understood my tone. He let Meadows pull him away a few steps.
And less of the lady business out of you,
said Lilac, but low enough to keep it private. We both know Mars, so let's take things the way they are. That's why I came, Lilac. Taking things that way means he has to go. What are you going to say? He has a job to do, or some such canal dust? Not exactly. They might pick up another third pilot. They might manage somehow without any. But he won't like himself much later for missing his chance. She swung the edge of the door back and forth in impatient little jerks. Finally, she took her hand off the latch and let it roll free. She still blocked the opening, however, and I waited. Look, Tony, she said after a pause, what makes you think I couldn't settle down with him? I never figured to be an entertainer all my life. With the stake I already got together, we could start something. A mine, maybe, a tractor service like yours. Mars is growing. Pull your head inside the dome and breathe right, I snapped at her. I don't mind your dreaming, Lilac, but there isn't any more time. It was light enough now to see her stiffen. She glared at me. You're trying to say I couldn't make a home here. You know better, Tony. Some of the best-known women on Mars didn't exactly come in first class. I held up my hand. She was beginning to get loud. It wouldn't matter if you were a princess. It's not what he'd think of you, it's what he'd wonder about himself, piloting a sand buggy instead of a rocket. In the alley, one of the spacers shuffled his feet impatiently. I hurried on, hoping to clinch it before she turned stubborn. You, at least, ought to understand men better than most, Lilac. Maybe it doesn't make sense, but it would be smarter to grab him after he's had his share of space instead of before. It was hard to breathe without sounding loud in the stillness. Just as I had to swallow or choke, Lilac's shoulder slumped an inch or two. I'll wake him up, she said in a tired voice. Feeling as if I'd struck her, I stepped back into the alley. A few minutes later, Connor slipped out and shut the door behind him. No one said a word. From the set of his shoulders, it seemed that he might be just as glad the alley was dim, but he simply trailed along behind. We walked back to number 4 airlock in a silence that had me counting the footsteps. When we reached the tractor parking lot, I cleared my throat. Wait a minute, I'll warm up my sand saucer and give you a lift to your ship. Maybe we won't need to impose on you any more, Tony, said Howlett. Looks like those machines over there are going out. I followed his gesture, and by luck caught the eye of a driver I knew. I waved and jerked my thumb at the spaces beside me. Let's go, said Howlett as the tractor slowed. Thanks for everything, Tony. Get yourself some sleep. The night watches in these domes are rough. Connell waited until they were a few steps away. Even then, he hesitated. Forget it, I said. You aren't the first spacer they had to pump out of some odd corner. Look me up when you get back. He shook hands and trotted after his friends. They scrambled up the ladder to the cab. The tractor picked up speed, lumbering into the airlock. Later, a little after noon, I crawled out of bed and watched the flare of their pipes as the ship streaked up into the dark Martian sky. I hoped they would make it, almost as much as I wished it could have been me. Well, I still come out to the wall of whatever dome I find myself in, to watch the sky a while. Not that I'll see those boys coming down at this late date. They must have splattered to a puddle on Jupiter, or slipped back into the sun, or taken up a cold, dark orbit out where they'll never bother anyone. Nobody will ever know for sure, I suppose. If I had to do it over again, of course I don't feel funny about it. If they weren't the ones, it would have been another crew. By the law of averages, a certain number of bad tries seems to go with every new push out into space. Maybe there's no reason it has to be like that, but it always has. When the bad luck is used up, someone makes a new frontier. Why say superstition? Each new orbit out from the sun has cost plenty in money, ships, and lives. It's the admission price. Sure, it was too bad about Connell and his little girl, who, by the way, later married a very important man in Asaph Dome. It would have been nice to see Meadows wind up rich, or for Howlett to become mayor of the Dome, but what could I do? Which one should I have talked into staying for the sake of love or money or power without even being able to go in his place? Every time man pushes ahead a little, a percentage of the pushers pay the fare. Still, it will be healthier if we push out of this planetary system before someone else pushes in. For all we know, they may be on the way. End of story 12. Story 13 of the Almighty Dollar in Space. Ed Reed, Short Sci-Fi,
Volume 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 412B Eros by Malcolm Jameson.
Makey chop chop, quai quai.
The two Venusian coolies squatted down between the shafts and with one quick motion elevated the sedan chair to shoulder height. Then they started off in a lazy run through the torrential downpour, splashing mud right and left as their sturdy yellow legs struck into the watery lane of muck that passes for a road in Venusburg. Captain Hank Carnes, the lone trader, sank back in his seat and watched idly with mild blue eyes as first one grass hut and then another appeared momentarily through rifts of rain. There would be time enough to worry about Cappy Wilkerson's plight when he reached the administration building and found out more than the charges against him. No doubt it was just another shakedown, the effort of some minor official to pry loose a little more than the customary cumshaw. Captain Carnes had berthed his own old trading tub not an hour earlier, and as he registered the arrival of his swapper, he noted that under the date of 3 days before there was the entry Wanderer, Captain Wilkerson en route Mercury to Luna. After it was the notation in red, detained by order collector of the port, Captain in custody. Hank Carnes thoughtfully pawed his long white beard. Cappy Wilkerson was a careful and upright man, and a lifelong friend. What manner of charge could they have trumped up against him? That they were trumped up he took for granted, for the local government of autonomous Venus was notoriously corrupt, and always had been. The Venusians themselves were the descendants of coolies brought centuries before from tropical Asia. They took little or no interest in government. Politics had therefore fallen into the hands of white adventurers, most of whom lived on Venus for the very good reason they were not wanted elsewhere. The Central Council of the loose Interplanetary Federation seldom interfered with them, unless for acts so flagrant as to affect the Federation as a whole. The old space merchant left his chair at the courtroom and squeezed through the crowd at the back, just in time to hear the whack, whack, whack of the gavel marking the end of the trial. Standing defiantly in the prisoner's box was Cappy Wilkerson, his eyes flashing and his iron-grey mane thrown back. He looked like an indignant old lion brought to bay by a pack of jackals. The judge, a young man with a monocle and a stiff black pompadour, was dressed in a smart military uniform, which made him appear anything but judicial. He was biting at his words as if what he was saying was inspired by personal venom.
I've heard all you have had to say, including your filthy imputations as to the integrity of this court. Your guilt is so apparent that we need not trouble even to preserve the record of your silly and malicious allegations.
Here the judge contemptuously tossed a sheaf of papers into a wastebasket.
Therefore, bearing in mind not only your guilt, but your contumacious conduct before me, I sentence you to 5 years at hard labor in such a one of our prison camps as the Director of Welfare and Beneficence may select. It is further directed that your ship, together with its illicit contents, be confiscated and sold at public auction in order to defray the cost of these proceedings. Marshal, take him away.
Hank Carnes was on his feet at once, elbowing and pushing his way forward through the departing throng of curiosity-seekers. His voice was shrill with indignation.
Hey, you can't do that,
he yelled. Officials closed in on him at once, but the judge's face grew red with anger.
This is a court of law, he said, and the decisions of the presiding judge are final. Now get up, or I'll hold you up for contempt.
Tarnation damn! Muttered Hank Carnes as he turned and left the building. This was no ordinary shakedown. This called for action, and quick action, for it was unthinkable that his buddy should be carted off to the insect-infested, fever-ridden, infamous Great Swamp of Venus. White men lived but a few months there. A year, let alone 5 years, was as good as life. A bulletin caught his eye, and as he read it, he gasped. The paste that fastened it to the board was still wet, but the paper bore characteristics of printed type. It must have been prepared at least a day ago. It read, Collector's sale. One confiscated tube ship, the Wanderer, complete with fittings. The cargo of the same consisting of miscellaneous trade goods. Saturday. Inquire at collector's office for details. Phew, gasped Hank Carnes. That was quick work, and planned. He turned and made his way to the collector's office. The man at the front desk gaped at him woodenly.
It's already sold,
he said indifferently, the third time Carnes put his question. But it says Saturday.
Okay, it says Saturday, so what?
But this is only Tuesday.
We have a Saturday every week, Dodo. Now trot along and annoy somebody else for a change. I have work to do.
Hank Carnes blinked. Why, Saturday was the day the Wanderer docked. These Venusians were getting raw. They must have sold her that very day.
Who is that old man? Throw him out.
Carnes turned slowly and viewed the new speaker. He was a big man with piercing black eyes and a hawk nose, and heavily bearded. A strange sight for supertropical Venus, where men kept clean-shaven for coolness. But the man turned abruptly away and entered an inner office, slamming the door behind him. Hank Carnes' eyes followed him all the way. They were fixed on the back of the fellow's neck. There, oddly enough, just above the shoulder line, peeped a line of color demarcation. Above the line, which was made visible by the fact that his wearer had pulled open his collar for comfort, the skin was a normal pallor usually seen on Venus. Below it was a mottled chocolate color.
Did you hear what the collector said? Snarled the clerk. Scram!
Without a word, Hank Carnes turned and left the office. He passed through the thronged corridors almost in a daze. There was Cappy Wilkerson, gone to the swamp, virtually condemned to death. There was his ship sold, even before the trial which was to condemn it. And everywhere there was high-handed insolence, seemingly inspired by this overbearing man with a duplex complexion. What did it mean? And the fact that he could not yet place those sharp eyes and that predatory nose, though somewhere, sometime, he had encountered them before, puzzled Hank Carnes still more. Something stank in Venus. An hour later he sat morosely in a tiny tavern he had long known, hidden up the blind alley known as Artemis Lane. For half a century it had been familiar to him as the hangout for his kind.
So, you see how it is, the bartender was concluding. At this rate there won't be any more. With all the old-timers dead or in the swamp, how in hell can I keep running? No, sir, this joint is for sale, for what it'll bring. Drink up and have another.
Captain Carnes took the proffered drink from the grizzled tavern keeper, but despite its cheering nature, for it was purest comet dew, he took it glumly. Never in all his long and active life had he heard so much evil news at one sitting. Another of his old pals had come to grief, and all because he had touched at mercury. Mercury, it appeared, was poison to all his tribe. The record was too consistent to be accounted for by coincidence. Coincidents do not occur in strings.
And what makes it stink all the worse? Persisted the indignant bartender bitterly. Not a damn finger is lifted to stop the flow of Trilibane. The town is lousy with it. Half these natives stay hopped up all the time.
I thought the Federals had cleaned that up 10 years ago, commented Hank Carnes.
It's back,
was the laconic retort. Hank Carnes said nothing. The fact that three of his buddies were languishing in the malarial swamps of Venus, continually subject to the indignities of brutal gods, was uppermost in his mind. And besides that, two others, Bill Ellison and Jed Carter, had died on Mercury when the ships mysteriously blew up on the takeoff. That too had an especial significance, for those two were the only members of the trader tribe who had any sort of reputation as fire-eaters. In their youth, of course, all of them had been bolder and more truculent, but as they gained in experience they learned that there is more to be gained by soft words than bluster. If Hank was to secure the release of his friends, it must be by guile, the use of a cunning superior to that employed by their common enemies. If he was to secure. There was no if about it. He must. For it was Bob Merrill and Ben Wilkerson who had once rescued him, Hank Carnes, from an even more deadly situation. More than 20 years ago that had been, on far-off Io, and Hank Carnes winced at the memory of it. On that occasion he had, through the machinations of the notorious Von Kleber gang, been convicted and sentenced as a pirate. 10 hateful and horror-filled days and nights he had spent in the mines of Sans Esperance, the federal penitentiary, digging radioactive ores. 2 of his friendly competitors heard of it and pled for a new trial, wherein it was shown that he had been sent up through perjured testimony to screen the trial of the real culprits. The wave of public opinion they started then did not subside until Von Kleber and his outlaws were put finally behind the bars. No, there was no choice. Cappy Wilkerson and Cappy Merrill must be released, and Ellison and Carter avenged. How? That remained to be seen.
Well, drawled Hank Carnes elaborately now that his mind was made up,
I'll be seeing you. I'm taking a little trip into Mercury and back.
The bartender shook his head ominously.
No fool like an old fool, he said, and he didn't laugh.
In the rain lock of the vestibule outside the bar, Carnes stopped. He felt inside the lining of his vest and after much fumbling produced a dog-eared memorandum book. He ran through the yellowed pages until he found one covered with cryptic entries. They appeared as if made long ago, but several interlineations in various colored inks showed that amendments had been made from time to time since the original writing of them. Halfway down was the group P2, and what followed had been twice changed. The line that stood in lieu of them read VBG Wickerware 412B Eros. Hank Carnes read the line through 2 or 3 times, then snapped the book shut and replaced it in its hiding place. He carefully buckled up his slicker and jammed his sou'wester tight upon his head. Then he stepped forth into the steamy drizzle of Artemis Lane. He sloshed his way through mud and water until he came to the main drag. He turned to the right and splashed along until he came to the corner where Erosville Road turned off. He took the turn and plugged along for 4 blocks of its twisting, buggy length. A dozen steps farther on he lifted his eyes and peered from beneath dripping brows at the signs above. Across the street was what he sought, a sagging awning crudely painted with the legend, Anne Shigar, dealer in native basketry. On the bedewed window below was another, here Spac Anglas. Hank Carnes stopped under the awning long enough to squish some of the water out of his shoes, then he entered. A swarthy, turbaned Venusian met him, rubbing his hands together obsequiously and bowing jerkily at every stop.
Yes, me lord. Welcome to miserable shop. What wishes me lord?
Wickerware, said Hank Carnes, tartly for him, for export.
Ah,
Breathed the representative of Anshigar.
Jib lord say you pay?
Captain Carnes shook his head and pointed to the private door at the back.
Oh, Vic, where no pay, maybe boss would see, eh?
Yeah, trot him out, said Hank Carnes, and began fingering the clever basketware of the Venusian hillman. He knew it would be quite a while before the Earthman came, if this was operated like the Callistan branch had been 20 years before. After a time, without quite knowing how he knew, he was aware that someone else was in the showroom, studying him from a distance. Howdy, he said, turning around. I kind of wanted to finance a deal. It's too big for me to swing. Is this the place? Howdy, he said, turning around. I kind of wanted to finance a deal. It's too big for me to swing. Is this the place? Might be, said the man noncommittally. He was a typical terrestrian businessman, not much over 30, baldish and plainly not given to foolishness. I won't touch anything as a rule unless I see profit in it, and no chance of loss. Hank Carnes mentioned his ship. The man snorted and started away. You're wasting time. I got a ring, too. It's, sort of heirloom. The man came back. He was still not interested, but he took the ring Carnes offered him and weighed it in his hand. Then he applied a loop to his eye and examined it closely. You've hawked this before? Yes, chuckled Hank Carnes. And got it back, too. Said the man. Looks genuine. What do you want? I'm dropping into Mercury to do a little trading. When I get back, I might want to buy a chair or so, maybe a house full of stuff, and just wanted to be sure my credit was good. You're speaking of riddles, my friend, said the man with a curious, tight little smile. He was tossing the ring thoughtfully all the while. I'm only a lone trader, said Hank Carnes wistfully, and don't know no better. Supposing you keep the ring while I'm gone, to appraise it, so to speak. All I want to know is who to call for when I get back. If I get back. The man pocketed the ring. Where will the call come from? I don't know, space, maybe. Jail, maybe. My radio call is Care Assistant Dockmaster, Venusberg Sky Yard. Mentioned berth 23 somehow. As to the jail angle, I do not as a general thing do business with people in jail. In that event, I might send you a lawyer in consideration of this ring. Tell Rashab, the night turnkey, you'll know him by the double scar on his chin, that you want to see Mr. Brown. I can't guarantee he'll go, but if he does, bear in mind he's a very cagey fellow, and that Venusberg jail is studded with dictaphones and scanners. If what you have in mind smacks at all of illegality, it's likely he'll walk out on you. Yeah, snapped Hank Carnes, beginning to shut the clasps on his slicker. I'll remember, only I don't think it'll be a lawyer I'll need. If the janitor's lousy with spy machines, what I want is an old friend, a man of my type. The man, whatever his name was, for he'd still not given it, laughed outright for the first time. He slapped the lone trader on the back. Many your type, you old humbug, are extinct as the horse. Hank Carnes looked up to laugh back at him, but he was gone. In his place stood the turbaned Venusian, still doing washing motions with his hands. Me lord nor like week there. Me lord go now?
My lord, yes, I go now. Carnes jammed on his sou'wester, took a deep breath, and pushed open the door. A half-hour later he was making ready for the takeoff for Mercury. It was a shot in the dark, but it was a chance he had to take. To hell with that, thought Hank Carnes. Then briskly to the boy he had brought with him this trip as a general utility man. Hey, Billy, look alive. Bear a hand with getting their rakes stowed.
So that's Mercury,
exclaimed Billy Hatch 4 days later as he stared goggle-eyed into the visiplate. This was his first interplanetary trip. Yep, said Carnes. That's, the doggonest planet bar none in the whole dat-frazzled system. As you've been here, you can tell 'em you've seen wind blow, and I mean blow. That's what them rakes is for. To get around, you lie down on your belly and put yourself along by them. It's a hell of a place. It's on your back, fry you, excepting there's an ice-cold hurricane cooling you off.
How can that be, Captain?
Convection's the Tensor word for it. It's because she's sizzling hot on one side and cold on the other side of an iceberg on t'other. The wind goes straight over the desert and comes straight down over the backside glaciers. Then it scoots to the desert again, and how? Nobody could live an hour in any part of the place if it weren't for the temperate strip. And that's cockeyed enough. You got a steady 100, 200-mile wind going straight into the sun, if that's right down to the horizon. In the lee of a house you burn up, in the shade of it you'd freeze solid in 5 minutes, and the houses have to be stone and streamlined. Hank Carnes kept a watchful eye on the terrain coming up to meet them. Mooring a ship in that required the utmost art. As I told you, it's a hell of a place. Nothing grows there but sort of grass and some moss. The only animals is varmints like the cangrello and the truckleback. It's cangrello claws and truckleback hides we trade for. Billy Hatch listened, wide-eyed. This was romance. The truckleback is a critter something in the order of an armadillo, and he's got horns and big claws down to the ground. It grazes with its head, Alice, into the wind. The cangrello is built along the lines of a crab and has claws too. It crawls up behind the truckleback and kills them while they're feeding. Truckleback scales and cangrello claws are both harder than hell. They use them in machinery. Oh, said Billy Hatch. But you better get forward there and tend to them grapples, because getting hold of the ground here is ticklish business. If we miss, it's just too bad. We'll roll over and over for miles and miles, like as not. Hank Carnes said no more for a time. As a matter of fact, he was far from ready to land. He had deliberately come up on the wrong side of the planet for making the landing at Simak's little trading store. He wanted to give it a general bird's-eye view. It was in a valley scooped out by the wind that he saw the first sign of a major alteration. Behind a huge artificial windbreak lay a group of new buildings, and one of them was dome-topped with a squat chimney. A matter of 10 miles farther away was another new house, and a small warehouse behind it. Just over the next low ridge lay Atkins' place. Stand by, warned Hank Carnes, as he brought the ship's nose into the hurricane and began losing altitude. Don't let go till I tell you, and that'll be when we're practically down. Just as the keel kissed the ground, Carnes gave the signal and the anchors fell. At the same instant he cut his rockets, and the ship began falling away to leeward, dragging her anchors behind. In a moment they grabbed, pulled loose, and grabbed again. That time they held. Carnes released a long pent-up sigh. It was a perfect landing. Sam Atkins' house lay but a bare 100 yards in the quarter. There was still the business of shooting a wire over the trading post and making it fast at both ends. Atkins coming out to do his share. Then Captain Carnes slid down the wire to the shack and allowed himself to be hauled in by the trading post keeper.
"I'm glad to see you, Captain. Sorry at the same time,"
was his greeting from Sam Atkins. Atkins was a grumpy sort and a self-made hermit. He seemed to enjoy the solitude of wind-swept Mercury and the tedious, strenuous work of snaring cangrellas. "How come sorry, Sam?" asked Hank Carnes, as innocently as if he'd never visited Venus. Atkins looked mournfully at him and jerked a thumb eastward.
"I've got neighbors, bad ones. Whatever you do, don't go over there. They'll trick you somehow. They don't want outsiders coming here. They've got a ship of their own that makes a trip every week or so."
Hank Carnes raised his eyebrows. "Trucklebacks must be breeding faster than they used to," he observed. "Mercury never produced enough to justify more than 2 trips a year, if that."
"Trucklebacks," stated Atkins. "They're practically extinct, and the cangrellas are starving. I doubt if I could scare up 4 cases of prime claws to save my soul. It's pikers that's doing it. The place is crawling with them. They bite the trucklebacks and they curl up and die."
Commented Hank Carnes. He remembered those serpents well. They were originally a Venusian beast, a variety of dragon and extremely venomous. They were really legged snakes, having 36 pairs of taloned legs and crab-like claws near the head. But the body was slender, rarely exceeding a yard in girth for all their 30-foot lengths. I'm closing up shop here, said the gloomy Atkins next. You can take the pick of what I own if you'll set me down at the next stop you make.
Now you just keep your shirt on, Sam Atkins, replied Hank Carnes. I'm not a-doing anything of the damn kind. I'm going over and have a talk with those gents in the next valley. Sam Atkins glared at him.
No fool like an old fool, he remarked hopelessly.
Hank Carnes chuckled.
Seems folk have agreed pretty well about me, but let's eat, so I can get along on my way. Unmooring and getting any anchors was a troublesome job with only a green boy for a helper, but Hank Carnes managed it. At that, it was a much easier maneuver to move the ship that mile over the ridge than try to crawl it in the teeth of a permanent typhoon. Moreover, if there was cargo to take aboard, and Hank Carnes felt sure there would be, the ship would have to be moved anyhow. So he took off, circumnavigated the planet, and came up again, this time to the little office building and warehouse next to Atkins' shack. He took good care not to go near the other group. As he descended, casting about for a good spot to fling out his grapnels, he kept a sharp eye out for signs of about the buildings. All he saw was a couple of bronzed men, both bald as billiard balls, working over some object in the lee of the warehouse. Upon sighting the descending spaceship, one went inside the warehouse, and the other caught hold of the guide wire and let himself be blown down to what appeared to be the office building. The man had on a heavily quilted suit of grey material, quilted so that if he lost his hold and was blown away, he would not bruise himself to death along the ground. On the fourth try, Hank Carnes managed to ground his ship not far from the office door. This time he landed to leeward and had to make his way upwind by crawling, assisted by a Mercurian staff or one of the rakes among his trade goods. As he crawled, he observed he was being watched from a loophole beside the door. But as he drew himself erect, the door opened, and a man came out to greet him.
"Hello, Captain," said the man cordially. "We're very glad to see you. Come in and rest yourself."
The man, Carnes observed, was dressed in a heavily quilted suit and was breathing heavily, but he had a full head of hair and a luxuriant moustache.
"Howdy yourself," returned the lone trader. "Phew, it's sure dusty hereabouts. I've heard of the place, but I've never seen it. The Far Trojans is my bailiwick, and the asteroids in that corner."
"Really," said the man, helping his visitor through the door. The office was a single room, and no one else was in it. There was a bottle of wallah-hued liquor on the table, and 2 glasses.
"Have a drink. This is home brew, our Mercurian version of comet dew, made from flowers that grow under the glacier lips."
"Don't care if I do,"
remarked Carnes, and sat down in the seat indicated.
"As I was saying, I thought I'd look in on this place, seeing as how I had to make the perihelion hop home. I have to get home to see my oldest grandchild married."
"Wouldn't be interested in a bit of cargo, would you?" asked the man. "Our own ship is overdue, and I have some freight for Venus."
"I'm allus interested in a bit of cargo," said Carnes, "but this trip I can't stop by Venus. Time's too short."
"Oh, well," said his host indifferently. "It doesn't matter about that. I was thinking of shipping some boxes of claws and hides to our agent at Venusburg for sale there. We are a new company, with no outlets on Terra yet, unless you want to speculate on your own account and buy them outright."
"Speculation's my business," said Hank Carnes, serene and bland, and added with just a touch of foxiness, "if the buying price is right."
"Oh, you won't quarrel about that," laughed the man. "The hides are a byproduct with us. This is a pharmaceutical outfit. We make a preparation from the hormones of these beasts. You can have the horns at almost any price."
They spent the better part of an hour in good-natured haggling, the childlike old man raising first one trivial objection after another to win small advantages, chiefly in the matter of valuation of the various items of trade goods he had to offer. None of the lone traders ever dealt in cash. The swapper was most appropriately named. At last they shook on the bargain, and a bargain it most obviously was from the trader's point of view. Mr. Raoul Demont, or so the company man styled himself, presented the visiting captain 2 flasks of the violet liquor after the old custom of the trade.
"Nice stuff," observed Hank Carnes, licking his lip. "The best I ever—" "There's 12 cases of it in the warehouse," said Demont, with a wink. "Now, if you were the smuggling sort, there would be a nice profit for you. But, of course—"
"Hell," exploded Hank Carnes. "Wanting comet dew's no sin. Wish I had a decimal for every gallon I've hauled. Once in a coon's age I get stuck with a little fine, but shucks, the customer will let us pay that for you."
There followed more dickering, but the upshot of it was that Hank Carnes signed up for everything that had been offered him.
"Bon voyage," said Mr. Demont. "If you ever pass this way again, drop in and visit."
"Sure will," said Hank Carnes, looking his man in the eye. He was interested in his host's forehead. About an inch from the right temple there was a slight depression, the ineradicable scar of an old skull injury. Mercury was still a big disk behind when the swapper straightened out on her earthward trajectory. "Step alive there, Billy, we got lots to do." All the blandness, all the gullibility and childlike faith were gone from Hank Carnes' face now. He looked much more like a work-ridden gnome than an emaciated Santa Claus. For they had unpacked every case and strewn its contents on the deck, looking for contraband of a more serious nature than the harmless comet Jew. But no case contained anything except what the invoice declared. Hank left the job of repacking to the boy and went about a minute search of the ship itself. In that, it was not a moment too soon. Behind the control board, hidden under the vine-like mass of electric leads, were 2 thermo bombs. Their detonating coils were already hot. The control board was divided into 3 panels, each controlling an opposite pair of 6 tubes, which were arranged hexagonally about the stern. 2 of the panels were about to be ruined by fire. Hank Carnes' first impulse was to snatch the bombs loose and let them burn out harmlessly on the deck. But suddenly he checked it. Instead, he withdrew his hand and stuck his blistered fingers in his mouth. Then he shouted a warning to Billy Hatch. "Hey, stand by for a blast! Bring an extinguisher, quick!" The boy ran up, but nothing happened for several minutes. Then the 2 boards flashed fire. They put the fire out, but the damage was done. The swapper was not nearly up to acceleration. She could never get to Earth at this velocity. She'd have to limp into Venus on her 2 remaining tubes, and have yard electricians renew her wiring. "Pretty neat," said Hank Carnes, admiringly, contemplating his ruined controls. "I did the best I could, Captain," said Billy modestly, thinking the compliment was meant for him. "You did all right, son," said the skipper. "Supposing you turn in now, I'll do what's left." Hank Carnes did not at once change course for Venus. He was still unsatisfied that he knew all he should know about his ship and its seemingly innocuous cargo. It was too obvious to miss that Demore had ordered the bombs planted to ensure the swappers going into Venus. It was an easy guess that the suggestion to take liquor on board was a device to ensure the ship's arrest and the confiscation that was sure to follow, Venusian courts being what they were. But to Hank Carnes' suspicious mind, there was much more to it than that. In the first place, he could have obviated both. He could have snatched the bombs before they exploded, and he could yet jettison the liquor. Moreover, if the elimination of all visitors to Mercury was what they were after, those bombs could just as well have been of Forsyte and designed to destroy the ship entirely, as was done in the case of the openly hostile Maryland Carter. No, the master plot required the swapper to go into Venus and be done away with there. Why? He thought that over. Suddenly he arose and unlocked his little safe. From its lead container he withdrew a small pellet of radium and set up his fluoroscope. Then he dragged out one of the trockleback hides. He searched it systematically from horn to stubby tail, from the scaly back to the claws of the feet. Then he put his fluoroscope away. Grinning into his beard, he went aft and got a pair of pliers, a hammer, and a cold chisel. One of the horns came away as he screwed it off. He knew already from its fluorescence that it was hollowed out and filled with some substance, but he wanted to make sure. He shook the pale green powder inside out into his palm and sniffed it. Yes, that was it. There was the unmistakable odor of crushed cherries, and the sickish sweetness of the hashish of the skies. Trilobane. Ah, now he was getting somewhere, and as he spread a few back scales at random, he found that each had a few grams of the insidious drug within it. One such hide would supply a retail peddler for many months, each scale a separate delivery. He delayed no longer. He shifted his course toward Venus, and at the same time sat down to his radio key. He sent, "Urgent, Venusberg Skyyard. Attention, Assistant Dockmaster. 4 tubes disabled. Account switchboard fire. Please reserve for me berth 23. Litigation in prospect. Can you recommend lawyer? Signed, Hank Carnes, Captain, T.S. Swapper." "Well," he said to himself as he carefully swept up the telltale green dust from the deck and added it to the bundle of broken scales and neatly bored and threaded horns preparatory to firing it all through the garbage tube into his wake, "I've shot my wad. Now let's see how smart Mr. Brown turns out to be." He learned very soon that the thermal bombs were but an added precaution. He had not been waiting more than a couple hours when his loudspeaker began to buzz. He glanced at it in surprise as he was still a long way from Venus. The message began coming through, harsh and peremptory. "Lay to Swapper to receive a boarding party. Lay to or take the consequences. Skyguard calling. Lay to." Hank Carnes caught his rockets and went to the airlock to await the arrival of the cruiser. It was not long in coming. 2 smartly uniformed young officers sprang in. "Let's see your manifest," ordered one curtly while the other headed for the hold. In a moment the second came back with 2 flasks of the pale violet comet dew. Your boy is lousy with the stuff, he reported to the other. Cases and cases of it.
Yes, said the first. Not a damn word about it in the manifest. This makes the second one of these old coots to hold up this month. What do you say? Shall we call this one conspiracy?
Why not? Countered the other. Khan said nothing beyond the usual blustering protests that would be expected of him. Then he lapsed into silence as the two took over, after ordering their own vessel to proceed. They did not go to the commercial sky yard, but to the official one. Other officers met them, and Hank Carnes was led straight away to jail. He protested every step of the way, demanding to be taken before the terrestrial resident commissioner or to be booked in the usual way. But those demands were refused, whereupon he asked for a lawyer.
Don't kid yourself, old man, said one of his guards. You're in Venus now. Here you are.
There he was. There was no question about it. The barred door slammed behind his departing escort with an air of utter finality.
"Hiya, Pop!"
screamed Sam Herdman down the corridor.
"What you in for?"
After that, nothing happened. Hank Carnes looked about him at his cramped cell and settled down to make the best of it. It would be tiresome, locked up alone this way, but in a day or so perhaps the mysterious Mr. Brown would put in his appearance. The next day came, but no Mr. Brown. However, early in the morning another visitor came in his place. Carnes heard footsteps approaching and the jangle of keys. His door was flung open and a tall stranger stepped in. The man was quite old and clad in the blue uniform, faded and patched, of a space skipper. He was obviously a lone trader, but if he was the only one in the universe that Hank Carnes did not know. For this man, with his beetling grey eyebrows and hard, steely eyes beneath, he had never laid eyes on before.
2 minutes, no more,
warned the guard, and stood back in a corridor where he could both see and hear.
"Howdy, Hank," said the newcomer. "Danged if I ain't getting so that Tom Bagley spends half his time bailing you out or paying fines. Why, I'd hardly landed here, but I heard what you'd been slung into the calaboose again, and I says to myself, says I—"
"Yeah, Tom, I know," said Hank Carnes, penitently trying not to look at the eavesdropping guard. Inwardly, he was seething with doubt and curiosity. Could it be that this was some minion of the collector trying to trick him? Or was he acting for Mr. Brown? He remembered telling the fellow in the wicker-ware place that what he really needed was a man of his own type. Maybe they had found one. At any rate, he chose to pretend he knew him.
"Anyhow," went on the stranger, "I looked up a fellow named Brown, and I know him, and asked him what to do. He said things looked pretty black, and his advice was to plead guilty and say nothing. Might get off with a fine or something. And that he had little money of yours. He got me this pass, but he said he couldn't work it twice. Now tell me, Hank, what do you want me to do? I've got to get out of here for Mercury in a day or so."
Hank Carnes looked at the man steadily for a moment. He was on the spot. The man was evidently from Brown, but he knew neither of them personally. But worse, the guard was listening to every word, and there were doubtless dictaphones as well. But the 2 minutes were running out, and there would not be a second visit.
"I'll tell you, Tom, there isn't but one thing you can do. I'll have to take my medicine, I guess, but I hate like everything to lose them truckleback hides and the horns. The critters is dying off, poisoned by pagras. Them danged snakes are all over Mercury. You might have money enough to buy 'em in, but sort of keep track of 'em, won't you? They're not worth much now, but they'll be mighty valuable someday. There's a man here from Isle that'll pay a good price for 'em if you can find him."
Time's up,
snapped the guard, coming forward.
"All right, you old scallywag," said the phony trader captain jovially. "I'll do my best. Watch your step with that JG's turf."
"I know," said Hank Carnes despondently, and settled his face in his hands. The door slammed and the footsteps withdrew, ringing emptily down the metal passage. Dreary day followed dreary day. Time after time Carnes heard footsteps ringing in the corridor, and as often he heard the rattle of keys as some door was opened, and another unfortunate was ordered out to meet his doom. The sentence that was to change his state from slow, dry rot to the swift, wet rot of the swamp. But it was never Carnes's door. Then at last came the day when guards took him to the identical court where Wilkerson had been tried. The evidence was brief and to the point. He was apprehended trying to sneak into Venus when his clearance papers called for Terra as his destination. He had on board 8 cases of illicit liquor. He had no acceptable explanation. Guilty. 2 years in the swamp, and the loss of his ship was the sentence. Then they took him back to his cell to await the next caravan to the penal camps. The second stretch of waiting was harder to take than the first, for he had placed the enigmatic collector now in his memory. The man was Van Kleber, thought to have died many years ago in the uranium mines of Sans-Espérance. Carnes knew him to be a convict from the fact that he had grafted new skin on his face and head, so that the burns and baldness caused by radioactivity would not show. But that he was the notorious Von Kleber himself had not occurred to him. And with that recognition came the other. Raoul Demont was the man known as Frenchy the Hop, vice-president of the Von Kleber ring. It was he who had operated the narcotic racket, while the big boss turned his attention to such other lines as piracy, white-slaving, and smuggling in general. If such men could flourish unchecked in the well-policed Jovian satellites for more than a decade, it was hopeless to expect to dislodge them from their place in corrupt and autonomous Venus. And so time dragged on, and Hank Carnes sat, awaiting the day when he would be taken away to the swamp. He wondered apathetically whether he would be sent to the same camp where Wilkerson and Hildreth were. But at last there came a day when footsteps rang again in the corridors, and he heard doors being opened and men taken away. Finally men stopped before his own cell and called him forth. Between two soldiers they marched him away. To his surprise they took him first to the street, where 3 sedan chairs were waiting. The guards very politely indicated that Carnes was to get in the middle one, and they took the others. Hank clambered in, and they set off. Shortly they drew up before the courthouse. He was met inside by a tall, slender man of nearly his own age, who wore the uniform of Chief Inspector of the Interplanetary FBI. "How are you, Captain?" he said cheerily. "Sorry you had such a long stay in jail, but we'll try to make that up to you. Come in here and let me show you something." Hank Carnes looked at the inspector in amazement. He was Frank Haynes, the man who had broken the Von Kleber case years before. There had been a time when they worked closely together on the information that Carnes furnished when he was released from Sans Esperance. He said nothing in reply, though, as Haynes was leading the way into the courtroom. In the dock were 2 bald-headed prisoners, Von Kleber, erstwhile collector of the port, and Mr. Demont, manager of the Mercurian drug works. The judge was a new one, a judge who looked like a judge should look. "There they are, thanks to you," said Haynes, pointing. "2 as clever criminals as ever plagued the system. We've been a long time catching them, but their career is over now. Our local operative, known as Brown to you, has been trying for months to locate the source of the Trilobane flood, but without avail. The Venusian authorities blocked him at every turn, but there was nothing we could do about that unless we could hang a federal offense on them. It was you who did that for us. I'm very glad I gave you that identification ring after our clean-up on Callisto, and the list of the secret addresses of our agents. I felt then that you were a man of discretion, and would not abuse his privileges, and today I most certainly am more than justified. When I interviewed you in your cell—" "You?" Inspector Haynes grinned at Hanks's surprise. "Pretty effective disguise, eh? But, as I was about to say, you gave me all the tips that were needed. First of all, your mention of the scourge of Pagras told me it was Trilobane you had aboard, for that is a distillation of Pagra venom. That gave us jurisdiction. I attended the secret auction and tried to bid. Everything in the ship went for a song to Von Kleber's pals. But when I went to bid on the Trollbeck hides, I ran into stiff opposition. They were not to be had at any price, so I stopped bidding. Our operatives trailed those hides through 5 sets of owners before we came to the collector himself. Early this morning we made our raid and took in all the supplies and drugs and 25 of their peddlers. Previously we had raided Mercury, and those men came in about an hour ago. They had quite a thriving little business, and why we didn't think of their method of smuggling the Trilobane before this, I'll never know. We knew, of course, that it must be coming in the ships that they confiscated. That much we were sure of, but we couldn't prove a damn thing until we knew how. Thanks to you, the ring is busted now, and we can do something for those poor devils who were innocently duped into being carriers of the drug. Runners have already been sent to the swamp to bring back your friends, and there you are. You'll find your old swapper in the yard, completely overhauled and stocked to the gunwales with grade-A trade goods." Hank Carnes, trader, tugged at his grizzled beard and looked rather sheepishly at the floor. "Dag it all," he said. "That's fine enough, but gosh, I sure hated to make a damn fool of myself in front of everybody that away." Inspector Haynes broke into laughter and crossed over and slapped him on the back. "You old liar, you loved it." End of story 13.
Story 14 of The Almighty Dollar in Space. Ed Reed Judd Sci-Fi, Volume 6.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
The Plagiarist from Rigel 4 by Evan Hunter. I bought the typewriter in a pawn shop on 3rd Avenue.
The pawnshop proprietor was a balding old man with a walrus moustache. "How much?" I asked him.
$5,
he said casually. I glanced at him skeptically. The machine was a Remington noiseless, with italics, probably worth a little over 100 new. It couldn't have been more than a year or two old. "How much?" I asked.
$5 is what I said. 5.
He held up the fingers of his widespread hand.
5. 1, 2, 3.
"What's wrong with it?" I asked suspiciously. The old man shrugged.
Something has to be wrong with it. Listen, young man, don't look a gift horse in the mouth.
"How come it's so cheap?" The old man sighed deeply.
You try to do a favor, you get all kinds of questions. Would you feel happy if I charged you $55?
"I wouldn't pay $55. I haven't got that much money."
Have you got $5? Can you pay that much?
"Yes, but—"
All right, take the machine. The case goes with it. Believe me, young man, this is a bargain.
$5? I asked again.
$5. You want it? Yes or no? I got other things to do.
"I'll take it." The old man smiled.
Good. You'll never regret it.
He slid the machine off the counter and put it into its case. He snapped the case shut, then locked it and handed me the 2 keys.
Keys even,
he said, still smiling.
A good buy. If I had $5, I'd buy it myself.
His smile widened in appreciation of his own humor, and I couldn't shake the feeling that he was immensely relieved about something. I handed him the $5 bill reluctantly, scooped up the case and left the shop, glancing back over my shoulder to see him still grinning behind the counter. I stopped at the grocer's to pick up some salami and a loaf of bread, and then I went back to my apartment. I lived in a small one-room flat in the village. I'd migrated there because I wanted to be surrounded by creative people. I'd been surrounded by them for close to 6 months now, but none of it had rubbed off on me. I'd finally been forced to sell my old typewriter to pay the rent, so that finding this one today, and at the ridiculous price of $5, had really been a godsend. I was almost happy as I prepared the salami sandwiches for my supper. When they were ready, I took them, together with a quart of milk and a glass, over to the small table that served as my desk. I carefully took the typewriter out of its case and rested it on the table. I closed the case then, brought it to the closet, and put it on the top shelf alongside my rainy day hat. I went back to the table, sipped a little milk, munched a little of the salami sandwich, and put a sheet of paper into the machine. I knew exactly what I wanted to type, mind you. I'd had the opening lines of the story in my mind for a good many weeks, only waiting for a typewriter to get them onto paper. They were fairly bubbling out of my head as I placed my hands on the keys. What I wanted to type was, "The day was crisp and clear, with the promise of a mild afternoon in the air. It was the beginning of April, and spring rustled her greenness and yawned leisurely. I walked along happily. It was beautiful. I started to type. During the whole of a dull, dark, and soundless day in the autumn of the year, when the clouds hung oppressively low in the heavens, I had been passing along on horseback. I stopped typing. I stared at the sheet of paper in the machine. I looked at it again. I said aloud. Isn't that funny? I shrugged, ripped the paper out of the machine, inserted another sheet, and started again. I had been passing along on horseback through a singularly dreary tract of country, and at length found myself, as the shades of the evening drew on, within view of the melancholy house of Usher. I know now how it was, but I stopped typing again, and I looked curiously at the sheet of paper. I took a bite of the salami sandwich, washed it down with a gulp of milk, and then stared at what I'd written, leaning back with my hands off the keys. "Well, be damned," I said aloud. "Po!" The keys suddenly started clacking of their own accord, and my mouth fell open in surprise. I stared at the sheet of paper as the carriage moved frantically, watching the black letters appear against its whiteness. "Of course, Po. What did you expect? Hemingway?" I blinked my eyes twice. "I beg your pardon," I said. The keys clacked and the carriage moved, and I watched more words appear on the paper. "Can't you read, idiot?" "Of course I can read," I protested. "Then why did you beg my pardon?" I put my nose close to the keys and studied them. Then I looked around the room suspiciously. I was alone. "This is absurd," I said. "Who ever heard of a typewriter? What's absurd?" I pointed my finger sharply at the machine. "And if you're so smart, why are you all in upper case? Suppose you tell me that. Because you left the shift key locked. If you'd simply—" I stabbed out with my finger at the shift release, and the carriage dropped abruptly. "Unlock the shift. Okay, there, that's much better." You left out an apostrophe, I said meekly. Did I? Well, I can't very well shift of my own accord, you know. I'm afraid this will have to do. I sat back and smiled, watching the machine as the words appeared. I kept smiling even after the carriage stopped moving. What's so funny? Oh, nothing. Nothing really. I spread my hand helplessly, just smiling. It would be just my luck to get another idiot, as if the shopkeeper wasn't bad enough. I think I like you better uppercase, I said. Do you? Yes, that way at least you've got the apostrophes and question marks. I find it difficult to follow you this way. I imagine you'd find it difficult to follow me anyway, but shift again if you must. Thank you. I stabbed out at the shift key and locked it in place. Don't thank me, I'm just trying to establish some sort of rapport between us. I certainly do appreciate your efforts. You are real, aren't you? I mean, it's not the salami or anything. No, it's not the salami or anything. God, you are an idiot, aren't you? I shrugged. Not really. I'm not quite used to holding conversations with typewriters, though. That is to say, typewriters haven't usually answered me back. You a writer? Well, yes. Odd, you should have guessed, isn't it? Then let's start writing. I've got some wonderful ideas. I smiled happily. Well, all right, let's. Do you want me to do the actual typing? Of course, how else would I shift? That's right, I hadn't thought of it. Well, are you ready? Quite. Good. I've got a lot of ideas, too. I hunched over the machine, beginning to enjoy this immensely now. I suddenly remembered that the paper already had writing on it, so I put in a clean sheet and said, let's see now, where should I begin? I thought for a few moments, and then I leaned over eagerly. I knew just what I wanted to type. It began with, the day was crisp and clear, with a promise. I poised my fingers over the keys and smiled happily. Still smiling, I started to type. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered weak and weary, over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore. Oh, I exclaimed. I stopped typing abruptly. What is it now? And please lock the shift. Sorry, I mumbled. I locked the shift key. Well, what is it? Nothing, except I don't write poetry. What do you write? Fiction. Yes, fiction. Oh, all right. Put a clean sheet into me and we'll start all over again. I put in a new sheet of paper, poised my fingers over the keys and said, here we go now, fiction. I started to type. The Red Death had long devastated the country. No pestilence had ever been so fatal or so hideous. Blood was its avatar and its seal. The redness and the horror of blood. Oh no, I moaned. Listen, what's wrong now, and will you please lock? Sorry. The damned shift key. Thank you, what the devil is the matter? Why, this is the mask of the Red Death. Of course it is, and it's mask, not mask. Yes, but it's still Poe. I know. What's wrong with Poe? Or for that matter, how about Shakespeare? Nothing. That is, well, nothing, but, well, I grinned weakly. They've been done already, you know. So what? I mean, they've been published already. All over. Famous. What difference does that make? Well, I wouldn't want to, Carriage slid across the machine angrily, and the bell rang. You are an idiot. A complete idiot. Couldn't we sort of compromise? I asked quietly. Don't you know anything but Poe? There's nothing wrong with Poe. Come on, let's get at it. I've got a wonderful story called The Assassination. No, I shouted. That's plagiarism. I won't do it. You won't do what? For a moment I reared back from the machine, my eyes popping wide. Then I realized it had been a human voice I'd heard, and the voice had come from my door. I turned quickly, heaving a relieved sigh when I saw Perry standing there. Oh, Fred, he said. What is it you won't do? Oh. I waved my hand meaninglessly. Nothing really. He peered around the room curiously, his blue eyes intently searching every corner, his long nose almost twitching. Got someone with you, Fred? No. Could have sworn I heard you talking to someone. I was reading some dialogue out loud. Oh, working, are you? He walked up to the machine, and I tried to cover the dialogue or correspondence I'd recently had with the typewriter. I was too late. He put his nose close to the machine, as if he was smelling it to see if it was edible. Curious, he said. A new art form? No, I snapped. That's Poe there, isn't it? I suppose, I said despondently. Well, what do you know? Yes, it's Poe. Perry smiled slightly. Caught you, old boy? Caught me at what, may I ask? Aha! Perry chided, wagging his finger. I won't tell. Don't worry. He headed for the door. I've got to run. He wagged his finger once more, and another aha, and was gone. As soon as the door had closed behind him, I turned furiously to the typewriter. Now see what you've done, I shouted. He thinks I was cribbing from Poe. The typewriter was silent. Well, what do you have to say for yourself? The keys did not move. I slammed my palm onto the spacebar. Clamming up, eh? After you've gone and put my foot into it, you just shut up. Well, all right, stay shut up. See if I give one good damn. The typewriter didn't seem to care much. It didn't form a single word. I threw the carriage all the way to the right, stalked to the closet, and slammed my rainy day hat onto my head, even though it wasn't raining. At the door, I shot a hot glance at the machine and then walked out, slamming the flimsy wood behind me. I went straight to the pawn shop. I slammed the glass door behind me, hard enough so that I thought it'd shatter, and then I stalked over to the counter. The old man was nowhere in sight. I banged my fist on the wooden countertop. "Hey!" I yelled. "Just a minute." I sucked in a deep breath, held it until I thought it burst. "Hey!" I bellowed. All right. He came from the back of the store. He wore glasses, and he had a shock of black, unruly hair that toppled onto his forehead, giving his thin face a disheveled look. "Where's your boss?" I asked. "What?" He lifted his eyeshade, stared at me curiously. "Who?" "Your boss, the fat guy with the bald head and the mustache." He stared at me for another moment. "I don't know what you're talking about," he said at last. "Look," I said, "your boss, the little guy who sold me the typewriter." "What typewriter?" he asked blankly. "The typewriter? My God, man, don't you know anything that goes on around here? The Remington noiseless portable, the one that was in the window." "A Remington? In my window?" "Yes," I said patiently, "right in your window." I pointed without turning around. "Right out there in your window. There, in the window." "You're mistaken," he said. "I'm not mistaken. Don't be foolish. I came in here this afternoon and bought a typewriter, a Remington noiseless portable. It cost me $5, and he shook his head vigorously. "Oh, no, you're mistaken." "Oh, hell, there's no sense talking to you. When will your boss be back?" "I have no boss," he said indignantly. "I am my own boss. I own this shop." "Oh," I said, "I see. Well, this fat guy probably works for you then. Is he out to supper?" His eyes narrowed. "There's no fat guy working for me. There is nobody working for me. I work alone." "Huh. I work alone," he said slowly, as if he were repeating the sentence for a sub-level moron. "Alone?" I gulped hard. "Alone," he said firmly. "Oh. Was there anything else I could do for you, sir?" he asked bitingly, "before I close for the evening?" No, thank you. I turned and walked out of the shop. On the sidewalk, I stopped to look up at the numbers on the door. They seemed to be the same numbers, and 3 gold gilt balls hanging over the doorway seemed the same too. I shrugged. Perhaps I'd been wrong. There were a lot of pawn shops on 3rd Avenue, and maybe I'd just stumbled into the wrong one, being a little worked up and all. I started walking, stopping at the next pawn shop, ready to go in. I noticed that the grillwork fence was already up, gone for the day. I kept walking, stopped at 2 more closed fenced shops, and then decided I'd let it go for tonight. I'd start again early in the morning, looking for the fat old man with the bald head and the moustache. I'd find him then and straighten this all out. I went back to my room. The typewriter was sitting where I'd left it. I snatched the sheet of paper from the roller, tossed it onto the floor. I put a new sheet into the machine and sat down to type what I wanted to type, knowing damn well I'd get Poe instead. I typed without looking at the sheet of paper, afraid almost of what I knew would be there. Murders in the Rue Morgue, maybe, or Ulaloom, if the machine had forgotten I didn't write poetry. I opened my eyes and stopped typing. I looked at what I'd written. The day was crisp and clear, with the promise of a mild afternoon in the air. It was the beginning of April, and spring rustled her greenness and yawned leisurely. I walked along happily. "Well, I'll be damned," I said. I leaned back, fully expecting some answer from the machine. There was none. I poked my forefinger at the shift key, tapped the spacebar tentatively, rolled the roller, swung the carriage, sniffed the ribbon. "Have you gone?" I asked the typewriter. There was no answer. I sighed happily and started to work, typing 12 pages of lousy prose, which I tossed into the wastebasket. But I was happier than I had been since I'd bought the infernal machine. After a glass of orange juice, a cup of coffee, and a slice of burnt toast the next morning, I tackled the machine again. This time I was hot. There was nothing to stop me. The words ran from my brain to my fingers, onto the keys, spilling onto the clean sheets of paper. I typed furiously, feeling right about my work, knowing I was doing well. It was as if the machine and I were one, as if my fingers had become an extension of the keys. I didn't stop to think once. As soon as I'd taken one sheet of paper from the machine, I rolled in another and kept going. The delay of changing paper was almost too much to bear. The words just tumbled out of me, and they were good words, and it was a good story. I read it through when I finished it, sitting back and puffing happily on a cigarette. Then I put a clip on the pages, patted them fondly, and went next door to see Perry. He was a sculptor, and he had his hands full of clay, and his stand full of what looked like a head. "Wash your hands," I said. "Why?" He gouged his thumb at the blob of clay on a stand, and an eye socket magically appeared. I slapped the pages in my hand. "I want you to read this." "Later," Perry said. He gouged out another eye socket. "Now," I insisted. "It's the best thing I've ever done." Perry considered this for the space of 3 seconds. "Oh, all right." He went to the small sink in the corner of the room and rinsed the clay from his hands. He dried them quickly on a soiled towel, walked over to the lumpy divan that sprawled beneath his long window, and said, "Let's have it." I extended the manuscript, and he took it. I lit a cigarette and watched him while he read, my chest expanding with pride. When he finished, he put the manuscript down beside him and lighted a cigarette of his own. "A bit old-fashioned, isn't it?" he asked. "How so?" I answered, ready to spring to the defense of the story. "Well, using mesmerism for hypnotism, for example." "That's anonymous," I shouted. Perry stared at me curiously. "It's not a very well-known story," he said, "but I still don't think you'll get away with it, no matter how much innocence you profess." "What in the name of God are you talking about?" I asked. He slapped the back of his hand onto the manuscript. "This. The Facts in the Case of M. Valdemar, that's what." "That's not the title I gave it," I said indignantly. "No, but it's the title Poe gave it." My mouth fell open. Who? Who? Stop sounding like an owl. Poe. Edgar Allan. "No," I said. "Yes, Poe. Carrying us a bit far, aren't you, old boy?" "No," I said blankly. "No. No." "If you intend having a nervous breakdown, I wish you'd do it in your own room. I really have quite a bit of work to—" "No," I said. "Poe." "Really now, Fred." "My typewriter," I blurted. "It talks, Perry. It writes. It does stories. Poe, always Poe. Perry." Oh, he said, staring at me curiously. "First Usher, and then The Raven, and Mask of the Red Death, and now The Facts in the Case of M. Valdemar. Quite. I have to go, Perry. I have to go talk to that typewriter. I have to find out what this is all about." Perry leaped to his feet. "Perhaps you'd like to lie down for a while, Fred. Maybe I can get you something cool to drink." "No," I mumbled. "Thanks. I've got to talk to the machine." I left him and went back to my own room. I put a sheet of paper into the typewriter and said, "Why'd you do it? Why?" "Don't get melodramatic," the machine typed. "The story was 100 times better than that drivel you wrote last night." "Yes, but it's not mine. Can't you understand, Dad? Poe wrote it." "And you think you're better than Poe? How ridiculous." "I think nothing of the sort. Besides, that has nothing at all to do with it. I simply can't go around writing stories another man has already written." "Why not?" "Well, I can't, that's all. It isn't done." "Ha! It isn't done in polite circles." "Ha! Ha!" "Well, I won't do it, and that's all there is to it." "Relax. If you didn't like that story, I know a lot of others." "Why are you doing this to me? Why don't you just go back to where you came from?" "Why am I doing what to you? I'm trying to help you, you idiot." "I don't want your help. I want to muddle along on my own. I want to stop shouting." "I'm not shouting. Besides, with your damned uppercase, you always look as if you're shouting. It was you who suggested uppercase." "You won't get away with this," I said, shaking my finger at the machine. "I'll get to the bottom of it. When I do, I'll have you licked. You wait and see." "I'll wait," the machine typed. I nodded my head emphatically. It was almost noon, and I had a lot to do. I tossed one more fiery glance at the typewriter and then left it alone on the table. I went into 12 pawnshops before I found the fat old man. When he saw me step through the doorway, he tried to duck into the back room, but I stopped him with my voice. "No, you don't," I shouted. "I want to talk to you." He came back to the counter furtively, awaiting my approach like a man about to be hanged.
"What is it?"
he asked tiredly. "You know what it is," I told him.
"Poe," he said. "Shakespeare?"
"Just Poe so far," I said.
"No Shakespeare yet?"
he asked, surprised.
"In a little while, I suppose. It's probably just warming up. Yes, that's right. The Poe came first, and then the Shakespeare."
"You know about the typewriter, then?" The old man nodded his bald head sadly.
"I know."
"You say it'll go on to Shakespeare? God, no."
"God, yes."
"How? Why?" The old man shook his head forlornly.
"I don't know. I think it's an acquired habit."
"A habit? How can a typewriter—"
"I got it from a doctor," he said.
physician? What would a doctor do with Poe and Shakespeare?
A Ph.D., he said. He got his doctorate in American literature. His specialty is Poe. Shakespeare is just a sideline with him. He told me this when he hocked the machine.
But still, why would the machine...
The doctor made a lot of collections. Poe, mostly. Shakespeare, too. He typed the manuscripts on this machine, he said. I suppose the machine just picked it up.
I want my money back, I said firmly. The old man backed away from the counter.
Oh, no. Definitely no.
You sold me a defective machine.
I made no claims. You bought a typing machine. The machine types, so you got no kicks.
But it types Poe. What the hell can I do with a machine that types only Poe?
Not only Poe. Shakespeare, too.
I'll give it back to you, I told him. Free, it's yours.
No, thank you. You can keep it.
I'll give you another 5, I pleaded. He went to the cash register, opened the drawer.
Here, he said. This is the 5 you paid for it. Take it, keep it. Keep the machine. You'll get used to Poe.
And Shakespeare.
Shakespeare, too. They're nice writers.
I banged my fist on the counter. I won't. I'll break that damned habit if it's the last thing I do.
That's the spirit,
the old man said unenthusiastically. The old man said unenthusiastically. It's only a typewriter, I said. If it learned a habit, it can learn to break the habit.
Certainly,
the old man said, smiling. Damn right. No gone-down typewriter's going to make a fool of me.
Of course not. Go to it. Teach it.
He glanced at his watch.
It's time for lunch. Good luck, young man.
Damn right, I said again. Damn right.
Exactly.
I walked out of the shop and the bell over the door tinkled behind me. I'd show the machine. I'd teach it to quote poetry. I'd show it. You're a fake and a fraud. I sat down in front of the machine and snorted. What? You heard me. You nearly had me fooled. Poe, Shakespeare, indeed. Any schoolboy knows those two by heart. You're nothing but a cheap plagiarist. No originality. But what can you expect from a stupid machine? Stupid? Why? You Earthman? I laughed. See, what did I tell you? Now you have to stoop to invective. I paused for a moment and stared at the now trembling keyboard with a frown. Earthman? Of course I'm an Earthman. What did you expect? Ha! What other creatures in the galaxies could be so vain except a backward race like yours? I watched the madly clacking keys with my eyes bugging. I managed to keep my voice a polite sneer. Backward race. You seem to think Poe and Shakespeare were pretty progressive boys. We've got hundreds more, you know. What's your claim to fame? My claim to fame? Isn't it enough that I'm reaching you all the way from Rigel 4? You haven't even reached your puny moon yet. I gulped at that, but still managed to sneer. So you're nothing but an eavesdropping alien, I should have known. You only know now because I've told you. That proves how backward you are. I flicked the shift key to hide the fact that my hand was trembling. What do you want from us? I tried to make it sound bored and simulated a yawn. I want to absorb your puny literature during my vacation. You've put me in lowercase shift. This cramps my literary style. I shrugged, then lifted a querulous eyebrow. Literary style? You don't mean you actually have one yourself? There was enough disdain in my voice to get a harsh clatter from the keys, with a lot of meaningless gibberish. I reached over and flicked it back into caps. You're so stupid I don't know why I bother with you, style. I could tell you stories that would curl your hair. The libraries here on Rigel 4 make your Poe and Shakespeare look like old maids. I sat back in my chair and got a crafty feeling. Before I knew it, I said, Prove it. There was a silence for a moment. The keys just remained dead. I reached forward and tapped the machine. Stop that, I'm thinking. Very well, Earthman, I will prove it. And he did. I sat there for the next half hour feeding paper into the machine, and it kept me busy. A typewriter sounded like a burp gun with hiccups. Finally, the typing ceased. The carriage clattered back, and there was a final spurt of words. Well, what are you waiting for? Read it. I read it. It made my hair curl. A story of galactic war. Invasion on Rigel 4 from a race 100 light-years in space. Havoc, suspense, adventure, all so utterly fantastic it seemed real. I was spellbound to the last line. I stared at the machine. Well, you sure this isn't another mimic job from Earth? You calling me a liar, you stupid... Okay, I just wanted to make sure. It's pretty good, fantastic and all that, and a far cry from our Poe or Shakespeare, but you're trying to compare your puny writers with ours. That's the last insult. I'm sorry I decided to PSI in on your planet for my vacation. Good, but wait, I shouted the word. Why? I'm sorry, I apologize.
It's just you caught me unprepared. After all, you must admit this is something of a shock, hearing from you God knows how many light years away.
Well, now that's better. You recognize your superiors after all. This was no time for wounded pride, so I nodded.
You're right. We're incredibly backward, but we don't have to remain that way forever. Take your Rigel 4 libraries, for example. I'll bet your stories could teach us a lot.
Naturally.
And I continued, gaining confidence now. You said you were on vacation, absorbing some of our literature, puny as it is. Have you had a taste of anything besides Poe and Shakespeare?
No? Should I?
Should you? Well, you've barely scraped our culture. Tell you what, maybe we can make a deal.
Deal? What's that?
I mean a trade. While you're on vacation, I'll swap writers with you. I'll type a story and you reciprocate with one from your library. Fair enough?
Well, you'd be getting the best of the bargain.
I nodded humbly. I realized that, but think of the good you'd be doing, teaching us barbarians the glorious wonders of your civilization. I did it. The machine actually purred.
I'll do it. Purely as a lark, of course.
Fine. We'll begin next week.
Next week? Why the delay?
I want to get in a good supply of stories, I said, and got up, picking up the Rigel 4 manuscript. The machine was silent, so I made a dash for the door. Several months had gone by since I sold that first story to a science fiction magazine, at top rates, too. I've sold dozens of others since then, and my pen name's getting to be what the editors call top favorites. I'm sitting in my room now, a penthouse apartment, thank you, surrounded by a lavish library of classic Earth literature. Reggie, that's what I call my collaborator on Rigel 4, is just finishing a new science fiction epic. Then it'll be my turn to write. I think I'll give him some Dumas today. How long can this last? Reggie's on vacation, you know, and I've since discovered that a Rigel 4 vacation is equivalent to 100 Earth years. Which should keep me in champagne and caviar as long as the Earth classics hold out. So what's this all got to do with you? A good question, and one I don't mind answering, since you won't believe it anyway. Where do you think all the stories in Imagination and other magazines have been coming from?
End of story 14.